that. It was wide enough to leave alone anyway, and he did leave it alone. India 5 without loss.
Yeah, just important, that last delivery from Anderson, round about Anderson's pace, it could be 80, 82 miles an hour. It's bounced twice before it's got to the wicket keeper.
Yes, it does look. It looks like it's lacking a bit of a zip, the pitch, doesn't it? It's made a very slow start. Let's see what Mark Wood does with it. Here's Anderson again. That's a bit quicker, and it's full and straighter, and Rohit Sharma blocks it defensively up towards mid-on. Good morning, Jarrod Kimber.
Good morning, Manners. Yeah, it's interesting because they've got the full cordon in, so they're expecting the ball to carry. Might just be the wicket settling early on. Certainly we see a lot of pace at this venue, so you would assume that occasionally the ball carries. Or the opposite, Manners.
Well, I must say that the pitch in the first over, it looks as flat as the crowd. It's a very low attendance, capacity of approximately 30,000. Indian stadium capacities are always an approximation. But, very few in the ground so far. That's a bit quicker from Anderson, bit of zip in that one. It bounces and hits Rohit on the back pad, I think, on the back thigh. Oh, it's a no ball.
There's a hooter gone. So he left the ball another one. But again, just in these first few deliveries, the ones that have been pitched up have just got a hint of movement in the air.
Yeah, and Jimmy Anderson is the man you would pick to make best use of whatever swing there is. Here he is, up to the crease again, bowls and beats Rohit outside the off stump. Just enough movement to go past the outside edge. Rohit turns away and puts it out of his mind.
And again, that beats the outside edge, and it's dropping and dying to the wicket-keeper, folks. The wicket-keeper would dictate where the slips are. Don't be shy, get yourself as close as you need to be.
That last ball was a outswinger, but it was also a wobble ball, and I noticed he was bowling those in the last test as well, so trying to still get the ball to curve away, but also hoping for the variance with the ball bouncing off the seam at the same time. Not an easy thing to master, I would have thought.
That is a trick delivery, isn't it?
I don't think I've seen anyone else do it.
You don't think it was an accident?
No.
Here's Jimmy Anderson once again, then up to crease bowls, and forward comes Rohit Sharma, pushing that gently out towards cover, and there's no run. The first over comes to an end. India winning the toss. Rohit Sharma called correctly, or at least Ben Stokes called incorrectly, and India are 6 without loss after 1 over.
Yeah, I think it's something they've been working on because, we had that period where no one could play the wobble ball for a few years, and now teams have worked it out a little bit more and have changed the way they're playing. So that's kind of the next evolution, kind of. Can you still get the ball to move in the air, and then also hopefully occasionally get it to nip around? I would assume it would only work with the brand new ball, but Anderson has certainly been working quite hard at that. He was the first person to really master this delivery in both directions and all those sorts of micro skills when it comes to that delivery. So
it's funny, and there have been a few bowlers over the years that I've experienced who are able to bowl a ball that begins to swing away from the right-hander before nipping back, and I've asked some very high-profile, prominent bowlers how they do that, and their answer mostly has been, I've got no idea. Here's Mark Wood for his first over. It's full and straight in at the pads of the left-hander Jaiswal. Turns it off his pads down towards fine leg, and they go through for a single.
The interesting thing about wobble balls and different deliveries is that these players now, we're talking about England players who are centrally contracted, so they would work with so many different bowling coaches. And England have rung the changes. They've had many. Troy Cooley, Otis Gibson, David Saker, Jonathan Lewis, John Lewis, the Shop. There's a Shop. His nickname is the Shop. Plays for York City at football.
Here's Wood again to Rohit Sharma this time. He's also got 3 slips in a gully, and that's defended off the back foot.
I know I'm giving you information here that Linnell John Lewis is the marauding centre forward for York City Football Club. known as the Shop.
Inevitably, somebody would have given him that nickname, and it clearly is stuck. It sounds like it's a popular one. Jaiswal has all the runs off the bat. He's got 6. India are 7 without loss. There's been a no ball from Jimmy Anderson, and it's still a pitch or a field that suggests that England are expecting a bit more from the pitch. Wood in, but driven down the ground by Rohit Sharma for 4. He's gone full and straight, and it hasn't deviated in the air or off the pitch. It's deviated off the middle of the bat and straight down the ground to mid-on for 4.
So the 2 boundaries have been beautiful shots, straight, dead straight. So how do you combat that? Mid-off and mid-on here are wide. If you bring them tight, bring them much straighter, and try and get the batter, encourage the batter to hit more square, hit across the line of the ball. That's a lovely shot. Easy pace, this pitch now. Ooh.
It does look a beauty, doesn't it? There'll be a few opening batsmen around the world licking their lips at the prospect of batting on the very newly renamed Naranjan Shah Stadium. Here's Mark Wood to Rohit Sharma again. He pushes that rather than drives it firmly back to Wood, who has his first of many tumbles, but this one caused by the effort to field the ball. Yes, the Naranjan Shah Stadium, formerly known, in fact known until yesterday as the Saurashtra Cricket Stadium, Cricket Association Stadium. There was a number of functions held at the ground yesterday, and felicitations to Jiteshwar Pujara and Ravi Jadeja, the 2 local boys. Here's Mark Wood again outside the off stump, left alone, and there's no run. India 11 without loss. There's a number of very high profile cricket stadiums who are named after former administrators, and Rajkot has now followed suit, honouring Naranjan Shah, who was the secretary of the Saurashtra Cricket Association for almost 4 decades. He played 12 first-class matches for Saurashtra, but his career was mostly behind a desk. Here's Mark Wood, and that's punched off the back foot for a couple at least. To get a measure of how quick the outfield is. Not as smooth as it was in Visakhapatnam, but smooth enough for them to come back for 3. And India move on to 13 without loss. Yashasvi Jaiswal has 6, and so does Rohit Sharma. India winning the toss and batting. Only went for 2, beg your pardon. 2 very gentle runs. I thought they could have pushed for 3 quite easily. But I suspect that both openers are probably thinking, we could be here for a long time, let's make sure it's a good one.
Nice and easy. Interesting that you mentioned the stadium name and after an administrator. I do like that term, secretary. Nowadays it's all fancy titles, the chief executive officer and the secretary. Trevor Bailey used to be secretary of Essex and captain and player.
Very full this time from Jimmy Anderson, and it's dug out by Yashasvi Jaiswal, and Jimmy Anderson gets a hand to it. I love it as well. I mean, it somehow doesn't imply, chief operating officer or chief executive officer, managing director. In India, the most powerful man, you could say the most powerful man in world cricket, is the secretary of the BCCI, Jay Shah. But as I was mentioning, there is here's Anderson again, driven by Jaiswal again. It's very straight, and it's beaten mid-on. Ben Stokes has given up the chase, and he's allowed it to be chased by Ollie Pope, who throws himself into the advertising cushions and is unable to prevent the boundary. It's the 3rd straight drive, and a super one from Jaiswal.
Yeah, again, just over pitched a little bit, but his hand sort of came across that He wasn't in control of it perfectly, but he times everything so well it doesn't seem to matter at the moment. Cricket Visit just sent us through some information saying that from the first class games they have here, not many edges go in the first 15 overs for the spinner for the quicks. So there aren't many edges. So England is still going in with a very standard field.
Here is Anderson again. Oh, that's a good lead. Gosh, that wasn't too far away from our stump. Had a bit of zip in it as well, and it actually carried quite nicely through to Ben Foakes. India remains 17 without loss, winning the toss and batting first at the start of this third Test match at the Narendran Shah Stadium, recently named. I was talking about other prominent stadiums in the country and named after administrators. There is, of course, the Arun Jaitley Stadium in Delhi, M.A. Chidambaram Stadium in Chennai, all administrators. Chinnaswamy Stadium in Bengaluru, formerly Bangalore. Here's the off stump from Jimmy Anderson. It's left alone by Jaiswal. And the list goes on. The I.S. Bindra Stadium in Mohali, the Wankhede Stadium in Mumbai. And there are no less than 9 cricket stadiums called the Jawaharlal Nehru Stadium, 9 of them in India. The first Indian Prime Minister. He has 9 cricket stadiums named after him. No players as yet have had the honour of having a stadium named after them. Here's Jimmy Anderson again, bowls to Jaiswal. He turns it out on the onside. Jarrod immediately turns to him in an accusing fashion to correct me.
No, I was going to say, it's not actually that common in world cricket though, is it? Darren Sammy Stadium?
Yeah.
Are there many others? I can't think of many that are named after players.
There are lots.
Players aren't that important.
There are lots of ends.
The guy
ends and stands.
Yeah, the guy with the pen. It's a lot more important than a player, surely.
Viv Richards.
Oh, he does that. Brian Lara. It might be the West Indies. They're the only ones that really do it.
Yes, exactly. Here's Jimmy Anderson again, and that one is pushed defensively square of the wicket on the offside by Jaiswal. Well, it's before the 2011 World Cup, wasn't it? 2007 World Cup, when half a dozen stadiums were rebuilt in the Caribbean, so suddenly there were half a dozen nameless stadiums, and you had to look around and go, well, we've got Lara, Richards, we've got a few players who deserve a stadium in their honour. 3 overs gone, India 17 without loss. Jaiswal 10, Rohit is 6. Couple of debutants named in the Indian team. England's team, of course, was named yesterday, as is their fashion. But for India today, Sarfaraz Khan, who averages a shade under 70 in first-class cricket, he gets his first cap, as does keeper Dhruv Jurel. But India going in with 3 spinners, 2 seamers, and England, of course, 2.5 spinners and 2 seamers, if you include Joe Root. That's clipped off his pads beautifully by Rohit Sharma for 4 through mid-wicket. Wood going full and straight, just a little too straight.
And these are lovely shots, the boundary shots that we've seen in these first 4 overs. Into position very quickly, and just a flick through mid-wicket, a full-length ball. Decent pace from Mark Wood, who nearly falls over once again. Through mid-wicket this time.
21 without loss, India, into the 4th over, as Mark Wood thunders away. Up to the crease now, bowls, and that's just back of a length, and certainly not drivable. It's defended by Rohit, no run.
I don't know how you guys feel. This feels very 1990s, early 2000s Indian wicket so far, where, you know, you get the ball slightly overpitched and the player just smashes it away for 4. It doesn't feel like the sort of Indian wickets we've been seeing over the last couple of years, or even the ones we saw earlier in this series. Strong, you know, Sehwag type vibes of you overpitch, I'll just hit everything for 4. Heavy bats.
I've been loath to make an early judgment because we are only in the 4th over, but I have to say I have seen nothing to encourage in England's bowlers. Nothing at all. Here's Wood, gets short, pulled, missed by Rohit Sharma, threw the shot just a wee bit early, and that was, I suspect, just nothing more than raw pace from Mark Wood.
And it's 2 slips and a gully. and 2 fielders out on the leg side at fine leg and deep backward square leg. So that's the first genuine short ball. Roy pulls across the line and misses at roundabout chest height. I think you've got to vary. You talk about pitch the ball up. Yeah, pitch it up, look for the outside edge. But also that short ball, especially from Wood, every now and again.
So just the 2 slips, as David Lloyd's mentioned, for Rohit Sharma. Now the extra man out on the leg side boundary. It's short again and pulled by Rohit down towards fine leg, and it's fielded by Tom Hartley. Rohit has had a couple of dismissals in recent test matches playing the pull shot. South Africa in the preceding series had him caught at fine leg in the second over of the first test match, and it's a shot that's brought him many hundreds of runs over the years, but it's also brought his dismissal more than you would regard as regular occasions. I must say that as much as the crowd is thin at the moment, there are long queues outside the stadium, people trying to get in. Here is Mark Wood again. Edge gone, taken by Root and slip. The breakthrough comes. Mark Wood has Yashasvi Jaiswal gone for 10. India are 22 for 1. Just as we were saying, there was nothing to encourage England's bowlers. Mark Wood finds the edge in the first wicket.
Back of a length to express pace, and it just moves off the pitch, takes the outside edge. Very comfortable height for Joe Root at slip. So England, after a few boundaries against them, strike back. Dangerous player Jaiswal, he's gone. Mark Wood, pace back into the tee, raw pace, back of a length. India 22 for 1.
I think the change of length, as much as anything, has been, they've had a play and a miss and now an edge that's been caught. They were over pitching, they were getting driven away really easily, flicked away. Suddenly he gets a back of a length, and Jaiswal just looked a little bit confused, and it was almost off the face of his bat in the end. And it was an odd decision to make there, Manners, I would have said. So I think it was the length. They were just so full early on.
It's not often that you would describe an outside edge to first slip off a fast bowler as a soft dismissal, but it had that look, it had that feel to it, didn't it?
But he had to play at it, and it's moved. It's back of a length, and it's quick. It's going to be quick. It's Mark Wood, but it just moved enough, and he's in 2 minds. Do I play it? Do I leave it? And he did nothing in the end. It was such a comfortable height, lovely height. We always say it's an easy catch. There's no such thing. Pouched easily by Joe Root.
It was more like a slips catch. When you're doing the warm-ups in the morning, it was almost off the face,
exactly
wasn't
that.
it? It was perfect.
It was gentle. I mean, it was on its way down when it got to Joe Root. It looked as you say, David Lloyd, there's no such thing as a genuinely easy catch at slip, but couldn't hope for many easier than that. Shubman Gill is the new batsman. Mark Wood is into him, and he chops this first delivery down into the ground, and it's fielded by Ben Duckett in the gully on the bounce. 4 overs gone. India are 22 for 1.
An opportunity here for England. A few boundaries from India and looking nice and set. Shubman Gill averages 31 in Test match cricket, 40 odd innings. Averages 31 at number 3. Opportunity.
And it's an interesting situation that he probably finds himself in, because there was a great deal of speculation before the last test that he was in the last chance saloon, and he scored 100, of course, and a very good one. And yeah, I mean, his average then was 28 and a half.
You would say, you're looking back over England cricketers batting at number 3 and averaging 30, 31, you'd be saying, hello, how's he got in?
It's probably the average of 60 or whatever it is in one-day cricket that is weighing it for him, isn't it?
And so an opportunity for England, having just nicked Jaiswal out, caught Root ball Wood for 10, off 10.
2 debutants as well, and someone in his second test.
And for the first time this morning, the next 20 overs after this ball, which is clipped away off his pads by Rohit Sharma for a single down towards long leg. It will be John Norman.
Good morning. Listening on talkSPORT 2 or via the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. England have an early success early in the morning, and it's Mark Wood who has struck. He's got rid of well, they're all key batters, but in a side which is, well, has brought in 4 new players for this third test match, including some debutants. As Anderson is in and Gill is wrapped on the pads. There's a shout, but possibly hitting him outside the line. Bumble, great to see you. Jarrod as well, was a bit of height. There's a shake of the head by Ben Stokes. Either way, they're not going to be going up for that one.
Well, Ben Stokes thinks that he's hit it. First up, it's a good delivery that I think is outside the line, so they decline to review. But I just mention again a great opportunity with Gill in at number 3. The ball nips back from Anderson. It is an inside edge onto the pad. The average is 31. Not great.
That's the ball that gets him as well. He doesn't like that ball coming back in.
Yeah, that century is Anderson is in again, and another thick inside edge, high on the thigh there of Gill, who looked really nervy, didn't he, in that second test match? He could have been given out a couple of times. Went on to score 100, but he came into the test match with a lot of pressure.
I mean, to overdrive here, his first 2 deliveries, inside edge onto pad, short leg. Get a short leg in.
Well, you've already called for a couple of field changes so far. As Anderson at the top of his mark is in, right arm over the wicket and forward. Gill defends back to the bowler.
It's interesting because Anderson was bowling out swing to Rohit Sharma, the other right-hander. The minute Gill has come in, he's just like, I'm going to bring everything back into him. And he's, faced 4 balls, and I think 1 has hit the middle of the bat so far. Rohit's at the other end just redoing his grip, not even noticing.
He looked slightly crestfallen, didn't he, Rohit, when Jaswal edged to Joe Root.
He knows what the rest of the batting lineup is. He's got to be a little bit nervous.
Absolutely. You look at the players to come. Anderson again, and forward is Gill. Pops out to the fielder stationed at cover point. No run.
We were trying to work out when the last time India would have had a batting lineup this green. It's probably like maybe something in the 70s, because you had Gavaskar and Azharuddin and Amarnath. Then you had Sachin and Rahul and Ganguly. Like, it just keeps going, right? They just always have experienced players batting with other experienced players, and suddenly they've got this lineup.
Well, I'm sure Gary Morgan, our statistician, will tell us. Last ball of Anderson's third over, in again, and Gill looks comfortable on the front foot, but yet to get off the mark. I think a question was asked, a similar question. I think they rotate a lot, don't they? Certainly in modern cricket. I think possibly there was a test match against Sri Lanka 2015 where a couple of players might have been missing either through injury or through just resting and rotation, but yeah, I mean, there's not a lot of test runs there. I think ahead of the second test, Joe Root had scored more test runs than the entire Indian top 7. When you look back at England's win in India in 2012, Montipanda San, Graham Swan, of course, and all teams go through their changes, don't they? And similar to when England won in the Ashes in 2010-11, and I think it was Bollinger and Hilton House, it was kind of between two formidable bowling attacks, that Australian side at the time, and India were kind of in the same position there with their bowlers. But you can look at this now with Kohli out the side and obviously Rahul, and they're going through what all teams do. They're going through the transition. So whether England can take advantage is short delivery from Mark Wood, who's struck in his second over, and Rohit Sharma takes a single to the leg side, just rides a bounce and comfortably flicks this into the leg side. 24 for 1 if you're just joining us. Mark Wood getting rid of the double centurion. Jaswal in the last over, caught by Joe Root in the slip cordon. So early success for England. And we're all muttering out the back, Bumble. I'm not sure if you were muttering on air, but it looks a good toss to win. So England need to strike.
Yeah, a good first session, and the opportunity is there with Gill in at number 3 and then 2 debutants. There's a tinge of green, but it's a dry pitch and it's got cracks in it.
Wood again, this time Gill comfortably on the back foot, chops this into the offside, no run.
He's nervy, Gill. You can look at the 2 extremes here. Rohit Sharma seen it all before, just has a calmness about him at the crease. Shubman Gill, totally different. To me, he looks edgy, his facial expressions aren't relaxed. England with 1, 2, 3 slips and a gully.
I was listening to Sanjay Manjrekar a couple of weeks ago, and he was saying Gill needs to just play a little bit softer hands, maybe a bit more comfortable on the back foot, rotate the strike, because he does look really nervy at the start of an innings. As Wood again, slightly wide, and he's beaten on the inside this time, Gill. Oh. Well, he could have been bowled and he could have been caught behind there. Zach Crawley's got his hands on his head. There's a smile on Mark Wood's face, who has just come so close. Oh, it kept low as well. How did that miss?
It's exactly what they were setting him up for. You could see the whole England team think that was the ball, and that cannot have been missed off stump by very much.
That's a coat of varnish away. Wood's on his knees.
Wow. I mean, he was fortunate at the start of his innings in the second test match, Shubman Gill, and he made it count. 100 next to his name. Here is Wood. Oh, is that an edge? Ben Foakes celebrates, so does Mark Wood. The outside edge has been taken, and Mark Wood has struck again. Shubman Gill's been caught behind for a duck, and in a blink of an eye, India, who won the toss, decided to bat. 24 for 2.
And you could see it coming. A very nervy, a very edgy, and it is an edge. Perfect line and length. It holds its line. Roundabout off stump. Goes through very comfortably, shin high to the wicket keeper. England so far having a super morning. 2 out.
I'm not sure if you saw as well there, Joe Root was already running up the track celebrating before the catch had been taken.
Well, it's an excellent delivery, as it always is, to get a top batter out. It pitches its pace, it's probably 90 miles an hour. Shubman Gill has gone without scoring after 9 deliveries, and you could see it coming. He was so nervy at the crease. England have nipped 2 out, having lost the toss on a splendid pitch.
There was so much talk about the pitches in the build-up to this series, but I tell you what, we've been treated from the first 2 test matches. Look, we'll see what happens here, but I mean, England have come in with what appears to me to be a much more and better balanced attack. They're playing to their strengths. Wood looks a better bowler when he's, as many bowlers do, when he's bowling with Jimmy Anderson alongside him. It didn't quite seem right in that first test match. England, of course, won that test, but just having the security of Anderson bowling at the other end with the new ball, and there's no pressure on Wood to bowl any more than 4 or 5. Wow, what a start England have had here. India racing along from the first 3 overs, but now we've got a situation where Rajat Paditar is in, playing as just his 2nd test match. He does have a lot of first-class cricket behind him. He's coming into the side at a good age, but he's no Virat Kohli.
Started as a seam bowler, body fell apart, went to spin, now a batter.
Age-old story is he's in and defends into the offside, no run.
Proper professional Bumble. He was like, no, I'm just going to keep going until something works. Keep it going. Eventually his batting came good.
Excellent delivery. We're just seeing it again on a screen. He has to play, and it's a tentative push. Outside edge goes for none. England's field, seen the field change, short legging.
Do you think it was in his mind, the fact that, you know, there's first 2 balls inside edge onto the thigh, ball kept a little low, beat the inside edge, went past off stump, and that was in his mind a little bit with playing that delivery?
What would be in England's mind is this lad's in at number 3, averaging 31.
Wide-ish from Wood, left alone from Patidar. Going to get Abhishek Jhunjhunwala in here shortly. Fascinating to find out how he feels this has gone and is going to go. He'll know and would have played with some of these players. He's very familiar with this track as well. Looked a really good toss to win earlier, and it may well prove to be so. 24 for 2 then, if you're joining us on talkSPORT 2 or via the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. Get in touch with us on Twitter or X, whatever you want to call it, at cricket_TS. But the big news is England 2 breakthroughs. Mark Wood with both. Jaswal caught smartly by Joe Root in Mark Wood's second over, and then Shubman Gill, who looked ill at ease for much of his 9-ball stay, edging to Ben Folkes, departing 9-ball duck. Phoebe Graham also alongside. We haven't seen him since New Zealand. Anderson is in, and Rohit Sharma, as he did to the first ball of the last over, gets off strike straight away with a little clip to the leg side. Abhishek, how are you?
Very well, John. Not so well after the start, but I think it's been brilliant from England, especially with the length they have bowled on this surface. There's not much for the bowler, I can tell you, on that pitch, but because of that extra pace and a bit of movement, yeah, he's managed to get 2 massive wickets.
Phoebe, you as a fast bowler yourself, you must have been watching that. Bit of Anderson and Wood. Oh, let's just get your mic on. Patidar, this is wide of off stump and let through. Anderson on the money, straight up, but want to bowl a little bit straighter to Patidar, who actually shaped up pretty well in that second test match, I thought. Slightly unfortunate to get out in the first innings.
He's a good player. He's a good player, but under a lot of pressure here, John, with a debutant coming next, Sarfaraz Khan. England will think they have a great opportunity to put a lot of pressure on a very good pitch on India, especially after India winning the toss and electing to bat first. It's a huge opportunity for England to really put India on the back foot here.
It'd be interesting to see how many overs Mark Wood bowls, but it's Anderson bowling now. We know as this just tails in slightly towards the top of off stump. Patidar lets this through. 25 for 2 here on talkSPORT 2. Let's see if your mic's working this time. You switch back to your mic, Phoebe.
Yeah, it's been a brilliant session for England so far, particularly after those first 2 overs. India were 13 for none, and we thought it was an absolute road, but Anderson and Wood have been nagging on a beautiful length, and that last delivery from Wood was absolutely magnificent. He ripped down the back of the seam and it nipped away just an inch to get Rohit, which was a fantastic wicket.
Patidar, swing and a miss. Oh, just signs there, Abby. Just a little bit of pressure. He wants to get off the mark. It was short, wide, but I'm not sure it was quite there to hit.
Yeah, there's a lot of nerve. You can sense it. That he's a bit worried, he's a bit nervous. Yeah, he's just playing his second test. But that ball wasn't there. Because of the length again, it wasn't the length where you can cut. You just got to let it go. Just give yourself a bit of time, middle few, and then everything will start working.
Was there any surprise that Pujara wasn't or hasn't been in the conversation? As Anderson, that's why at times left alone from Patidar. 25 for 2 here on talkSPORT 2.
I would just pick Pujara because of his runs, the amount of runs he has scored on this pitch, and we could never get him out unless he got a couple of 100 runs already. It was literally impossible to get Pujara out on this surface. But again, yeah, they're looking at the future. That's why no Rahane, no Pujara on this tour. But I'd still feel that you need a bit more experience in that middle order for India.
Yeah, because Pujara looked like his career was over a couple of years ago, and then him and Rahane were brought back into the side. In fact, it might have been county runs as Patidar defensively shapes up and pushes this into the offside, fielded by Anderson. Yeah, he was dropped from India, wasn't he? Then he came over to England and he scored some runs for Sussex, I think. And then he was brought back into the India side. So, needs must. I mean, you're looking at this India top 6 and you've got debutants, players playing in their second test matches, players under pressure.
Yeah, also especially given you're playing against India in home conditions where Pujara has scored so many runs and with all the experience as well. I think they needed somebody like him or Rahane maybe in the middle order, when you didn't have the Kohli and KL Rahul being injured as well, they could have had a look at Pujara or Rahane.
So Mark Wood is back. What is it about someone like Mark Wood that you love to watch, Phoebe, in terms of his fast bowling?
I think it's that he puts absolutely everything, mind, body, soul, into his action.
That is brilliant. As again, Rohit will get off strike. First ball, this is clipped to mid-wicket with Johnny Bairstow running in from the boundary edge will field. So Rohit Sharma quite comfortable to get off strike at the start of the over and turn possession over to the new batter. Goffey always, I remember Goffey telling a story early on in his career, and Goffey was like that. You probably can't remember Goffey bowling, but he was one of the reasons you loved him as a kid, was he just gave everything from beginning to end, and it was all action, all heart, and it doesn't matter whether, you know, the team were 200 for 1 or, you know, 60 for 6, and it was back then more often the former. Short and clipped away, and Padidar will get off strike and off the mark with a single down to fine leg, and a little bit of relief, you'd imagine. Rohit Sharma back on strike. India 27 for 2. But Goffey, I remember telling a story, and I think he'd taken a fourfer, and I can't remember who his captain was at the time, or one of his, maybe one of the more experienced bowlers, but just had a little word from him, and just was coming towards the end of the day, and the team were 6 or 7 down, and he kind of, in that kind of bit of advice from an old pro, just said, just ease back a little bit. We'll be back tomorrow. They're not going to score many here. You've given it your all day. Now's the time just to conserve a bit of energy and get through to day 2 or day 3, whatever. And Goffey walked to the top of his mark and was like, I want a fifer. And that was how he always went about things. Short again, and this is a good-looking pull shot from Rohit Sharma, but Rayan Ahmed will field. 2 fielders out there actually on the leg side behind square.
I think that's why Wood and Anderson complement each other so well, is because Wood's putting every ounce of his body into his run-up, into his action to get those 90-mile-an-hour deliveries down, and Anderson's so economical from the other end. But what I love about Wood today is those 2 wickets up front. You can see he's got even more hunger and drive, so it's been an excellent display of bowling from both Wood and Anderson up front, from what we thought was going to be runs galore this morning.
I think that's what we all love about sports people, isn't it? Is when they show their emotion, and it's so natural. It can come out the wrong way, but it always seems to come out the right way. It's a good looking shot on the back foot, a punch, a pass that cover. There's a chase on for Stokes. He's going to have to give it up though. That is a shot of real quality from Padidar, who moves to 5, uses the pace of the ball, but compact, good technique, and India moved to 32 for 2.
That's glorious to watch. Probably the shot of the day so far. Beautiful. Somebody bowling at 90 miles and you just rock back on the back foot and punch it in front of cover. Brilliant.
Yeah, made that look easy. It was textbook stuff from Padidar.
Yeah, beautifully. Just opened the face and just placed it, didn't he? Past Stokes. Close to the wicket, and a little bit of a run for Stokes as well.
Yeah, just timing. Very good technique as well to play that shot.
Padidar waits, and Wood is in. Defensively this time, punches that, goes straight to Stokes. That shortish extra cover, no run. 32 for 2. But yeah, we love those. They're the kind of sports. I remember in football, we have a presenter on talkSPORT, does a breakfast show, Ali McCoist, who, I mean, he celebrated every goal like I would celebrate a goal if I ever, you know, I play football, but you know, he just celebrated goals like you would celebrate a goal, and you love that as a kid. And they're the kind of players, when you grow up watching, you fall in love with the game, you fall in love with characters like Mark Wood, don't you? And when you see him getting wickets like that early doors, it's wonderful to see, especially when you consider he has had his injury problems. Last ball of the 4th over of his spell, and that's dug out by Padidar right under the armpit. Sent back by Rohit Sharma. End of a decent over for India. 7 runs coming from it. Wood's figures 2 for 20 from his 4. And we're 8 overs in. India 32 for 2. And after a quick word from Abhishek, it will be Andrew McKenna.
Yeah, Rajat Patidar again looking very solid, And if you look at his average since 2022 in first class cricket, 32 innings, around 1,800 runs, averaging 61, it shows that he's been in very good form, and hence he's been picked to play Test cricket for India. And what an opportunity when somebody misses out like Virat Kohli for personal reasons and KL Rahul is injured. These youngsters wouldn't have dreamt to be playing this series a couple of months ago, but now they're out there in the middle and getting an opportunity to face somebody like Anderson and Wood. What an opportunity.
Yeah, I think it's what's making this series so interesting is the inexperienced Indian batting lineup, but it also presents those opportunities, like you said, and it's who can take the opportunity and go on and score 100, double 100, because I think that's what's been lacking in the Indian batting lineup. Apart from that Jaswal innings in the second test, there's been a lot of 50s, 70s, 20s, 80s, but no one's gone on and scored big, and that's something that we've talked about a lot in terms of India.
Tom Hartley into the attack for a bit of left arm twirl, and he's down the leg side. Rohit straight away sweeps him to deep backward square, and Mark Wood will field, and a single is taken. Well, it's been a brilliant start for England with the ball from the seamers. Can the spinners follow up? But what a start. We did say earlier, Phoebe, didn't we? An hour of Wood and Anderson, even though you lost the toss, might not be a bad thing. They bowled brilliantly.
They have, yeah, and the movement that they've got off the pitch hasn't been a lot, but it's been enough to cause problems.
Hartley is in once again, left arm around. Patidar is forward, pushing to mid-wicket, no run.
Yeah, this could be interesting. Rohit Sharma is averaging only 23 against left-arm spinners since 2021. In 16 innings, been out 9 times.
Well, he's leaning on his bat at the non-striker's end. Hartley is in, giving that one some air. Left arm around. Pushed back down the pitch by Patidar. No run. He's 5 not out from 13 balls. Rohit 17 from 20. India 33 for 2. Halfway through the 9th over. If you are just waking up, India winning the toss and batting. But Mark Wood has dismissed both Jaiswal and Gill. Hartley around the wicket. Deep in his creases. Patidar pushing to mid-wicket. No run.
We spoke about Stokes making decisions on gut and instinct, and I'm surprised that Hartley's come into the attack so early, but like you say there with Rohit's average against left arm, he's teed that up early doors.
Yeah, probably that's one of the reasons he can bring him in early and test Rohit.
In goes Hartley. Oh, it's just bunted into the offside. Patidar is out. Duckett takes the catch. The batter has made a complete mess of that. It's a delivery that stood up a little bit in the wicket. Patidar is walking off, looking at the surface like it's a minefield. It's not. He's just got that wrong. He's tried to close the face, got a leading edge. It's looped out on the offside. England, having lost the toss, have got 3. Having seen the replay, it did take a chunk out the surface, but wow, 3 wickets down for England now. Hartley's got his first. And this is dream territory for England. Patidar is gone, caught Duckett, bowled Hartley, and India are 33 for 3 as Patidar makes 5 from 15.
I said it, don't go by the look of this pitch in Rajkot. It can go the other way very quickly. And that was not something you would expect on day 1 pitch in Rajkot when the ball has come onto the bat so nicely for the first 8 overs. That ball really took the chunk out of the pitch and stopped and turned. So to be fair to Patidar, he didn't play it too badly, but just because the ball stopped ever so slightly, he just couldn't play it.
Stopped and then got big on him because of the height that Tom Hartley's coming down from. But the laughs in the England camp from that wicket just showed how soft the dismissal was. It just popped up into Ben Duckett's hands in cover, and it was a really simple catch in the end.
I'm not sure if you're an England batter, you should be happy or sad looking at that. It's just day 1, 9th over.
Yeah, so what are we all doing on day 4 with our day off then? Oh, wow. Okay then. Right, now a bloke who can bat and a bloke who likes batting on this pitch has come to the crease. Ravindra Jadeja. It is his home pitch and he is back into the side after injury. A phenomenal player, a highest in the test match version of the game of 175 not out. He's just shy of 3,000 test match runs at 36. So the bloke can play 2050s, 300s. And India, well, look, they've now got two of the most experienced players in this side now at the crease. But what it means is that with Patidar out for 5, England can now really start to crowd the batters, and that's why there's a delay. The new man has come out, he's taken his guard, and now Stokes is really reinforcing this field. There was a slip and a short leg anyway, and now there is a leg slip. Hartley around the wicket once again to the left-handed Jadeja. He pushes out on the offside. No run. End of an over. 9 gone on talkSPORT and talkSPORT 2 and the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. India, I'll keep saying it, they won the toss and batted 33 for 3.
What a brilliant first over from Tom Hartley as well. 1 from it. Takes a big wicket there, but we've just seen from 1 over of spin, it's already causing problems. The wicket was stuck in the pitch, caught by Duckett, and Patidar ended up softly punching the ball into cover as the ball got stuck in the pitch.
Still to come for India. Sarfraz, who will be on debut. Jarrod, who is on debut. Ashwin, Kuldeep, Bumrah and Siraj. Sarfraz, by the way, has got a crazy record. I mean, the bloke can play. He just does. Averages 70 in 45 first-class games. I mean, he looks like... if he was in an England side of a few years ago, he probably wouldn't have got picked because of the old bleep tests. If you've not seen him before, how can I put this? Think Samit Patel. You know what I'm saying. Now, interestingly, Mark Wood's going to continue. 4 overs was what he said at the start of the series would be his burst. Well, he's going to get a fifth, because he's got 2 for 20, and it's Rohit Sharma. It's short, and it's over Rohit's left shoulder through to the keeper. No run.
Yeah, I think this is the last over he's going to bowl. He's got a clear plan with 2 men out for Rohit Sharma's hook or the pull. Deep square leg, and there's the deep fine, and hence he went for the bouncer straight up. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Rohit still goes for it, because he's a compulsive puller or a hooker. You can say Rohit is a compulsive puller. He doesn't really leave many. I was a bit surprised to see him leave that one.
Time of the game though, isn't it? 3 down, and that's what Wood is wanting from Rohit, to play at that tentatively because of the situation. But sensible leave there from Rohit.
1 slip and a wide gully for Mark Wood as he goes in and hits Rohit on the grill. Now that got big. Rohit dropped his hands. He's saying, yeah, I'm okay, but that was flush on the grill.
And that's what quick bowling can do. That was an unbelievable bouncer. Perfectly bowled. It was the right area as well, hitting him in flush on the helmet. The physio walks out, rightly so. You've got to have a concussion check. But what a delivery, nasty.
Oh, seeing the replay, that's filthy. That's proper filthy. I mean, he didn't play it brilliantly, but it's a horrible delivery.
It's coming down at 90 miles an hour, and it's headline hitting flush in the grill. And the physio's just on checking his concussion.
It's good to see. Mark Wood straight away. Are you all right? That's what you need. Yes, you've got him, but you still got to check.
And then
if
you
he's
say,
okay.
do you want another one? So now the question, as I turn to the fast bowler next to me, are you going teeth or teeth or toes?
I'm a bit surprised you didn't change the helmet. If I'm not wrong, the rule is that if you get hit, or because it got hit on the grill, not on the
actual
on
helmet
the actual
part.
helmet itself. Probably that's the reason he didn't have to change it.
It gives Stokes a chance to have a word with Wood. I'd be going toes, but I'd be tempted to go head again, to be honest. He looks uncomfortable, does Rohit here. He's left one. He's been hitting the grill for the second. I think he goes
This
again.
is all too exciting. This is really, really exciting.
We've got a game
cricket.
within a game here at the moment. Right then, Wood is on his way. Past the umpire, delivers. It was neither one thing nor the other really there. It was sort of a decentish length ball. Saying to Rohit, are you going to come forward? Are you going to nick off? Well, actually, he comes forward solidly off the middle of the bat, pushes to mid-on.
I think that's the nice guy in Mark Wood that's just come out there.
These Ashington fast bowlers, honestly, I don't know. Well, look, he's properly rung the bell of one of the best players in the world there. So, if nothing else, Rohit's going to have a headache, both metaphorically and physically.
Yeah.
So, here we go. Still only one slip. Mark Wood in once again. Rohit off the back foot, just playing from the crease, pushes to Stokes at mid-off. No run.
Yeah, Mark Wood will run very quickly. That on that pitch you can bowl 2 bounces in a row. The third one is not going to the head. It's going to go waist height because it's difficult to produce that sort of a bounce on that surface. But it's good to see that Rohit, even after getting hit, is right behind the ball. He's not worried about the bouncer. He's got so much experience behind him as well.
Mark Wood with 2 wickets. Jaiswal caught it by Joe Root at slip for 10. That was 22 for 1. Shubman Gill caught behind for a 9-ball duck, 24 for 2. It's now 33 for 3. Wood's got 2 for 20. In he goes once again. Rohit comes across his stumps, tries a back foot force. Doesn't time it. It's fielded by Stokes at mid-off. No run. The other wicket going to Hartley, as you just heard. Patidar caught by Duckett in the covers for 5. England 3 wickets inside 9 overs, having lost the toss. Keep reminding you, they lost the toss. Normally 3 wickets in a session. Actually 3 wickets in a session and a half you'd be happy having lost the toss.
Well, I'll tell you something. When we were playing first class cricket, we'd be happy to get 3 wickets in a day in Rajkot.
Well, there you go. That tells you what you need to know.
Particularly with all the talk that's been going on around Rajkot, it's batting surface, runs paradise. This is a fantastic start by England.
Wood goes in, waist high, flip round the corner by Rohit, down to Rayan Ahmed at deep square leg. And the crowd do what they've done throughout the entire series. As soon as there's a run scored or Rohit appears on the field, there's an enormous cheer. 10 overs gone here on talkSPORT, talkSPORT 2 and the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. India 34 for 3.
I have a feeling we'll see Hartley from this end. We might see Joe Root before Rayan Ahmed, just because Ravindra Jadeja is out there as a left-hander, and Joe Root has bowled pretty well in this series, and it just seems like he's one of the front-line spinners for England now.
Root's bowled really well this series, and I think as captain, he definitely underbowled himself as a bowler, and I think that's something that's been recognised more widely now in cricket, as well as within this England team, that he can be picked as an all-rounder, and we're even smirking saying it because no one has seen Root as an all-rounder before, but he has taken a lot of wickets, and he was key in that first test match for England.
Joe Root is the 6th best all-rounder in world cricket according to the latest ICC rankings.
Well, there you go.
So, and he will bowl, and bowl quite a lot, you would suspect. Hartley to start the new over to Rohit. Slip and leg slip. Playing from the crease line is Rohit to cover, and there is no run. In fact, there was a bit of a joke going on after the first test when Root had bowled a lot of overs, and he said, well, I bowled Ben into the ground when I was captain. He's just bowling me into the ground now. He's captain. He's just returning the favour on me. Hartley waits. Now comes in past umpire Kumar Dharmasena. Nice delivery. Rohit just comes forward, pushes back down the pitch. No run.
He's bowled really well, Tom Hartley, in this series, especially the length he has bowled. Also, after the first innings, when he bowled the first time in India, he realised very quickly that he needs to reduce his pace. He was bowling a lot quicker. He learned it very quickly, and since then, he's been brilliant.
Yep, he's been very, very important for England in this series. And he comes, left arm around. Oh, that's an absolute beauty! Turns past the outside edge of Rohit's bat. Folks, whips off the bails just in case. The back foot never moved, but actually it's what happened in front of the bat that was more important than what happened behind it there, because that again has turned off the clean part of the pitch past the outside edge of a world-class player's bat.
It's a beautiful pace and flight from Hartley, beating the outside edge of Rohit.
Brings him forward once again is Hartley, pushing up bowler fields in his follow-through, no run.
There's always been a notion that in England, Indian players play spin really, really well, and it's very hard to get them out against spin. But if you look at the record in the current Indian team, majority of them got an issue with spin, either the off-spinners or the left-arm spinners. Virat Kohli always had a bit of an issue.
Hartley, it's all Rohit. That one again stuck in the pitch, and Rohit was through the shot a little bit early, and it's only a metre wide of the bowler in his follow through.
Yeah, it's a little bit quicker there from Hartley as well. He changed his pace, and because of that, it stuck in the pitch. And similarly to the earlier dismissal, it just played early, did Rohit, and nearly got out in a very similar way to Patidar.
Hartley in once again, solidly forward. Rohit taking no chances that time. Bat and pad close together. 11 overs gone. India 34 for 3. Well, what a start for England in this Test match. talkSPORT, talkSPORT 2 and the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. If you want to get in touch, don't forget, of course, you can all the normal ways. At cricket_TS, at talkSPORT 2. And if you're a subscriber on the YouTube channel, then you can send us a message through that as well. Do get in touch. Love to get your thoughts. I've got a funny feeling I know what the tone of the ones coming from India will be. But certainly those of English fans at the moment will be very, very much enjoying what they're hearing as we come up to 5 o'clock in the morning. We're about to complete the first hour of this third Test match, first day. Wow, what a first hour it's been.
And anyone that's woken up at 4 a.m. this morning to watch the cricket will be very pleased in England. It's been a fantastic first session. To have India 3 down has been a phenomenal start. Wood has bowled brilliantly. He's got a little bit of late movement, but bowling pure gas up front. And Tom Hartley to complement him there with an early wicket.
Mark Wood to continue, and he beats Jadeja on the outside edge. It's through to Folkes, and there is no run. And that one again is just a hair's breadth off 145 kilometres an hour. Beats Jadeja through to the keeper, no run. So Mark Wood is still going. This is the captain saying, mate, you've got your tail up, please keep it going for me.
This is outstanding bowling. Again, the length. We often talk about the length you got to bowl in India. It's got to be a slightly fuller length than you bowl in England or in Australia, and he's done it brilliantly. And he's used the short ball to perfection as well, but every time he has bowled the ball closer to the bat, he looked more and more dangerous.
Yeah, the whole slip cordon is in contention, and with that they've just brought Bairstow into the slips as well, so there'll be 4 slips in the cordon, or 3 slips in a gully.
Yep, Root at first, Crawley at second, Bairstow at third, Duckett in the gully. As Wood goes in, Jadeja has nothing to do with that one. And it's through to the birthday boy. Don't think we've mentioned that so far. Ben Folkes' birthday today, so he'll be enjoying things so far. He's already got a catch to his name, and he's probably got the best seat in the house at the moment, watching Mark Wood from the other end, tearing in like the speed of light towards him, and sending down, as Garreth Batty would say, seed of doom after seed of doom. That's will be with us, by the way, during this Test match as it develops. Be good to see the old boy again. Wood turns on his way in. He's past umpire Joel Wilson, delivers. Oh, flicked away from Jadeja. Put his left foot, front foot down the pitch, whipped it around the front pad down to Hartley at deep backward square. He's underway with a single, 35 for 3.
I get ready for some more short bowling. Now Rohit Sharma being on strike, he's got to bowl a bouncer here. He's got to go short. And Rohit Sharma, knowing him a little bit, played a bit of cricket with him. He might go for it this time. He's not going to be standing there and watching the ball hit his grill anymore.
Well, Simon the Barmy Army trumpeter has decided to get involved, fire Mark Wood up a little bit more.
It's not often you can hear the trumpet play through in the Indian crowds, but England are fired up here, 35 for 3, and the Indian crowd are almost silenced at the moment.
Wood on his way once again, slightly wider of the crease. It is the short ball in towards the helmet, pulled away well by Rohit, down to Rayan Ahmed at deep backward square, and it'll be just a single. It played out exactly how it was planned, if you like. It was the short ball that was well played by Rohit, who hit it straight to the fielder, who was stationed for exactly that shot. One more to the total.
I think they knew at this point Rohit was going to play at that delivery after being hit in the grill flush by Mark Wood. Beautiful bouncer headline, and this time Rohit's not going to let that happen, but it brings in contention, catching at fine at square leg, but he played that wonderfully.
And that's the beauty of Test cricket. You don't get to see these kind of battles anywhere else in cricket, and that's why we all love Test cricket, and that's where it brings out the character of the bowler, the batter.
Wood in once again. Left-handed Jadeja allows it through to Ben Folkes, and there's no run. By the way, talking about the trumpeter, it was really noticeable actually. A lot of the Indian fans were congregating around the Barmy Army fans, because it was almost like, well, when you get up and excited, we're going to try and drown you out, because the stands, you get a ticket for the stand, but you don't get an allocated seat. So it's just purely a case of you turn up and sit where you want. So it is an entire free-for-all, and it was really interesting watching how the Indian supporters did sort of congregate around the England supporters, and Simon in particular when he gets going. And you might just be able to hear it on the effects now. Simon's playing, but the Indian fans are trying to get up and almost drown it out. So one more time this over. Mark Wood waits for Jadeja to settle. 4 slips and a gully. Wood around the wicket this time to Jadeja, who gets a little inside edge off of his thigh pad. It'll roll down to backward square. They're going to take 2. I know Jadeja's fit, but man alive, how's he doing that? Oh, I was about to say, and it'll end the over, but it won't end the over, because the siren of doom has sounded. It is a no ball, so they take a couple and the no ball. It's 37 for 3.
Mark Wood's just come round the wicket there, and I think that's probably why he's overstepped just by 0.5 millimetre, and he's just trying to get him to play at those deliveries, because coming across him he was looking comfortable to leave.
Not looking comfortable was Rohit Sharma there. I don't think he genuinely thought Jadeja was coming back for the second. Jadeja had touched and was already 3 metres down, coming back for the second before Rohit had got his bat at the other end. Here goes Wood around the wicket, playing away from his body is Jadeja, but drops it safely into the offside to complete the over. 12 gone here on talkSPORT, talkSPORT 2 and the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. India 39 for 3 after 12 overs. Jadeja 3, Rohit 19 from 33 of the not-out men. The men dismissed. Jaiswal for 10, Gill for 0, Patidar for 5, as Mark Wood has taken 2 for. Tom Hartley with the other wicket so far. 22 for 1, 24 for 2, 33 for 3 is how the wickets have gone down. Wood and Hartley, as I say, the men to strike on what's been a fabulous morning for England. If the alarm has just gone off at 5 o'clock this morning, let me tell you, England lost the toss. India won the toss, elected to bat, because we all thought this was going to be the best time to bat. Well, that may turn out to be the case, but England have had a brilliant first hour. Mark Wood and Tom Hartley, James Anderson as well, they've done a great job. 12 overs between them. 39 for 3 India. I'm going to get out of the way because David Lloyd, Jarrod Kimber and Neil Manthorp are coming in to take over the commentary.
Thank you very much, McKenna. Yeah, what a start. Unimagined riches for the touring team. The gifted wicket of Rajkot Patidar, the cherry on top of what's been a very profitable morning for England. Ben Stokes had a wry grin on his face at the toss. Asked by Ravi Shastri what he would have done, he just grinned and said, well, you bat in India. You don't think about it, you bat. And it's drinks at the Niranjan Shah Stadium. David Lloyd, England, I guess, with Ben Stokes as captain, will press as hard as they possibly can. 3 down in the first hour, and I guess that's why Mark Wood's still bowling.
Yeah, it's an excellent first hour and 6 overs for Mark Wood, which is a long spell. Interesting to see England's field placings. They started with 4 slips for Jimmy Anderson. He went very quickly to 2 slips and a gully for Mark Wood. Then they strike with 3 wickets. A short leg comes into the quicker bowlers. Hartley comes into the attack and the ball has spun. No problem with that. A spinning pitch and a good pitch, but it's inexperience in this batting lineup that I think England can play on. What do we think about Jadeja, number 7, coming in front of 2 debutants? Such a special time for 2 debutants. Okay, you're in because you're good enough, You're playing for your country. Hang on, we're going to send this guy in. What do we think of that?
I think Jadeja would have batted 6 anyway, because I think they're very obsessed with having another left-hander in that top 6, and we've seen him do it on occasion. But you're right, and what they've done is they've actually put their 2 debutants together now. So they've got a top order player who averages 1 million in first-class cricket so far, behind Don Bradman. I think he has the second highest first-class batting average ever. And they've said to him, no, you're going to come down even further than we originally planned in the batting order. It's an interesting one, but as I said, they do get obsessed with left-handers, up the order. This is only the second time Jadeja's ever been in within 10 overs, by the way, in a test match. So it's not something that necessarily happens. And talking about this, you like this. This is a manners stat. England have picked up 3 wickets inside the first 10 overs in India. The last time they did that was in 1972.
Derek Underwood.
I don't know who the bowler was.
Yeah, Underwood,
Snow.
Titmus, Snow.
Well, drinks have been taken, and I think enjoyed a lot more by England. Here's Tom Hartley continuing to Rohit Sharma, clips that one out to mid-wicket. Never mind what we think about Ravi Jadeja coming in at 5. What do you think, Bumble?
Well, I think he's a super cricketer.
Yes.
He really is. What does he think? Jarrod's just saying he very rarely does it.
Hartley in once again and driven straight back to the bowler.
And the intrigue is, when did they decide?
I mean, it was listed at 6. That was the scorecard we got.
Well, to my mind, it doesn't matter whether he's been promoted 1 or 2 places. I mean, if he was coming in at 6, and he might just have been stirring his second sugar into his chai, and suddenly it's been decided, and the captain's out in the middle, of course. That one is short and wide and cut for 4. That's beautifully dispatched by Rohit Sharma. I make it sound like it was a freebie by saying short and wide, a little short and a little wide. But he's made the most of both of those.
It was a pie, absolute pie.
I did say short and wide, and then I thought perhaps I was being harsh. But it was, and Rohit Sharma, he certainly would have treated that as a gift, and he wasn't going to look at a gift horse in the mouth. Here is Hartley once again. He'll have to do better than that. Oh, it's a slog out towards deep mid-wicket. 1 bounce 4. He's overcompensated, bowled it a little too full, and I mean that in the most complimentary way, but it was a slog.
Controlled slog? I mean, I think it was just a little bit too straight. He's kind of whipped it across, but yeah, it's an interesting shot when you've just got an easy boundary to suddenly play that, but obviously feels pretty confident against Hartley here.
Maybe the absence of Shoaib Bashir, he knows that Hartley's going to have to bowl a lot of overs probably if India are to bat for the most of the day or all of the day, and if you can put him under pressure early. India 47 for 3. Rohit moves on to 27. Here is Hartley again, and this time Rohit plays defensively, nudging it out gently towards cover. Jadeja coming in at number 5. So presumably Rahul Dravid made the decision, the head coach. And if part of the motivation or all of the motivation is to protect the 2 debutants, I'm uncomfortable with that. Oh, Hartley in now, pushes it through quicker, hits Rohit on the pads. He's again played across the line. Little sloggy flick, and it's hit him on the pad. It was probably heading down the leg side, but the deflection was very close to the off stump. Oh my goodness, that was a strange shot from Rohit Sharma.
Given that as runs, did he hit that?
I think he's hit this. I think this is a drop. Oh, it's an outside edge through to Root, low to his left, gets 2 hands, grasped.
That's a horrendous shot too. If he goes out like that when they're 49 for 7, 49 for 3, and playing that shot, and spun. It was a good, better delivery than the one he tried to hit.
I know
earlier.
the previous one went for 4, but it still wasn't a good shot. So try to be honest. And he slogged one 3 balls earlier over mid wicket for 4, and he's tried it again. He's got an outside edge, and I know that that's a difficult one for slip, because your instincts are to follow where you think the ball is going, and that was at mid-wicket, and it's gone at basically 180 degrees in the opposite direction of where he was aiming it. But that is a genuine outside edge, and Joe Root, he was just coming up, wasn't he?
He's momentarily just lifting himself from that fielding position at slip, and then he has to go down left. He does touch it with both hands.
Big lead off that. Rohit Sharma on 27, and he's on 29 now. And it's Jimmy Anderson continuing to the left-handed Jadeja. That one bounces a bit, takes his bottom hand off the bat.
Yeah, just thinking about that drop again, the delivery's pitched outside leg stump, so slip fielder can't see that. You can't see where it is, and he's expecting that big slog sweep. Outside edge stays low.
Huge lead off. Joe Root's just, it was awkward, he was out of position, his hips had raised because he was, your instincts, all your instincts, you've just seen him slog one over mid-wicket, and so you do tend to stand up, not expecting an edge from a shot like that. Here is Anderson again, and this one pops up off the inside half of the bat, out past Ollie Pope at square leg, and they trot through for another single, and it brings a 50 up for India.
I want to see this as well, around the wicket. Anderson, inside edge onto pad, it just pops up at short leg, there's nobody there.
I'm starting to think we might need a short leg all the way through this game. The amount of balls that have already popped up, even from the spinner as well. It just feels like a wicket where the Indians are not quite sure. When it was over pitched early on, they looked fine, but everything else.
Inside edge onto the pad, and Ollie Pope has spent, I would go as far as to say, the majority of his time in the first two test matches in at short leg or close in on the offside. He's had the helmet on for the most part of two test matches in the field, and he's not been in that position at all at any stage of the first hour and a quarter of the third test. Ben Stokes has made that call in consultation, I'm sure, with Brendan McCullum and the rest of the seniors. Now then, Rohit Sharma just looking a bit unsettled in the previous over. He's 29, Jadeja has 4, India 50 for 3. Here's Anderson again, and a big peel for leg before wicket. It's hit him on the back pad, and up goes the finger. He had a long think about that, did Joel Wilson, but he's raised the finger. It's hit him on the back pad. The question will be height. Rohit Sharma is going to have a chat to Ravindra Jadeja, but the finger has gone up.
We have a player review.
He has
LBW.
reviewed.
Original decision
Possibly
is
hit
out.
that, Manners?
I've checked both feet. It's a fair delivery. Can we go to front on, please?
We'll find out from Rod Tucker, won't we? Oh, 50 for 4. Goodness me. Anderson was very confident. If he didn't nick it, it's hit him on the back pad.
Thank you. It's gone very close to the bat. Can we go to ultra edge, please?
Certainly hit it, but has it hit the pad first?
It's real close to the inside edge. It's above the knee roll. He's playing forward. He's been given out as he hit this.
Right.
He didn't review it because he hit it. Put it that way.
I just need to try and confirm whether it's hit the
Why
bat
would
or
it
the
take
pad
8 seconds to review it?
first.
Okay, it's one of those ones the third umpire's got to decide.
It's hit him high too.
Looks like it's deflecting onto the pad from the bat. Just stand by.
Rod Tucker's seeing things I'm not.
He's seeing things I'm not.
Yep.
He said
Thank
it's
you.
deflecting off the inside edge.
there's
Oh,
a
it
clear
is. It's
deflection
an
from
inside
the bat
edge. Definitely,
onto
this is a
pad.
better angle, great
Thank you.
angle
I'll go
now
back
that
to
we're
Joel
seeing.
on field.
It's a
Joel,
definite
there's a
inside edge onto the pad.
pad, so there's bat involved, so you'll be overturning your decision to not out. You're on screen now.
Ooh, well. It's not a let off. It's not a life because he's hit it, but it'll be unsettling.
It is. The other thing to consider that it's above the knee roll. It's forget the hit. It's above the knee roll. He's sort of forward. I'd like to see the progression. Is it just nipping the top of the bail or missing? Is it?
It didn't look like it was going over though, did it?
Well,
No, he reviewed straight away. He knew he hit it, man.
he did. You're absolutely right. In fact, he reviewed so quickly that that I missed it, and I didn't think that he'd decided to review it until after he'd spoken to Jadeja at the non-strikers end. But he did. He reviewed it immediately. In fact, he made it clear that he'd hit it and then reviewed it.
Good work by Rod Tucker there as well, because that original angle, I thought he had hit it, and you two both didn't. If he hadn't looked for another angle, might have been given out.
Well, I think they look at all the angles these days, don't they?
Don't always.
They cover their bases.
Sometimes they forget. Sometimes they don't know which one to ask for. Should have specialist third umpires.
They should.
Do you know, I'd like to see the real time again, because I'm surprised that it's showing that it's hit above the knee roll. It looked as if it was knee roll or below, but it's definite inside edge, well above the knee roll. When you see it, here it is again. We're just getting another look at it.
I think this is this last ball.
No, that's that last ball, and he's bowling that straight delivery that pitches and nips back.
Where did this get him? Is this just on the inside?
Well, it's hit him on the back thigh and on the inner thigh, and if it's one of those ones that pinches the box against the skin, that can be very, very painful.
Well, he's getting undressed now. He can think himself lucky to be hit in the box by Jimmy Anderson. Try Jeff Thompson. See how that goes.
Has box technology changed a little bit since your day too?
Absolutely. He's still getting undressed out there. So we've got a
Without
delay.
the
There are
privacy
12
of a
men
towel.
on. And
Yeah, it's obviously uncomfortable, and he's going to get a bit of treatment. And we can remind ourselves while that goes on of the 3 wickets to fall. Rajat Paditar, the last one, was spooning a half back foot drive into the covers where Ben Duckett took the catch. Tom Hartley's first over, but it was Mark Wood who made the double breakthrough early on when he had the double centurion from the last test match. Yashasvi Jaiswal caught by Joe Root at slip for 10, and then Shubman Gill caught behind by Ben Foakes for a 9-ball duck. India 50 for 3, momentarily 50 for 4, but Rohit Sharma is reprieved, and it's been very, very much England's session so far. After losing the toss, India deciding to bat first. Jimmy Anderson continuing. That is pushed away defensively by Rohit Sharma out towards the offside, and there's no run. Rohit is on 29, Jadeja on 4, and Rohit dropped on 27, just 2 runs ago. And Jimmy Anderson's asking some questions here, getting movement through the air. I think some nice subtle changes of pace as well. Every now and then he does bowl a ball with a bit of nip to it.
Is there a part of Rohit's pads that haven't been hit in the last couple of minutes? I think inner thigh pad, normal thigh pad, front pad, maybe back pad.
Well, that's what I mean. Jimmy Anderson's asking questions, and it doesn't matter about the pace when Anderson is getting the ball to talk as he is at the moment. He's in again, and Rohit comes forward and actually almost walks into that defensive push as he guides it out onto the offside. Johnny Bairstow comes in to do the fielding and applies some sweat to one side of the ball and gives it a good shine and a clean. India 14 overs gone, 50 for 3. We've got 2 debutants due in next, and the captain is at the crease and not enjoying or experiencing his most comfortable time at the moment. It's interesting that he's trying to counteract that movement, isn't he, by taking that extra half pace down the pitch. While you discuss that, David Lloyd, John Norman will take over from me.
well, he's in a real groove, Anderson, bowling a super length. There's a touch of movement. Rohit Sharma working it out, and on that last delivery took a couple of steps down the pitch. He was struck on the pad. Anderson appeal. Again, it's bat and pad together. The ball is going comfortably over the top, but he's just working him out, is Rohit Sharma. 2 great players, Anderson and Sharma.
50 for 3 then, India. Jadeja, who scored a few runs on this pitch over the years. 3 triple tons. He's 4 not out. And Rohit Sharma, who's really the key wicket. England thought they had their man, given out on field, leg before. Do you think he knew he'd hit that, Bumble, Jarrod, or do you think he was gambling a little bit?
No, he knew. He reviewed it almost instantly. That was why he missed it.
Though, didn't he?
Hey? No. Instantly he said he hit it.
Hartley with 1 breakthrough, Mockwood with 2. And Jadeja, the left-hander, facing up. Fielders all around the bats, and this is clipped past short leg to the right of the fielder. Jadeja is fast between the wickets and comes back comfortably for a second.
Jadeja and Rohit Sharma together, it's not the best partnership when it comes to running between the wickets. Slightly different outlooks on the game.
As long as Jadeja's running to the danger end, I guess. I mean, a lot of it has been said about Ben Stokes, and I think you're going to be talking about him during the lunch break. His 100th Test match, of course, as Hartley is a little flatter and on the pull is Jadeja, but he doesn't time it. It's fielded by Anderson. But one of the most impressive things for me, Bumble and Jarrod, is how he's managed to get a tune out of such an inexperienced bowling attack in Indian conditions. And you've seen the struggles that England have had with their spinners over the years. And for Stokes to Hartley in again, this is sees Jadeja on the back foot and trying to help this round the corner. No run. But to come to India with a side so lacking in experience, debutants, Rayan Ahmed's played 1 test, Hartley hadn't played, Bashir hadn't played. Bashir, of course, had his visa problems. This is clipped to short leg by Jadeja. A little bit more comfortably there, playing with a straighter bat. 52 for 3, India here on talkSPORT 2. But to do that, I just think that's astonishing.
Well, it's a type of bowler that you need in India, and tall bowlers like Hartley bowl at a good pace.
He's in again. This is floated up a touch fuller. Forward is Jadeja. No run.
There was a lot of chat during the summer about the selection of the spinners, and inevitably they were going to be young spinners, but looking for tall, hit the pitch spinners rather than floaty, flighty bowlers.
Last ball of the over. This is tossed up, driven back to Hartley, who misfields. He gets 2 hands to it, but the ball will race away to the boundary. Straight drive from Jadeja, who moves to 10, and India move to 56 for 3.
It's quite interesting because he was bowling for a leg slip and short leg all over, and I don't know if he just got the line and the length wrong there, but suddenly this one is outside off stump and a half volley. But Jadeja spooned that a little bit. You know, it wasn't a caught and bowled chance, of course, but again, feels like it looks like a good pitch at times, but the batters are just sort of spooning the ball up. But interesting from Hartley there.
Just coming back to the first delivery of that over to Jadeja, and he pushes it past Ollie Pope at short leg. Very catchable, but to his right and a little bit deeper. And I think when you're at short leg there, you've got an instinct of, do I need to be close, or do I need to be a couple of yards deeper? Because that was off the face of the bat, round about knee high, and he grasped at it, he looked for it with his hand, with his right hand, and it wasn't there. Give yourself another couple of yards.
And who is that? Is that the captain or is that the fielder that makes that decision?
I'd say that's the fielder. It's an instinct thing that, you know, this is good. Of course the captain, because I want you here or there.
Anderson's back, start of his 6th over, and this is defended by Rohit Sharma, 29 not out.
I'm going back in the years. When I was captain at Lancs, we had one of the greatest fielders I've ever seen, Clive Lloyd. So you set the field and just leave him. Go where you want. And it's his instinct that would send him around cover, square, straighter, in, out. Just leave him to it. Another lad, very, very similar, another great fielder, John Abrahams. I'm talking about Lancashire players. Leave them alone. They go where they think it is.
56 for 3, India. You're listening to talkSPORT 2, the voice of David Bumble Lloyd. Delighted to say he's back with us on commentary as Anderson is in, and this is defended again by Rohit, who has actually been rotating the strike quite nicely, but that fielder is short mid-wicket, just cutting off the single there.
Andrew Simons,
He
Australia
was-
used to allow him to do the same thing, Bumble. Of just, you're reading it, so you're in covers, but you work out if you need to be square
That's it.
or straighter.
Colin Bland going way, way back.
Andrew Simons for me is one of the great fielders.
Fabulous.
Did you ever see him on the commentary explaining his fielding? It was incredible.
I was in Australia 06-07 and watched him for a lot of that series. As down the track is Rohit. This is a handsome shot that only just pops over the head of the fielder at mid-on. Got Dan Lawrence on the field.
And Lawrence in a jumper.
Well, Rohit, I'm not sure if that was premeditated, but he took a couple of steps down the track, played within himself. It wasn't a wild shot, played straight, but he's clothed it, and it just for a second his heart would have been in his mouth. Lawrence, the substitute fielder, fancied his chances. He desperately tried to get back, but the ball has evaded him by a good 5 metres or so, and we're just having a quick look to see whether Lawrence has managed to claw that in before his knees have hit the boundary. Either way, I mean, that could have that was a big moment in what has already been an extraordinary session. 58 for 3, 2 runs given to Sharma, who this time plays more correctly, opens the face of the bat and punches this to the left of Ben Stokes in the covers and away for 4.
It's a good battle, is this? I mentioned that Sharma working Jimmy Anderson out, and a couple of times he's advanced down the pitch, big style, 2 or 3 steps. He's chipped one over mid-on. Now he hangs back short of a length and plays a sublime shot through extra cover for 4.
Jarrod, me and Dab type batting, change the length.
Beautiful shot from Rohit Sharma, who moves to 35 as Anderson in again, and defensively played by Rohit this time. No run, 6 runs from the over though, 1 ball left.
It does show you why modern batters play the way they do, because Rohit was getting absolutely worked over on that length. He's come down the crease and played a fairly ordinary shot that he's just gotten away with. And now, because of that, Anderson has missed his length 2 balls in a row. So you understand the thought process behind what he is doing, even if it almost cost him his wicket.
He wants Anderson to bowl shorter. That's what he's after.
Well, we saw him go short at Sharma, but that was of course when Mark Wood was bowling. And that in itself was another key little battle, as shapes to come onto the front foot, but squared up just a touch, but comfortably played. And that's the end of Anderson's over. 6 runs coming from it. Jadeja 10 not out, Rohit Sharma 35 from 49 deliveries, given out on the field, leg before wicket for 29, successfully overturned that, and India find themselves 62 for 3. We've had plenty of action for you in the first session of this 3rd test match. Jaiswal the first to go, caught a first slip from the Mark Wood delivery, which slanted across him. Shubman Gill, who looked as nervy in this innings as he did at the start of his big contribution in the 2nd test match. He failed to get off the mark though before he was out. 9th ball, to a ball that just deviated away from the batter. 2 deliveries or so after one had come in and nearly taken off the stump. He was departed for a duck, and Taditar, well, that really was a poor shot. 33 for 3 at that stage as Hartley is in again. Forward is Jadeja, the left-hander, smothering any spin and pushing that out into the offside. Comes through for a single. So 33 for 3 has become 63 for 3. And Jadeja promoted up the order ahead of one of 2 debutants in this India side. 4 changes from the 2nd test. I know that obviously they've been forced to ring the changes, but 4 changes. You're talking about the inexperience of the batting lineup. I wonder when they made so many changes in the test matches. Sharma is forward and pushes that to, who is that? Is that Crawley at mid-on? But no run either way.
They've got a catching point in. I don't know if you see this, Bumble. Really close in, hands on his knees.
Who is that at point as well? As Sharma uses his feet to come down the track. Quite an expansive shot for none.
I think that's the stopping on the wicket, isn't it? They're really thinking about the way that the ball's just not coming on, especially on the offside if you try and play your hands through the ball.
Bumble's about to leave us. I think Abhishek's coming in as Rohit again. He's quite comfortable as things stand. He's forward and opens his body up a touch. Cuts this to mid-off, no run.
He's looking to play a big shot at Hartley. He's come down a couple of times. He's fashioned to hit the ball through the leg side.
Well, the field is an attacking field, as we've seen with Stokes and Hartley. Be interested to get Bumble's thoughts maybe later in the day. Wonder how much Hartley's actually going to bowl for Lancashire this year. Nathan Lyon heading to Old Trafford. He's down the track and Bumble's absolutely called that one. Lofted drive, couple of bounces, and that's a good looking shot for 4, and it means Rohit Sharma reaches 39. 67 for 3.
Much better shot than what we saw in the last over, the whipping across the line. That was risky. This time he came down. They changed the field and they brought in the 2 short covers, but this time he just went straight back over the bowler's head, and it's so much better than what he was trying to play last over.
Last ball of the over then. Hartley 1 for 22. 4 runs though coming from that last delivery, and still the field is up. No surprise there. Touch flatter, pushed through by Hartley, defended by Rohit Sharma, and at the end of over number 17, India 67 for 3. Abhishek Jhunjhunwala, a former IPL player, first-class cricketer in India, is with us, and Phoebe Graham joining us as well. So where do you and how do you see things, Abhishek? Obviously India rocked by those dismissals, none would be more disappointing than the one that saw off Patidar. Jadeja promoted ahead of Sarfraz, 2 debutants in India's line-up today. But England for sure will be the happier of the 2 sides.
100%. But India, after that partnership between Rohit and Jadeja, would feel a bit relieved, because if they lost another wicket, which was very, very close call for Rohit Sharma when he got that inside edge against Jimmy Anderson, India will be in real bother. But with Rohit being out there alongside Jadeja, it was a good promotion to send Jadeja in before the 2 debutants. I felt it was a very good call by the management.
Anderson back for his 7th over, 2 spells, 19 runs coming from the 6 overs so far in this delivery. Bowled around the wicket, is pushed out into the covers for no run. We're just seeing a couple of replays of Rohit Sharma's innings, and you mentioned the LBW that was overturned. There was of course the slip catch, Joe Root diving to his left. I mean, Rohit's trying to play this to mid-wicket, gets an outside edge, which flies to the left of Joe Root, who probably would feel if he's being hypercritical he could have possibly gone one-handed, but that's a ridiculous chance. As Jadeja playing on the back foot defensively, no run, 67 for 3. Phoebe's back with us as well.
Yeah, it was a difficult opportunity and Root was diving to his right, but it was a thick outside edge, and I think he will be critical of himself there, and dropping Rohit on 27 is a big opportunity for England to really put the foot on the gas there and get India 4 down and break this partnership.
Also, it felt Joe Root was standing a bit too tall. Maybe he wasn't expecting something that low on the surface. That could be one of the reasons.
Jadeja is forward and he wants to get he's such a great batter to watch, isn't he, Jadeja? All-rounder really. He's obviously in the side as a true all-rounder, but you can just see he just wants to get the game moving as he comes forward, pushes it, a bit like Joe Root actually. He's two steps down the track, you know, just any opportunity to rotate the strike, get the scoreboard ticking along, he wants to take it. I mean, there's a few faster than him between the wickets. Incredible backward point fielder, bowler. I mean, he's got it all, hasn't he? There's Anderson again. As Jadeja covers up, no chance of a run there. This just pushed out into the offside.
Yeah, I think India would just be expecting 50% of what he usually gets in Rajkot, John, which is 300. So if he can get 50% of that in this game, India would be more than happy.
Well, he's massive in the side, and he just makes the balance of it just look, you know, it does look like it is an inexperienced India side, but having Jadeja in there, it just gives them that balance.
100%, yeah.
I'll talk to you a little bit about Axar Patel in a minute. He's misses out today. No run again from Jadeja, who again, a couple of steps down the track, sent back by Rohit. No chance of a run there. Axar Patel, who, 3 years ago played against England. I don't have the stats to hand, but I think it's something like 28 wickets in his first 3 test
28,
matches.
29 wickets.
Something ridiculous. He was averaging under 20, 44 wickets, I think, from his first 8 matches. And you look at the first-class records, he has not played a lot of first-class cricket. And I know maybe it's a bit old-fashioned of me to pick up that these days, it doesn't seem to matter as much. But you just wonder, has his bowling been able to progress, or was it just a golden summer as Jadeja will see off that Anderson over comfortably enough as well. No run, maiden to Anderson, 67 for 3 India. You're listening to talkSPORT 2. But yeah, I just wonder what your thoughts are on Axar Patel. How has this game progressed since that amazing introduction to Test cricket?
Yeah, I think you've got to give a bit of credit to the pitch on that tour as well, because the pitch did help him massively.
Yeah.
And he's always been looked at as somebody who's a through and through white ball cricketer, and hence he hasn't played that much first class cricket, because he's somebody who bowls a bit quicker, who bowls very wicket to wicket sort of a bowler. He doesn't really have that much variety in terms of flight and turn, so he doesn't really turn the ball much. So if he doesn't get helpful conditions in India, he's always struggled to get wickets in 4-day cricket or Test cricket, and probably that's the reason he has to miss out today to Kuldeep Yadav, because just Kuldeep Yadav brings in a lot more variety with his bowling, which Axar Patel lacks.
See, I knew you were the person to ask. I mean, if Jadeja hadn't played today, then Axar would have played.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. And that was a series where even Virat Kohli averaged 27. So it was, you're absolutely right. It was, there were particular pitches served up, right? Apart from the first Test match. Have you seen a lot of Tom Hartley, Phoebe?
Yeah, played.
As he is asking you a question just as he's about to release the ball. Jadeja is halfway down the track. This ball has essentially gone no further than 10 metres from the bat. There's 2 fielders converging, and Jadeja still fancies a single. No chance with Rohit or any other batter at the crease.
Especially with Rohit.
Especially with Rohit, yeah.
But yeah, played alongside Tom Hartley in the 100 and as well at Lancashire, so know him reasonably well. Great lad.
Played on the back foot this time by Sharma, straight to Stokes
And
at mid-off, short
something
mid-off.
that doesn't get spoken about a lot is his batting as well. He's a very well-rounded player, and I think he's just coming into his own in the bat with the bat as well. I think he's 23, 24, Tom Hartley, so young player, and he's got a lot of potential.
This is on-off stumped, and flick of the wrist there from Rohit, picks out short mid-wicket, no run.
It shows that he's got a great character as well, because after getting hit the way he was in the first Test, in the first innings by Yashasvi Jaiswal, it's very hard for any young cricketer to come back from that, especially in India. Yeah, he's shown a lot of heart.
One slip in place, no other fielders close to the bat as Rohit feels comfortable on the front foot, pushes this out to the offside, no run.
And also 2 crucial knocks in that first Test because of those. The 30 he got in the second innings, I think the difference was 20 odd when India lost that Test match.
Yeah, and it seems strange to say when England Hartley in flatter, and rocks back does Rohit Sharma, sees the length and pulls this over mid-wicket for 4.
Yeah, lovely shot there by Rohit Sharma, capitalises on the length of that and just flat bats it through mid-wicket for 4.
71 for 3 India, 1 ball left of Hartley's over.
I think something interesting about Hartley and his comeback and his character that we've spoken about a lot is the fact that he's come through as a white ball player, so he is used to players going at him, going hard at him, and how you make those comebacks as a spinner when you're being targeted for boundaries.
Defensively played, last ball of the over. You can continue this chat Andrew McKenna is going to be coming back into the commentary box. Rohit Sharma, 43 from 60. Ravindra Jadeja back in the side and up the order, 11 from 22. Partnership of 38. India at one stage 33 for 3. They're now 71 for 3. We've got 20 minutes until the lunch break, and to continue the Tom Hartley chat with Phoebe Graham and Abhishek Jhunjhunwala, and it will soon be the returning Andrew McKenna.
Yeah, I also feel it. A lot depends on how the captain and the management support you when you had that sort of a performance in the first time you ever toured India. You're making your debut is never easy. So I think a lot of credit needs to be given to Brendan McCullum and Ben Stokes, the way they've handled the whole team, not just particular one player, and the confidence they have given to each individual, and hence it reflects with their performance as well, with 70% win since they have both taken the job as a captain and as a coach.
Definitely. We've seen it with Crawley and how he's flourished and come into his own with the bat, but we've never really seen that on the flip side with the ball in hand, and I think it was a prime example where Ben Stokes' leadership is just so extraordinary, and he sticks to his word. He says, I'm going to give you the ball, I'm going to give you this opportunity, and I back you 100%. And we've seen how that's played out with the bat, but not with the ball, and I think Hartley is a great example for Stokes with that.
Oh, absolutely.
More spin. Morning, everyone, once again. James Anderson is off. Joe Root is on. Didn't take a wicket in the second test, got 5 in the first, and it's going to be his off spin to the left-handed Jadeja, brings his man forward around the wicket, pushes out on the offside. No runs, so 71 for 3 with 20 minutes left on the session. 19 overs have been bowled so far. Great start from England. And now Joe Root into the attack. Jadeja's 11 not out. Root in, around, gives that some air. Big stride forward from Jadeja. Defensively played, no run. Good start from Root.
Yeah, lovely start from Root, who I think we'll see bowl a lot of overs within this test match. I think Ahmed will be brought on a little bit later throughout the day, but Root and Hartley will play a big role here.
Bit of air from Root there. Bottom hand comes through from Jadeja. Ends up sort of tugging it around to Bairstow at mid-on, but there is no run.
Yeah, the Indian batters, they'll have to be a bit more confident and try and score a few more runs. A bit defensive at the moment.
Root, again there's air, it's inside half of the bat. Bat's in front of the pad from Jadeja, but it goes to Ollie Pope at short leg, no run.
Yeah, Root's floating it up there, really giving the ball that extra bit of flight, which, like you say, the Indian batters are being a little bit tentative rather than coming down the track to it.
Root in once again, a little bit more round arm on that occasion. Jadeja forward, no run. Well, we spoke earlier about the fact that he didn't bowl himself enough when he was captain, now that Ben Stokes is using him. But there's still that kind of feeling, well, he's not a proper bowler, and as a result, he can try things that, in inverted commas, a proper bowler wouldn't. Root goes in, that's a lovely floated up delivery that almost doesn't get to Jadeja, and he's pushing so far out in front of himself, it's heading towards the short extra cover fielder. It lands 2 metres short in the end. End of the over, a maiden over, 71 for 3. But Joe Root, well, we talk about 2020 being every ball in event. That over was every ball in event from Joe Root.
It was an outstanding over. And especially the last delivery, he just tossed it up and expecting Jadeja to play that big drive. Jadeja at the very end just changing his shot, realizing it's a slower delivery, slightly slower than the usual delivery, and played it nicely at the end, but was a very, very good over.
Yeah, I think he's a really skillful bowler, Root. He loves the chess play within it, so that over in itself was an event.
Hartley around the wicket. That one's into sort of leg stumpish to Rohit. Clip to Bairstow at mid-on, no run.
And also being one of the best batters in world cricket, he understands what the batsman is trying to do as well, which helps massively as a bowler. That's why part-timers always play a massive role, because they've got that thinking hat on as a batter.
Tom Hartley then. Second ball of this over is 7th. Brings Rohit forward. Outside half of the bat. Guys it to points. And there's no room. If there's one thing that Tom Hartley needs to get sorted fairly shortly, it's a minor thing, but he appears to have a quite a big issue with hat hair. When he takes his cap off, he has this bit that sticks out on the left-hand side that's a bit like a cow horn.
I'd noticed that in the cap presentation, and none of his mates had sorted his
They did him dirty, didn't they?
picture out
They
for
did him
the
dirty.
picture that'll be on the mantelpiece for years.
Hartley forward, inside half of Rohit's bat on this occasion, going down towards short fine leg. They will take a single, 72 for 3. Yeah, that may be the one thing. A trip to the barbers may well sort that out. If that's your only problem in international cricket, I'd suggest you're probably doing all right.
Yeah, absolutely. You don't have to worry too much. Again, going back to Tom Hartley's bowled a couple of very, very good deliveries. I'd just love to see a short leg or a silly point when Rohit Sharma is on strike. You've got to be a bit more attacking against him. He's always a bit worried about the defence, especially against the left-armers.
What's the left-hander Jadeja on strike? Stays over the wicket, does Hartley. And from the crease, Jadeja plays to mid-wicket. And there is no run. 72 for 3. It's talkSPORT 2. It's talkSPORT for the next, 15 minutes or so to get us through to 6 o'clock. We're also on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. Morning to all of you watching on that. Hartley goes in around the wicket. Jadeja pushes to mid-on. Duck it or field. It's a bit of a shall we, shan't we? And the answer is no, we shan't. If you are with us on talkSPORT at the moment and want to stay with the cricket, and you know you do, DAB or the app, listen online, smart speaker, all the various ways you can get us, and you can stay with us throughout the day. Hartley in once again across the left-handed Jadeja, who's dropped it into the offside and ambled about 5 steps down the pitch. Rohit had no interest whatsoever of going anywhere, so Jadeja has to turn around and make his way back to his ground. End of the 21st over. India 72 for 3.
It's feeling a lot more settled and calm out there. Jadeja and Rohit both look composed against spin at the moment, and although we saw the pitch breaking earlier for that wicket of Gill, since then the pitch has played reasonably well, would you say, for the spin?
I think so, apart from that one delivery which just popped up, which as a batter you wouldn't expect on a pretty good looking pitch otherwise. I think England has been exceptional with the ball. You wouldn't expect India losing 3 wickets in such quick succession after winning the toss and electing to bat. So yeah, I think both Wood and Anderson have been outstanding so far, and spinners as well.
Abhishek, Jhunjhunwala and Phoebe Graham alongside myself, Andrew McKenna, in the commentary box at the moment. Joe Root to start his second over. Short leg in place, slip in place. Man on the catching mid-wicket is in as Root goes in. It's a nice delivery to Rohit, bringing him forward. He's looking to push on the onside. It goes to Stokers mid-on.
I can just sense Rohit Sharma dancing down the track and going big over long on. Just have a feeling.
It is one of his shots, isn't it? Root in. Rohit stays at home, pushes on the leg side. It goes between Duckett, who's the straightish mid-wicket, and the short leg. So Anderson is the man deep out on the leg side. He'll go round and gather that one in. So a single is taken. Rohit's off strike. He's got 45, Rohit, from 65 balls. He had his struggles earlier on, beaten a couple of times. Absolutely clanked on the grill by Mark Wood. I mean, the sound reverberated around the stump mic, but he's carried on and he's still there. Jadeja's got 11 and he's facing Root. Brings his man forward, pushes quietly into the offside, no run.
Yeah, he's had some fortune throughout his innings. There was a dismissal from James Anderson that got reviewed, and there was an inside nick, I think, so he just got away with that, but it looked plumb from the eye, and a drop catch from Root on 27.
That one is an arm ball, or at least one that doesn't spin from Root. Goes into the left-handed Jadeja, who'll turn it out on the leg side. Mark Wood's doing the sweeping out there at deep mid-wicket. One more to the total.
He's bowled really well, especially to Jadeja. He used the angle quite well. A few round-down deliveries, just using the depth of the crease as well. Joe Root.
Root over the wicket to Rohit. Rohit's advancing, but plays defensively. Abhi smiles to himself. Yeah, The feet are starting to just sort of get a little bit itchy and try to get to the pitch of that one. He comes down, and of course the important thing to remember is just because you come down doesn't mean you have to go through with it, right? It just pushes back to Root now. Root for the final ball of the over. What does Joe do? Goes in, down the leg side-ish. Rohit sweeps it away. There is a man fine, but Anderson can't get around, and it will be a boundary. It'll be a boundary that takes Rohit to 49. 78 for 3 after the end of 22 overs. Joe Root's over going for 6. He'll be disappointed with that one. He just slightly lost the line. That one again was the one where he bowled a bit more round arm, but he didn't quite get the line right on
And you
it.
can see the reason why. He's a bit worried about Rohit Sharma dancing down the track and taking him on. And that's what's happening with the Indian spinners when they're bowling to the English batters as well, because they're always worried that they're going to come at it and they're going to try, and that's why the spinners are trying too many different things. And Joe Root pushing that ball through a little bit just because he was worried that Rohit is going to take him on.
Fascinating battle is going to develop over the course, well, certainly of the next 10 minutes or so to get us to lunch, and then we will see. Hartley to continue. Left arm around the wicket. He's pulled that one down a little bit short. Jadeja will tap it around the corner, and James Anderson at deep backward square will field. Single take will bring Rohit on strike. 49 not out.
That seems to be Hartley's bad ball, where he just drags the ball down, coming from a tall height, and it's almost a freebie for the batter, but they've got the men out there to protect that drag down.
Rohit is one run away from his 17th Test match 50. Hartley bowls around the wicket, gives it some loop, and it's pushed back down the pitch by Rohit, and there is no run. Yeah, so 16 50s so far, 10 hundreds, averaging 44.5 in Test match cricket, a best of 212 for Rohit, but he's just at the moment trying to get one more to get him to 50. Hartley around the wicket. Oh, it beats the inside edge, hits the back leg, probably going down the leg side. But the fact that he's genuinely beaten Rohit there on the inside edge. England are having a conversation, and it's a conversation that's going on slightly longer than I thought it would, because naked eye, that looked to be going down the leg side. They've got to 0, they won't review it. And I think they've probably made the right decision there, but once again genuinely beaten.
Yeah, wonderful delivery, just going through the arm. Rohit Sharma expecting the ball to turn, but the length, that was very crucial. The perfect length from Hartley there. A big discussion among 4 of them actually. Root, Hartley, the wicket keepers always involved.
Hartley in once again. Rohit back foot this time, can't beat Stokes. He was now stationed himself at a short mid-off / extra cover, just trying to plug things up. And in fact, they've just put the technology on it. It would have been umpire's call for grazing the stumps, but the original decision was not out, which I have to say was closer than I thought it was in real time from the naked eye. Hartley will go in, it's full, in at the toes of Rohit. He turns it through square leg. It will take 1, he will come back for 2, and Rohit Sharma has another Test match 50. He's got 51 out of India's 81 for 3. 71 balls it has taken him to get there. India 81 for 3 as we approach the end of the 23rd over here on talkSPORT 2.
He's certainly steadied the ship for India today. He's battled his 51 runs. They haven't all come comfortably, but he's played really well out there and just shown the composure needed to succeed on the wicket today, because it's proven to have a little bit more invariable bounce than we thought.
First 50 of the series for Rohit. He waits as Hartley goes in, plays from the crease, pushing out into the offside. No run. That'll end the 23rd over here on talkSPORT 2. Yes, so far in the series, Rohit has gone 24-39 in Hyderabad, and then 14 and 13 in Visakhapatnam. So got starts in all of them, but never really got going. Today, though, Abby, he's hung it out, as we mentioned earlier. He cops a right old fearful whack in the grill earlier, but he's seen this one through. He's done the hard work now.
I think it's a very important knock for Rohit as well, because since 2022, out of 13 innings, he's only got 100. So, yeah, he's been struggling a little bit in India. and averaging only 32 for the last couple of years in India. So this innings will mean a lot to him, and as you mentioned, hasn't really scored a big score in this series. And for India to do well without Virat Kohli and KL Rahul, is crucial that Rohit comes into the party.
Well, the other factor is, of course, as we mentioned, no Kohli, no KL Rahul, as Joe Root starts a new over with a lowish full toss to Jadeja that's clipped to Bairstow at mid-on, no run. You know, there are 2 debutants in this side. You know, Patidar's only playing his second test match. There's a lot of pressure on the main man to not expose that middle order, because that's what England are trying to find here. Root. Oh, it's another full toss, and this one beats mid-on, and that will go away for 4. Jadeja just reached forward for that one, clipped it through mid-on. He goes to 17, India 85 for 3.
I think it's very important, and Shubman Gill struggling massively as well. He's hardly scoring any runs. We know he's got 100 in the last test in the second innings, but it doesn't look like a man who's in form and who's going to score consistently. So that's why it becomes more crucial for Rohit to score runs. And Jadeja, what an innings he's playing. He just came and steadied the ship, calmed things down, taking his time. Is looking in good form.
Jadeja waits. Joe Root around the wicket to him, pushes out on the offside now. Well, this is the advantage that India have in this side, if there is such a thing. Bearing in mind you've got Patidar second test match, Sarfraz and Jarrod on debut. They have the 2 best all-rounders in the world at the moment. Jadeja is the number 1 ranked all-rounder, and Ashwin is the number 2 ranked all-rounder. And Ashwin, by the way, loves scoring runs against England. His record against England is really good. Joe Root is in. Off the back foot is Jadeja. Nice shot. Rayan Ahmed's giving chase. Don't know why. He's not going to get close to that one. That's away for 4. 2 fours in the over. So it's gone with full tosses early on in the over. Then that one was dropped down short, and Jadeja just waited on that one. Guided it through the ring on the offside. And that's 4 more. Lovely shot.
Yeah, just seems to have lost his tempo this over, Joe Root, and is varying his pace between 80 and 87 k per hour, but from that I think it's forcing him to go full, drag it down, so it's about regaining his tempo.
Off the back foot, Jadeja pushing into the covers. Duckett will do the fielding, no run.
And that's what a bit of intent can do. We saw that from Rohit in the previous over against Joe Root, and this over Jadeja also looking a bit more confident. He has a bit more intent to score runs against Joe Root, and suddenly as a bowler you feel that pressure.
Well, we are rapidly approaching the end of the session. We've only had, this is going to be the final ball of the 24th over, and again it's a pretty full toss that is almost Yorker length, clipped to Bairstow by Jadeja, and they will take a single. So 24 overs complete. That's 90 for 3 India. If you are just joining us, if the alarm has just gone off a fraction before 6 o'clock, well, let me tell you what's happened in the last couple of hours. India won the toss and elected to bat. They made 4 changes to their team. England just the 1 change. The team that was announced yesterday, Shoaib Bashir, the man missing out, as Mark Wood came in, and Mark Wood has bowled brilliantly. Took the first 2 wickets to fall, 6 overs, 2 for 26. Getting Jaiswal caught at slip by Root for 10. Shubman Gill caught behind by Folkes for a 9-ball duck. That was 24 for 2. Patidar was then dismissed by Tom Hartley for 5. That was 33 for 3. So India have had something of a recovery. 90 for 3 as we are now. And Rayan Ahmed is going to get the final over, the obligatory 1 over of spin, if you like, before lunch. And Rayan Ahmed is in. Left-handed Jadeja comes forward, plays the leg break to Duckett at mid-on, and there is no run.
Well, I love this from Stokes, because why not have a look at Ahmed before the lunch break, so that they can have a really healthy discussion.
Rayan Ahmed goes in. That one's slightly down the leg side. He's bowling around the wicket to the left-handed Jadeja. It's clipped down to Anderson at deep backward square, and a single will be taken. Yes. 91 for 3.
So they can have a really healthy discussion on what their mode of attack is post-lunch, and how they use the likes of Hartley, Root, Ahmed to bring the attack together.
Slip in place and short leg for... Oh, a beauty against Rohit. It's past the outside edge. Folkes whips off the bails. Now, there are appeals and there are appeals. Folks
To the
thinks that
umpire,
one's
to
out.
director, we have an umpire review
I'm
for
not
a
sure
stumping.
at first look, but
I've
folks
checked
really
both feet.
likes the look
It's
of
a
it.
fair delivery.
And as
Can
it's
we
his
see
birthday,
side
I'll
on,
let him
please?
have this one. So, let's go through the process. It's Rod Tucker, our third umpire.
Could see in folks' eyes he was convinced by that, so there must have been
Thank
some
you.
lift in the
Gloves are
foot.
behind the stumps.
He's fine.
Foot's grounded currently.
And never
It stays
moves.
grounded and is behind the crease. Thank you. I've made my decision.
Well, it was quick. At least we can say that. So Rohit was leaning forward, but the big toe was always on the ground, and as a result, no problem. But Rehan managed to spin one past the outside edge.
And that's why it's so important in India, when you're batting in India, to have the right foot slightly inside the crease, a bit more than you usually do in other countries, because of the turn and because you always lunge forward to play. You always drag your feet a little bit more.
Ran is in. That one didn't bounce a great deal on Rohit. He turns it on the leg side and will take a single. Bairstow will field it mid-wicket. 92 for 3. Yeah. Just looking at the replay, folks was very, very much of the opinion that that one was out, but no dice.
His glove work is so good though, isn't it? And I think there's been a few appeals like that where they've gone upstairs and the Indian batters' feet have been in throughout the 2-3 test matches now, but it just shows how many opportunities he creates.
Rayan around the wicket to the left-handed Jadeja, fits the short leg fielder Ollie Pope, and there's no run. talkSPORT are about to leave us. Stay with us. Get on the app. Swipe. Find talkSPORT 2 or press number 2 on your DAB button on the presets. Rayan Ahmed around the wicket. Turn to deep square leg by Jadeja, and they will take a single to end the over. 93 for 3. Or your smart speaker, or of course you can listen online. That's how to get talkSPORT 2. Or of course you can stay with us on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. Well, that is the end of the first end of the first session, and 25 overs have been bowled by England in that session, and Mark Wood is walking off with a great big smile on his face, and that doesn't happen that often on the subcontinent for your fast and nasty, which tells you that England have enjoyed their morning. Losing the toss, India electing to bat, England are walking off with the opposition at 95 for 3. Rohit Sharma is still there. He is 52 not out from 74 balls. Ravindra Jadeja, 24 from 44 are the not out men. Jaiswal for 10. Shubman Gill, a 9-ball duck. Rajat Patidar, 5 from 15. The men dismissed. I will just caveat this by reminding you that Ravindra Jadeja, when he gets in on this pitch, he makes triple hundreds. So let's not get carried away. However, Abhishek Jhunjhunwala, there is no doubt of which the happier dressing room at lunch today is.
Yeah, I think it'll be England, but I still feel that India would be quite happy after the first hour. The way they played the second hour, India will be quite happy because they could be easily 90 for 5, 90 for 6 by now. Well, you've got to give a lot of credit to Rohit Sharma and Jadeja, the way they batted and steadied the ship. And now, even though the scoreboard says 93 for 3, I still feel India will be confident to get 300, which I think could be a good score on this pitch.
Phoebe Graham, let's turn to the England bowling though, and from the seamers, we asked them to set the tone. Boy, did they.
They were brilliant up front. I thought Anderson and Wood were absolutely bang on the money, hitting their lengths, hitting their lines, and Wood just had that extra bit of gas about him today, and he was ripping behind the seam of the ball and just getting that little bit of movement. His delivery to Gill that was caught behind by folks was just absolutely fantastic. Nipped away off the seam and got him for a duck, and the two of them were brilliant up front and really caused the Indian batters real trouble.
So, interval on day one, the first session. What a first session it's been for England. Phoebe, don't go anywhere, because during the lunch break you're going to be part of the discussion that Neil Manthorp will be hosting for us here on talkSPORT 2. David Bumble Lloyd comes in as well. It is, of course, Ben Stokes' 100th Test match. So during the interval, the team will be looking at that and paying tribute to what has been a sensational career for Ben Stokes so far, we have to say, because it feels like it could go quite a long time. It is live and exclusive coverage of India against England here on talkSPORT 2.
Exclusive ball-by-ball commentary of the third Test match, live from Rajkot.
Past the umpire now, he's straight. See you later.
Only on talkSPORT 2.
The Premier League is bigger and better than ever. Don't miss any of this season's action on talkSPORT 2 with Now.
And it's in.
This Saturday is Game Day, featuring talkSPORT 2's most full-on football-dedicated schedule ever. It's your non-stop, one-shop Premier League destination. Game Day on talkSPORT 2 with Now.
Absolutely magnificent.
Stream the Premier League contract-free with a Now Day or Month membership. 18 plus. Stream via internet. Terms apply.
This is a travel supermarket announcement. You can now compare thousands of package holiday deals 24/7 from the leading holiday companies at travelsupermarket.com. That's amazing, but where, you cry? Well, allow me to repeat myself for those not paying attention. Travel Supermarket, a supermarket for travel, obviously, at all protected.
Half term is here, and so is a Happy Meal for just $1.99. Consider afternoon playdates, post-swimming cravings and sofa movie marathons sorted. Exclusively available in the McDonald's app until the 25th of February. 18 plus, app only. One-time use daily. Ends 25th of February. Participating restaurants only. Subject to availability. T's and C's apply.
Podpoint was founded in 2009. And they've worked with Barclays at every stage of their journey. With our business funding support, they've gone from startup to operating one of the largest networks of electric vehicle charging points in the UK. We even helped coordinate and sponsor their IPO. You have arrived at the London Stock Exchange. Grow your business. Bank on Barclays. Search Barclays Business Banking.
At Continental Tires, we've been championing women's football for over 13 years. For us, it's more than a game, it's a passion. Join us on the 31st of March at Molineux Stadium, Wolverhampton, for the FA Women's Continental Tires League Cup Final, for a celebration of women's football. Continental Tires, driving safety and performance. For tickets, head to wolves.co.uk/tickets.
Don't know where to start your next paint project? At Wix, find all the inspiration and help you'll need. Plus, Dulux Standard 2.5 litre coloured emulsion was £21, now £15. Terms apply.
Kick off your Saturday with Game Day Breakfast on talkSPORT with Goals. The free football pull-out with the sun. Lace up your boots for the nation's brightest sports breakfast with insider matchday news, big game previews and exclusive interviews from Tony Cascarino and Natalie Sawyer.
You better believe it!
Get fully loaded for football with Game Day Breakfast, Saturday morning from 6 on talkSPORT with Goals. The essential free football pull-out with the sun every Saturday, Sunday and Monday.
On DAB+, online, via the talkSPORT app and on your smart speaker. Exclusive ball-by-ball commentary of the third Test match, live from Rajkot.
Fielded all, there's going to be a run out!
Only on talkSPORT 2.
In favour of the white ball format, but David Lloyd, Phoebe Graham alongside me, he's done it. He played 100 Test matches and he's not yet 33. So there's no limit to what he can achieve in the Test format, provided that he maintains the love that he has for the game. I underestimated that, I think, early on in his career, but evidently it's the format he wants to play more than any other.
Well, look at the interview this morning at the toss, and it's 100 Test matches, and he inevitably gets a mention. And he said 100, yeah, he said time flies when you're having fun. And so it seems that along the way, he thinks that Test match cricket is the pinnacle, as many do. You get many, many players who will come out and say that Test match cricket is what you're judged on. And he's grasped that, he's seen it. And I could see what you're thinking, that along the way there were little wobbles, a little bit that didn't go to plan. And from a coach's perspective, dealing with young players, young people, they trip up now and again. They make a mess of things. It's how they come back, and I think he's come back brilliantly.
Yeah, we won't dwell on those hiccups, but we will mention them because it's fascinating to remember. I mean, in 2013, he was sent home from an England Lions tour by Andy Flower, who's the captain, who very famously said to him, "You don't want to play for England, you just want to drink," is basically what he said. And he was sent home early. And then a year later, he missed the 2014 T20 World Cup because he punched a locker and broke his hand. And then he missed out on the 2015 World Cup as well. All the while, he'd made his Test debut, scored 100 in his second Test match. I wonder whether he always had that deep love for Test cricket or whether it grew on him, Phoebe.
Yeah, I think moments like that in people's careers are so pinnacle to make them the character he is today. So if that hadn't happened and he'd have been in this environment, would that have been the right thing for Ben Stokes at that time? Is it the tough love that he needed to then dig deep and understand what he wanted from his career? And he just showed how much love he has for Test cricket and how much it means to him. The fact that he is making Test cricket cool. He has brought something to the game that is changing the way Test cricket is being played around the world is amazing. And I think it just adds to the fact that he's had that part of his career where he was turned down from England, sent away from New Zealand and sent home to take a big look at himself, have those big reflections. And it's like you said, it's how you manage players. And I think, was he managed right? It feels like he must have been, because he's come back with great revengeance.
It's funny how he was always portrayed as abrasive and aggressive, and yet his captaincy now is really personified by the empathy and the soft, gentle side of his leadership and his personality that brings out the very best in the young players especially. He's not that, I mean, he can be abrasive and aggressive, I suppose, but that's purely the cricketer, not the person. Yeah,
and there's a maturity about his cricket as well. The way that he thinks about cricket, and you get a judge like Anderson, Michael Atherton, sorry, I beg your pardon, who would say he's one of the greatest, if not the greatest, England captain. Now, there's a good judge. He captained England for a long, long time. You can think about the great England captains going way back. You can argue Jardine, and then you think about Mike Brealey, Michael Atherton, Nasser Hussain, and so they all would see that this is a fantastic leader. So you've got to be a leader of men, you've got to be a good tactician, and he appears to be all that, and he's flipped Test match cricket on its head. The way that he's worked alongside Key and McCullum and got players with him. And in the new book, the Bazball book, which is just out, splendid book, there's a passage in there when McCullum gets the job, and he just addresses the players, "Are you in for a ride?" Well, he's got the captain for a ride. You know, he's such an infectious guy, is the captain. And you can hear the other players talk about him. It's a pleasure to be in that dressing room. He's got a gnarled old pro in there, hasn't he? He's got Jimmy Anderson. Jimmy Anderson's coming up 41. Loves it. Absolutely loves it. Wishes he were 25.
The whole infrastructure, management structure of the ECB and the England setup needed to change. I mean, I know that Joe Root's far too diplomatic and sensible to say this yet while he's still playing, but you know, if he'd even thought of half the things that Ben Stokes and Brendan McCullum have introduced, he would have been given a flat no, wouldn't he? I mean, what Stokes has been empowered to take this radical new approach because of the appointment of Rob Key. Joe Root was basically in charge of an entirely different ship.
I should think Strauss had a fair amount to say in this. He would be headhunting people to fill positions, and Key was one of those that he approached him, who was working for the TV company at the time. Do you want to carry on with that, or do you want to get involved with something more exciting? And then pieces of the jigsaw come together, that they would look at all sorts of different coaches, and there's plenty out there who would want that job, and they choose McCullum. McCullum, from playing T20 cricket, but if you look at what he did in Test match cricket, he got a good pedigree. And everybody would know that Brendan McCullum is an engaging guy, he's a character, man of few words. Let's enjoy ourselves. That's the way that he played in New Zealand. And so that's the second piece. Stokes is there as well, and bingo, you've got a damn good setup with players wanting to play. But you've got to want to play for the captain. You've got to enjoy what you're doing. And you and I will know that some players, you can see them and he's not enjoying this. He's not enjoying being out there. Well, you can think in that regime and that dressing room that it's good fun.
There's a reverence that players have had for decades, a century, you'd say, for Test cricket. It was the pinnacle. There was a sense that you were entering a cathedral or a place of worship. And it was too much. It was too intimidating for some players. And I certainly, for 30 years and you for a few more, I've seen players who... yes, it's all very nice to wear your number ones on the first day of a Test match and to come out in your jacket and tie and to pay Test cricket the respect that it deserves, but it was overpowering and intimidating in some ways, and they've tried to demystify that, playing music in nets and making nets fun and also voluntary, making practice voluntary.
Yeah, there are many players that you would say that I'll be in the nets every hour that it's light, any daylight I'll be in the nets, and why aren't the rest of them? Well, the rest of them might need a bit of time away, and I'm a big advocate of that. Get away from the game, enjoy yourself, enjoy life, and if you're visiting another country, get yourself out there, get down the markets, get up the hills, get in the mountains. Let's see what it's all about. So it's not all about cricket, and I think this system that they've got now embodies that. They've been to Abu Dhabi and didn't take the cricket kit, most of them, one or two did. And so it's a different environment. Is it because of T20? T20 cricket took the cricketing world by storm. And so it's sexy, it gets a big audience on TV, on radio, at the grounds. As Stokes and McCullum and Key said, OK, we're going to go in competition to that and we're going to play in a very similar way. And if you look at English cricket for a long, long time, I'm going way back, draw, let's draw, we'll draw. And it gets quite turgid. And an interesting one, here's one that you'll remember, 1981, the Botham Ashes. Have a look at the gate for 5 days. It was 50,000 total in 5 days. Now, everybody you meet, I was there, I was there, I saw that, I was there. So there's 3 million who are telling you they were there. No, there were 50,000 in 5 days. I challenged Boyks on it, Sir Geoffrey. To which he said, well, it was cold, wasn't it? You won't go watching cold, will you? You won't go sitting in the rain and the cold watching that. But it's gone down as one of the greatest ever series.
Has Test cricket been changed around the world? I mean, we might not see it reflected in on-field performances, but the immediate and perhaps medium and long-term future of Test cricket, I think that I am sensing other countries, or most of whom have rubbished Bazball. We had a series of let's see if they can do it against Dean Elgar, captain of South Africa, so let's see if they can do it against Kagiso Rabada and my bowlers. And I get the sense now, and maybe it's just me being optimistic and hopeful, but I do get the sense that around the rest of the world there is a feeling that, we're going to get left behind. We actually do have to start playing Test cricket in a way that, as Ben Stokes says, takes the result off the table, takes the draw off the table.
Well, let me go back to the late 90s, when I was involved with England and we went to the Ashes in Australia. They had a fantastic team. They got a wonderful team of batters. They got a great wicket keeper in Gilchrist, and they got one of the most potent bowling attacks. And so, as a coaching unit, we would pick each other's brains. What do you think of us? What do you think of them? How do you approach the game? And the idea was for Australia, and Shane Warne would talk freely about this, is that as a batting unit, we wanted to score at 4 or 4+ and over. get your runs quickly. If we get out, you get 300, 250, 300. We've got the ball in attack to claw it back. You've got to take 20 wickets. So the quicker we get batting, the quicker we can get taking 20 wickets. So back in the 90s, from a fabulous outfit, Australia at that time, they were wanting to be aggressive. They wanted to kick on. And as you mentioned, other countries rubbishing Baz ball. Baz himself rubbishes it. He doesn't like it. He doesn't like the phrase. He wants to play aggressive, attractive cricket. And if it's called something else, that's out of his control. He didn't do that. A journalist did it. But it sticks nicely. It sticks nicely with the team and with Ben Stokes.
We're paying tribute to Ben Stokes on the occasion of his 100th Test match. I'm Neil Manthorp. I'm with David Bumble Lloyd. And at lunch, England have had a very, very good day on the first morning of the third Test match, because India have reached 93 for 3 with captain Rohit Sharma having just reached his half century on 52. He was dropped on 27, difficult chance at slip, but it's Ben Stokes that is commanding our attention at the moment. The numbers are irrelevant, his particular numbers, aren't they? I mean, it's almost disrespectful to say that he's got 6,000 runs at an average of 36 and 197 wickets, by the way, and almost 100 more than 100 catches actually. It's not about the numbers for him at all, and now that he's captain, I think the one thing that was really misunderstood by many England fans is when he first said that we're not results-driven team, and that was a shock and offensive to many England fans. So what do you mean? I mean, they expect the team to walk onto the field and be results-driven immediately all the time. It's all about winning, and I think it was misunderstood. I know it was misunderstood because they thought that he was saying, I don't care if we win or lose. Of course he does, but there's a difference, isn't there? It's like running a marathon. You don't focus on the finish line. You just enjoy the process.
Yeah, the way that he came across there, it was quite alarming, because supporters want wins in any sport. You look at soccer, you look at football, look at rugby, you've got to win, and the cricket team also has to win. But what he was saying is that if we can entertain and be attractive and win, and look at his record as captain, he's got a fantastic win ratio record. His win percentage is up there. He's only lost 6 Test matches, but these 6 losses would be thrilling losses. And he said this morning that, and I think it's a great thing to say, that you do the toss, so you're going to bat, you're going to bowl, and then you get this little interview. And he gets things across, and the one little thing that he said, India played really well in that last Test match, and they were better than us. Now, that's great. It's one each, and we come here, and we start again. And they've had a good morning, and he'll be hoping that they have a good afternoon. He's got 2 pacemen in the attack. India draw first blood by winning the toss. I think that's going to be important. But this next session is important as well. From a captaincy viewpoint, we always look, as commentators, who's going to open the bowling. And they always say, get your 2 best bowlers after each session. So we'll see who he opens with.
There's a lot of talk about money in the game now, and some people are still coy about it. And, it was interesting to me that Liam Dawson might not have been chosen for this series anyway, but he was the leading English spinner in the county championship with 50 wickets for Hampshire, and he was playing T20 cricket in the SA20, and the bare cold hard financial facts are that he earned more money playing SA20 for a month than he would have done if he had been selected for 5 Test matches, and so Stokes and McCullum making Test cricket so desirable, wanting people to want to play. They still, perhaps, with some players, have to overcome that financial hurdle. And other people will say, well, Ben himself is a millionaire 3 times over from the IPL, and so money's an irrelevance to him. Do you think that the financial considerations, if Test cricket is going to be still less well paid than a freelance T20 mercenary playing around the world, do you think that's got a problem?
Yeah, it's something for the administrators to balance the books. That's what they're always looking to do. And if we want to sustain Test match cricket, you've got to be in competition with the satellite T20s that are all around, because there's lots of money there. The franchises, and a lot of them are independently owned. And so, I have no problem with players chasing the money. These are professionals. They will do what they need to do. On the subject of Liam Dawson, who's a very worthy cricketer, he's a good cricketer. He doesn't fit the spin bill for here. He just doesn't fit it. He's quite a small chap. You want a tall guy who hits the pitch. You want an Ashwin, you want a Jadeja. That's what they've gone with, 2 rookies. The one of them's not playing in this game, Bashir, but the tall, 6'4", hit the pitch hard. They'll ball you some bad deliveries. We've seen that this morning from Tom Hartley, but he's picked up a wicket. So they're learning on the hoof. And these satellite T20s that crop up all around the world, the administrators have got to balance the books. They've got to balance the players, and it'll be interesting to see if young players, and my view is, from an England perspective, everyone that I can ever remember in 60 plus years starts in county cricket. That's where you start, and you move on from there. And we could send this debate all afternoon if they like, and say, why do we play county cricket in winter? Why not play it in summer? It's a great idea to play county cricket in summer. Why don't we do it?
There's almost a sense, when people talk about the money available in T20 cricket, that every cricketer has a duty to their family to make as much money as possible, and if that means playing in 7 franchise tournaments around the world, which several Englishmen have, 7 different tournaments. And in fact, just recently, they've been playing in 2 different tournaments concurrently. They go from one tournament to another before this one's even finished. And it's astonishing. And, it's almost like we don't allow ourselves to contemplate the possibility that a cricketer might say, you know what, I could make more money playing T20 cricket, but I want to play Test cricket. I want to be part of Ben Stokes and Brendan McCullum. I'm having that much fun. And by the way, Test cricket is not poorly paid.
And Shamar Joseph, the West Indies sensation, in an interview, and again, what a wonderful story for a lad to be plucked out of domestic cricket, played a handful of games, he was a security guard, suddenly playing for the West Indies against Australia, nips in with a 7-fer, and on interview, I'm always available to play Test match cricket. I can get some money elsewhere, but I'm also want to play Test match cricket. And so we go back to how we started this. The greatest players in the world that we know about and we talk about, and everybody talks about, we're actually talking about the Test match pedigree. That's what we talk about. There's a lad just appeared on commentary who's one of the greatest I've ever seen, Brian Lara. And he will talk enthusiastically about Test match cricket, and he's spoken out. We must maintain Test match cricket. But is it a red herring? Because in England, in the UK, we're playing Test matches, they're sold out. They just sell out. And it's not cheap. It ain't cheap to go to a Test match. But we sell out in the UK. When I say sell out, first 3 days. If it goes beyond that, it's a bit of a bonus. So this debate, the way that England are playing their cricket, 4-day Test matches, do we need 5 days? Traditionalists still say yes, we do. I would add to that the players can sharpen up, just move about a little bit quicker than they do, get their act together a little bit more than they do. But Test matches are finishing in 4 days.
Let's get back to Ben Stokes and his approach, which applies as much to his team off the field as it does on the field. I don't think that England players walk out onto the field saying we must score at 4 and over. They don't set themselves target. It's a frame of mind. It's an approach of not being fearful. And the other thing about, I was referring to the reverence with which Test cricket is held and played, and it's almost, there was a time in my early broadcasting career when I'd look at England's Test cricketers, and Geoffrey Boycott, I suppose, you'd think that they were under orders not to smile, and what are you doing? Having a good time? This is Test match cricket. And again, Stokes has moved so far away from that, which includes golf time. and getting away from the game time.
Well, you mentioned golf. I didn't want to bring golf up, but we'll talk golf and Ben Stokes. I've played golf a few times with Ben as two left-handers, and so we would pair up as two left-handers against these other two, Joe Root, Josh Butler, whoever. You go out, for all golfers, they will know this, but if you're new to golf, I'm going to tell you that you go out, you're allowed 14 clubs in your bag. You can't have any more. It's illegal, you can't do it. You can have 14. You can have less, but you can only maximum 14. Ben would often go out with 14 and come back with 10. There'll be one in a river, one will be snapped in half, and one, and I'll tell you about playing at Candy, Victoria at Candy. He and I are together. We've got to whatever it is, the 8th or the 9th. And it's like an eye of a needle. You can look and think, crikey, is there a fairway? And he's my pal. Don't take your driver. I'm taking my driver. Don't take your driver here, Ben. It's like an eye of a needle. Never find it. Taking my driver. You're in the lake, Ben. And then, as this ball disappeared into this massive Victoria Lake, the club is whirling through the air like a helicopter and lands up a tree about 20 metres. And there's that pause as he stands there and utters expletives. And I just said, surely you can throw it further than that. And he started chasing me. And so we're like Keystone cops running round, and he's chasing me, come here. I said, I'm your partner.
Makes you wonder why golfers play the game, doesn't it? Always in search of perfection. Well, there hasn't quite been perfection for England in the morning session, but they've had a very, very good 2 hours. At the start of the third test match from the Niranjan Shah Stadium in Rajkot, India will resume at 93 for 3. David Lloyd has been reminiscing about Ben Stokes on the occasion of his 100th test match. Rohit Sharma and Ravindra Jadeja will resume on 52 and 24. It's been a recovery from India. They were 33 for 3. They are 93 for 3. You're listening to live ball-by-ball coverage of the third test match here on talkSPORT 2.
Exclusive ball-by-ball commentary of the third test match, live from Rajkot.
Past the umpire now, he's straight. See you later.
Only on talkSPORT 2.
The Emirates FA Cup on talkSPORT with Carling. We're talking last-minute thrillers and epic giant killers, a non-league fairy tale, cup football's holy grail, goal-scoring Goliaths, underdog pluck. We're talking game-changing football. We're talking the Emirates FA Cup. From Southampton to Sunderland, get your mates together with Carling for the football competition where anything can happen. The Emirates FA Cup live on talkSPORT with Carling, the official beer partner of the Emirates FA Cup and Adobe Women's FA Cup. 18 plus, please drink responsibly.
Much like you, I've got a lot to complain about, like open-toe sandals. Who thought that was a good idea? Who wants to look at toes? Adults who drink squash. Listen, you're a fully grown person. But I just got my Sky broadband and I've got no complaints.
Once again, Sky had the lowest number of complaints made to Ofcom for fixed-line broadband. To find out more, visit ofcom.org.uk. We're happy because you're happy.
Oh, hang on though. Noisy eaters. They're annoying.
Sky. Believe in better.
You've worked hard to build your business, so it's important it's properly protected. At NFU Mutual, our tradesman insurance has received a 5-star rating by De Facto for the past 10 years. No wonder over 95% of our business insurance customers renew every year. With agency offices across the UK, we're closer to you, closer to your business, closer to what matters. Search NFU Mutual Builders and Trades Insurance.
At Kia, we're switching on the Kia Power On event, showcasing our award-winning electrified range, featuring our new electric 7-seater Kia EV9 with a range of up to 349 miles, and our stylish hybrid SUV, the Kia Sportage. Get 2 years free servicing when you order by the 29th of February. Ready to switch to an electrified SUV? Search the Kia Power On event. Take the lead. Drive electrified.
Kia. Movement that inspires.
T's and C's apply. Free servicing offer available until 29th of February. Range based on test conditions and may vary.
Like to mix up your lunch? Try McDonald's Big Flavour Wrap. Go big and bold with barbecue and bacon. Creamy with Caesar and bacon. Oh so sweet with sweet chilli. Or get a kit with today's $1.99 wrap of the day, the spicy veggie one. Served from 11 a.m. Price may vary. Wrap of the day discount not available on delivery orders. Subject to availability.
Don't know where to start your next paint project? At Wix. Find all the inspiration and help you'll need. Plus, Dulux standard 2.5 litre coloured emulsion was £21, now $15. Terms apply.
Get an expert guide to all the latest speculations, signings and spending sprees with Simon Jordan's Football Business Roundup on talkSPORT with Tesco Mobile for Business. From the latest deals worth knowing to where the big money transfers are going. Get the inside track in one all-covering football finance feature. Simon Jordan's Football Business Roundup on talkSPORT with Tesco Mobile for Business. Join Tesco Mobile and get business phone bills for up to 40% less than the big mobile networks. Tesco Mobile. Every little helps. For applicable terms and verification, see tescomobile.com/business.
On DAB+, online, via the talkSPORT app and on your smart speaker. Exclusive ball-by-ball commentary of the third test match, live from Rajkot.
Fielded, oh, there's going to be a run out!
Only on talkSPORT 2.
So there you go, that's the news from the Niranjan Shah Stadium. It's India have won the toss and decided to bat first.
And it's Jimmy Anderson running in for the first ball of the third test. And it's a gentle away swinger which Jaiswal pushes down the ground, equally gently I must say, trying not to take too much shine off the ball. And that's 4 runs through mid-off. That's clipped off his pads beautifully by Rohit Sharma for 4 through mid-wicket. Here is Mark Wood again. Edge gone! Taken by root and slip. The breakthrough comes. Mark Wood has Yashasvi Jaiswal gone for 10.
So England, after a few boundaries against them, strike back.
Here is Wood. Oh, is that an edge? Ben Stokes celebrates, so does Mark Wood. The outside edge has been taken, and Mark Wood has struck again.
In goes Hartley. Oh, it's just bunted into the offside. Patidar is out. Duckett takes the catch. The batter has made a complete mess of that.
England so far having a super morning.
That one is short and wide and cut for 4. That's beautifully dispatched by Rohit Sharma. I make it sound like it was a freebie.
It was a pie, absolute pie. He's looking to play a big shot at Hartley. He's come down a couple of times. He's fashioned to hit the ball through the leg side.
He's down the track and Bumble has absolutely called that one. Lofted drive, couple of bounces.
He will take 1, he will come back for 2, and Rohit Sharma has another Test match 50. He's got 51 out of India's 81 for 3. Losing the toss, India electing to bat. England are walking off with the opposition at 95 for 3.
So that's how it sounded on talkSPORT 2 and via the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. I'm John Norman. Alongside me for the next 20 minutes or so, Abhishek, Jhunjhunwala and also Jarrod. Kimber, who's just stifling a yawn, but there was nothing to get bored about from that first session. Runs from the first 3 overs. We were all setting ourselves for a 5-day run fest, and then of course Mark Wood went back-to-back wickets, and Tom Hartley with a breakthrough in his first over. India teetering 33 for 3. Rohit Sharma was dropped. He was given out leg before wicket. There was a few chancy moments. But yet, at lunch, on day 1 of this, the third test, the score looks as it has done on day 1 of both the first 2 tests. 103 for 2 were India at lunch on day 1 of the second test. And England on day 1, remember that, Hyderabad? They were in a similar position. No, they were 103 for 2, and here we find ourselves, India 93 for 3. A big session to come, when isn't it? Rohit Sharma and of course Ravindra Jadeja. Article this week in Cricket Info saying that England have essentially done what teams have done in white ball cricket and taken out the importance of losing a wicket. But I tell you what, one of the absolute beauties of Test cricket is those little passages of play, and we saw 2 or 3 of them earlier on, because there's no doubt about it, the importance on Rohit Sharma's wicket is absolutely huge for this India side. We saw Mark Wood go short, we saw Jimmy Anderson probing past both inside and outside. They were targeting the pads. You then saw Sharma coming down the track, trying to disrupt the length. He was trying to go aggressive against Tom Hartley. deposited him over mid-wicket, one ball after cutting him through point. Last over, Bumble called it, he's itching, he wants to go, and he did. He went downtown. Rohit Sharma's still there, 52 not out, and to lose him in the next half an hour or so would be a huge body blow to India.
I think so, especially given that 2 debutants will walk in after this, Dhruv Jural and Sarfaraz Khan. So this partnership is going to be very crucial if India wants to post a decent total, which looked like a very good pitch. But suddenly we saw a bit of movement, a bit of spin in the first over. Tom Hartley bowled, so it's probably not as good as we thought.
You're of the opinion it's going to break up, right? You think 3-day test here as Mark Wood is opening up the bowling. First ball after lunch. It's a touch full. Invites Jadeja to come forward. He's on the drive, but no time. He fielded it mid-on.
Yeah, this pitch can go the other way very, very quickly, and we saw that delivery from Tom Hartley where it took a massive chunk out of the pitch, and Rajat Patidar trying to cut it got completely surprised by that delivery. So I wouldn't be surprised if it starts cracking up quite a bit in the next couple of sessions, John.
Ravindra Jadeja, if you're just joining us, thanks for tuning in to talkSPORT 2 or via the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. But Ravindra Jadeja, one of 4 changes from India as Wood is in. This is a touch wider. Jadeja again on the front foot. Timing isn't quite there, but he does manage to bisect the field at extra cover and mid-off, and he'll come through for a second as Jadeja moves to 26 not out. Jadeja, one of 4 changes from the win last time out in Vizag. 2 debutants playing today. Maybe you can tell the listeners a little bit more about the new keeper, Jurel, and also Khan, Sarfaraz Khan, who are all looking forward to watching, and hopefully you'll enjoy hearing as well at some stage today. talkSPORT 2 listeners will be familiar with him if you were part of our IPL coverage back in the day. Played for the Royal Challengers Bangalore alongside De Villiers and Kohli and the like. Shorter from Wood this time, forward Jadeja, defensively played, no run, 95 for 3.
Yeah, Sarfaraz Khan came to stardom in that season with RCB when he got retained, where the likes of Chris Gayle and KL Rahul were not retained. So it was a bit of a surprise, but also I think he got a bit overconfident with that as well. So his form dipped in the IPL after that for the next 2 seasons, but then again he found some form. But in Ranji Trophy cricket, John, he has been phenomenal. He's averaging over 80 in the last couple of seasons, broken a lot of records, and he's somebody who's in great form. So right pick for this side.
Right arm over the wicket on the leg side, drifts onto the pads, and Jadeja forward again. He'll take one for sure. Dan Lawrence is very, very quick, Jadeja, you know that. If you follow your cricket, comes back for a second. Lawrence is on the field, substitute fielder. He moves to 28. You say he got a bit overconfident. He also got a little bit overweight, didn't he?
Both.
Virat Kohli had to have a little word with him, right? He was dropped from the side. He had fitness issues. There's shades of Rishabh Pant about him in terms of the body.
I don't think he was ever a great athlete, though, was he? I mean, the first time I saw him, he always looked. Well, he looked like a kid, really, when he first started playing.
Well, he was. He was 17.
But I mean,
player.
He looked like a
youngest player in the IPL.
I mean, cheeks wise and everything.
Yeah. Looked a bit like Chaitan. Chaitan, if you're listening, Chaitan was part of the team for the first 2 tests. Wood in, and this is on-off stump. Jadeja again, he's so busy. Forward, pops the ball out, and sent back by Rohit Sharma. 97 for 3. But talent, right? And also, we were talking about this off air, he's one of 4 players in this side who it is safe to say did not come through traditional means to end up playing for their country.
Yeah.
Mohammad Siraj, Jasprit Bumrah, Sarfaraz Khan, Jaswal, of course, even Kuldeep Yadav. I think he started out did he start out as a fast bowler?
Yeah,
he did.
Slow fast bowler.
I don't think Mark Wood is anything other than express. As drifts onto the pads of Jadeja, again is forward. This is full. Bairstow with the chase. The ball going to the left of Bairstow, stationed at mid-on, and Jadeja comes back for a third. So the 100 up for India, 3 wickets down. Big partnership here for the home side. England will be absolutely desperate to break it, because once they do, they're through to the players that we're talking about. We haven't spoken about the new wicket-keeper. There was a little bit of chatter that Sarfraz might have come in for Bharat, but it hasn't happened. Sarfraz is in, but it's Jarrod who will be making his debut behind the stumps.
Yeah, he hasn't played a lot of first-class cricket, very new to first-class cricket, still just 15 matches so far, but a real talent. We've seen a glimpse of that in the IPL, and probably that's one of the reasons he's got picked in this India side as well, but a phenomenal player. Just going back to Sarfraz again, John, it's always been an issue. His weight has always been an issue, but Mr. Gavaskar said, you have to decide, do you want runs or do you want him to be fit? So you've got to make that call to the Indian selectors.
He's fit enough to have the second highest batting average in first-class cricket history. Like, it's a weird. I understand it. I understand wanting to push fitness, but at a certain point, like, he's clearly fit enough to make big runs in first-class cricket.
We're going to talk about Rakeem Cornwall at some point. You just know it, right? 100 up then for India here on talkSPORT 2. Thanks for listening. Tom Hartley, who picked up 1 wicket in the morning session. His 8 overs have gone for 30. He's got fielders round the bat. They weren't there towards the back end of that first session. There's a slip, a leg slip, and also a short leg that's a touch deeper than maybe what we saw earlier. This first delivery is down the leg side and just picks out a shortish mid-wicket. So no run. Start the 27th over. England bringing in Mark Wood for Shoaib Bashir. So 2 fast bowlers, as this is Fuller from Hartley. Not sure he's quite got his line right. But defended again by Jadeja. So yeah, Mark Wood coming in for Shoaib Bashir. 4 changes for India. We'll hear a little bit more about the new keeper. Heard a little bit about Sarfraz Khan. Mohammad Siraj, who sat out the second test match, was a little bit expensive and didn't get used much in the first test. Down the leg side again. This is angling in on the pads as Jadeja, who's forward, and clips this away. No run. So a quiet start to Hartley's over. He has been punished. There's been a few 4 balls in there, but he's also picked up the wicket as well. Rohit Sharma in particular using his feet and trying to get on top of the youngster, as Jadeja does get this past the fielder on the leg side and will just come through for a single. 101 for 3 India.
There's been a positive start. Even in the previous over, batted really well, and Jadeja, the more he bats, the more he grows in confidence, and what a phenomenal player he's been in the last couple of years for India, coming in at number 6, sometime number 7. But today I think it was a master stroke by Rahul Dravid to send him early before Sarfraz and Jarrod, with 2 spinners bringing the ball into the left-hander. It just makes it a bit easy for him.
Yeah, partnership of 68. Jadeja's looked pretty unflustered. Rohit at times looked, I had a little bit of pressure on his shoulders. Rayan Ahmed fielding at cover point. Sharma feels like he's missed out there because there was nobody behind Ahmed, so he got this cut drive past the fielder. That would have gone to the boundary. Jimmy Anderson currently off the field. Dan Lawrence on it. Hartley again. This is on a fourth stump line to the right-handed Rohit Sharma, defended.
He's bowled really well, apart from those couple of long hops where he's got the length wrong. Most of the time he's bowled to Rohit. He's bowled wicket to wicket or just on that 4th stump. And knowing that Rohit is having a little bit of an issue with the left-arm spinner in the last couple of years, his average drops down to 23 against a left-arm spinner. That will always play in Ben Stokes' mind, and hence he's brought him into the attack quite early.
We should have got him out, of course, and was dropped at slip as well. And Rohit wasn't playing him well at that point. Yeah. He's certainly playing him a lot better now. I think Hartley's problem is bowling to left-hander. He had a very good tactic early on of kind of bowling at the knee roll a little bit, and they were trying to get him to turn it around the leg side, and I thought that's decent because Jadeja's going to play those shots. There was one that went not far from short leg. But either Hartley is unable to keep that ball in that position long enough, but that last over he bowled too full. Like, that's easy. He can easily flick that away.
Do you think that's because of his white ball background, as Mark Wood is in shorts, and Jadeja for a second shapes to pull that and then realises A, it's too high, and B, he's in absolutely no position to to be pulling a delivery at 141 kilometres an hour that's that short.
I'm not sure he saw that. The way he reacted to the ball.
Phoebe Graham was on comms before the lunch break. She knows Tom Hartley pretty well, and she was saying that, you know, he has come through as a white ball bowler first and foremost. And of course in white ball cricket, variation is key, and you're talking about stock delivery, right?
Yeah.
So you just wonder whether that's something that he's got to learn. Touch fuller, forward is Jadeja, punches this to Stokes at mid-off.
I think when you're a young left-arm finger spinner, bowling to right-handers is kind of easy. You come around the wicket, you know the length. You're not going to do anything all that different. He might bowl slightly faster, slightly wider, all those sorts of things, but it's going to be standard. Most left-arm finger spinners, when they're young, don't know how to bowl to left-handers just because it's not what they're in the side for. And I think that him and Stokes worked out a plan, and he's maybe not completely committed to it. And also, he may not be accurate enough to be able to bowl that sort of stuff. It's easier when you're bowling to right-handers. You've got, you know, more room to make a mistake.
Well, we saw that with that spell that many people reflect back on. Wood again, and there's an outside edge. Now it's gone to the left of second slip. I'm not sure it would have carried to third, and it went fast. But I think that's a genuine outside edge. And Jadeja will pick up 4, but a little bit of a victory for the bowler, Mark Wood.
Yeah, just a bit tentative to come forward after that bouncer. The previous delivery was a half volley. Again, he was hanging back a little bit. He couldn't drive it properly. And on that occasion, again, just hanging back, expecting the short ball. Jadeja, very lucky because of the lack of bounce. That ball goes down into the surface rather than to the slip.
We have seen a couple of deliveries keep a little low. There was a ball that nearly bowled Shubman Gill, which kept a touch low. Short from Wood. This is too wide. And left alone by Jadeja, who's 36. Rohit's 52. Going back to that spell, Tom Hartley bowls late on day one, and he looked more comfortable bowling to the right-handed Sharma, right, than he did to the left-handed Jaiswal, who of course scored a huge double century in the second Test match. But then Stokes kept the field up, didn't he? And that was really interesting because he was getting really punished. And you think, why don't you just put a fielder out? Give him a fielder on the cover boundary. Just put one out there. And Stokes didn't. And history is won by the victors more often than not. Again, short delivery to Jadeja, who pushes his out to the offside.
But he did put fielders out in the second innings.
But there you go, right?
So there was an element of that. I think if you look at that particular spell, he was trying to bowl outside off stump, and Jaiswal was going, well, you're not spinning it that much. There isn't that much going on in this wicket. I'm just going to play through the line. Whereas, look what he's doing now. He's going around the wicket. He's trying to cramp them up. I think this is a better option for a young left-arm finger spinner. Give him one plan that he can bowl to the left-handers and make sure that he can, do that all the time. And then when we get to the second innings and there's help, he can then try other things.
And he has been mightily effective in the second innings in both of those Test matches. Here is Wood, round the wicket, angling in on the pads, and Jadeja likes it there. Will certainly take one and come back for a second as Dan Lawrence runs around from deep point and fields on the boundary. 38 to Jadeja. India have added 14 runs in the 3 overs that we've had since the lunch break, and maybe just be settling down a little bit.
As a batter, you would enjoy batting in the second session on that pitch. The ball is not going to do anything. And we have already seen there's a lack of bounce. A couple of bounces Wood tried. Didn't bounce as much as he would have expected. The ball just coming onto the bat quite nicely as well. And not much movement. So as a batter, we really fancy scoring some runs in this session.
One of the... coming to the end of my particular commentary stint, I think it would be Macca coming in. But, Jarrod, we've spoken many times over the years, and I've always enjoyed Australia's team selections when they travel to India, right? And was it Jason Krejci?
Yeah.
There's been a couple of incidents as Hartley is in again, and forward is Rohit Sharma. We haven't seen this particular duel for a couple of deliveries. Plays very straight, almost politely, hits the ball back to the bowler. But what I wonder is where, how much of Hartley are we going to see? How much of Bashir are we going to see for England? Now, how will their careers progress? This is touch fuller, floated up, giving a little bit of air, does Hartley. And again, Rohit plays defensively. He's 52 not out. Where does he play again? England, and of course Jack Leach isn't playing, is he? So he's a number one man. How much Test cricket are we going to see from Hartley over the next 2 or 3 years? Faster from Hartley this time. Rohit on the front foot again, pushed into the covers, no run.
I think it's how you develop these players. So whether it be Hartley or Bashir or Kuhneman in Australia, Ajaz Patel in New Zealand, if you know these guys do that role, you have to make sure that they're always ready when there's an Asian tour. And that hasn't been the case traditionally. Gavin Robertson, used to do this role for Australia, and he'd be picked out of club cricket randomly when they had to play Sachin.
Just a slip, and that is an absolute beaut of a delivery, with Hartley managing to pitch this on off stump and move away from Rohit Sharma, who's forward, beaten past the outside edge. And that so close to being a wicket for Hartley, and it would have been the big one as well.
He has a batter. That was a wonderful delivery, but as a batter on this pitch, you've got to play him as a bowler who's going to bring the ball into you rather than take it away.
This is fired in and keeps a little low as well. Sharma deals with it comfortably enough, clips it away, no run. He's 52, Jadeja 38.
Because more deliveries will go straight with the arm than turning. So as a batter, you're always lining him up as a bowler who's bowling straight to protect those pads and those stumps. If the ball turns, you can't do a lot with it.
Forwards is Rohit Sharma, maiden for Hartley, 29 overs, 107 for 3. I mean, I heard some of the England batters talking about batting against Jadeja in the same way, right?
So every time we played against Jadeja, we always played him as somebody who brings the ball into you rather than take it away. Yeah. Because if the ball turns and you're not really chasing the ball, then the chances of you nicking the ball is very, very small. So you're better off against somebody like Hartley, Jadeja, Akshar Patel, playing them as a medium pacer, where you play them as a straight bowler, and then if the ball turns, you just hope that it doesn't take your outside edge.
Or hit the outside of off stump.
Or hit the outside of off stump, yeah.
Mark Wood, 2 for 39 from his 8 overs. Coming round the wicket, and this will be helped fine. There's no bat on it, so fine leg comes round, and Jadeja gets off strike. Leg by added to the score. 108 for 3 India. They won the toss earlier today whilst you were sleeping, no doubt, and decided to bat first. Ben Stokes saying that England would have done exactly the same thing. I mentioned the 4 changes. We talked about the new keeper. We talked about the new bat. Spoken about the returning Jadeja. Mohammad Siraj as well, back in the side. And you feel that gives a little bit, seems like a better balanced attack.
It does. And if you look at the way Mukesh Kumar bowled, especially in the previous test, he didn't really ask any big questions. He was not looking threatening. But Mohammad Siraj, you know what he can do. If he gets any help from the surface, he's going to be as dangerous as Bumrah.
That's quite a statement.
Well, watching Anderson in the way he got the seam movement, it should be perfect for Siraj if it happens for him.
Wood, he's back to over the wicket to the right-hander Rohit Sharma, who covers up and plays defensively. Jarrod, you wrote a great piece this week about Jasprit Bumrah. One of the many interesting facts that I came away from it is that you're talking about, and we'll talk about Bumrah throughout the test match, especially when he comes on to bowl, but he has it all, and he essentially is an all-format player and arguably the best fast bowler in test cricket, ODI cricket and T20 cricket, which is ridiculous in itself. But one of the things that I found really interesting was the fact that if you break down overs 1 to 80, so the 80 overs that you get with a cricket ball, his average is actually higher in the first 20 overs than at any other stage, which goes against conventional wisdom, doesn't it? As Wood wide of the crease, we've seen this from Wood before, as he gets past the umpire, he just shapes to the left and fires the ball in, but comfortably dealt with by Rohit Sharma, who remains not out, 52.
I think it makes sense because new ball skills is what he learnt last. What he actually learnt first was bowling with a rubber ball, then he learnt bowling a Yorker, then he learnt genuine sort of pace skills. And eventually what he had to learn was swinging the ball and seaming the ball. The thing with him is he can learn all those different things, which is remarkable.
Yeah, I think he was quoted as saying he learnt reverse swing first before conventional was wood again. This is played on the front foot. On the drive is Rohit Sharma with bat well away from body, but seems quite comfortable.
Also, I think with Bumrah sometimes he can be a little bit too defensive with the new ball, whereas he attacks a lot more with the old ball. So I think that also plays a small part in it. But the interesting thing for me is people got very upset because I said he was the most complete fast bowler ever. But the point being is there isn't a skill that fast bowlers have that he can't use in a game. And that isn't the case for Pat Cummins, right? And that isn't the case for, Jimmy Anderson and some other bowlers. That's not to say they're not more skillful at certain parts of the game. And Rabada isn't as skillful as Bumrah, but is almost as good as a test bowler. But he just has all these different skills.
I wonder about the perception of Bumrah in India, though, as Rohit is on the pull, and he will take a single. He moves to 53. Because there was some criticism of Bumrah. Was it the semi-final of the World Cup? He overstepped. Was it that match? And I think one of an Indian advertiser or an Indian company advertised. It might have been a Specsavers kind of thing, idea. And Bumrah was back in the country and he saw this advert and it was a picture of him overstepping. And he got really defensive about it. And he was, this is ridiculous. So I just wonder whether, is he as loved as much in India as he's loved overseas?
I think he is. Yeah, I think everyone rates him really highly, and if you have that sort of a skill and if you can keep performing the way he does, you've got to love him.
Well, I mean, we all love him. Do you know what I mean? But his perception is king, right?
There's certainly, they haven't won a major trophy, and so there's a lot of blowback because of that. But it's not particularly been his fault, I would say. But
Andrew McKenna and Bumble are being kept waiting, as are the England cricket team. But Jadeja is now ready. Might have been a little movement behind the bowler. And it's the final ball wrapped on the pads, but this is going down leg side. A shake of the head from Joel Wilson. A dot ball to finish the over. 30 overs into what has been a really, really interesting day. And India, who were 33 for 3, have moved their way to 109 for 3. Jadeja and Rohit at the crease. And after a word from Abhishek Jhunjhunwala, it'll be the returning Andrew McKenna and David Bumble Lloyd.
Yeah, I just think India started really well this post-lunch. They batted really well with good intent, scoring quite quickly as well. And that was, again, we watching that replay of that previous delivery. Clearly missing leg stump on that occasion. Yeah, a bit animated Wood. He's putting in a lot of effort on a hot and humid day in Rajkot. Never easy. There's always hot conditions there.
He'd be used to that, coming from the north.
Good morning, everybody. 7:05 in the UK. It is just after lunchtime in India, and England have had a fantastic first session in this test match. 109 for 3 India after winning the toss and electing to bat 93 for 3 at the break. It'll be Hartley to bowl left arm around the wicket, brings Rohit forward, pushes out on the offside, no run. India have actually been quite proactive since lunch, therefore. So the 31 balls that have gone down, 16 runs so far. And Rohit waits, 52 not out. England have got a very straight mid-off in place, long off. Hartley around the wicket is clipped to Bairstow at mid-on, and a single is taken. And the total goes up by 1. England did use that in Vizag. It's almost, the best way I can describe it is the opposite of a long stop. Is the fact that there's someone basically behind the bowler as a very, very straight fielder.
So they started using it in the Ashes, and it actually makes a lot of sense. And it's something that once you see, you think, why have teams not used this before? Because essentially what they are saying is, if you're going to come down the wicket, you're going to hit to long off or long on. The fielder straight should be able to cover both of those boundaries, plus anything that you hit straight. Whereas teams traditionally have 2 players back, so you have another player up in the ring. And the first time I saw it, I was like, I can't believe cricket's never worked this out before.
Hartley, left arm around to Jadeja, plays forward back up the pitch, no run.
And it all came from Usman Khawaja, because Usman Khawaja hits really straight when it comes down to spinners. And so they did it for him. I think it must have been in Birmingham. And I was watching it going, oh, this is clever. And then I was like, they should do this for everyone. And then I think they worked it out as well. And it's a genius move.
As you say, why use two fielders when you can only use one? It means you've got someone, captains always want an extra fielder. Well, there you go. Hartley around the wicket. Jadeja clips to mid-on, and they will take a single. Duckett can't prevent that being taken. 110, 111 for 3 now. Jadeja goes to 39, Rohit 53.
As a bowler, you'll be really annoyed if somebody is hitting to mid-on and getting a single. You want to keep the same batter on strike so you can plan for one particular batter, but if they keep getting those easy singles, then as a bowler you find it really difficult because you don't really get settled again one particular batter.
Hartley around the wicket to Rohit, and Rohit's forward, no run, just plays out quietly on the offside, and we continue on our merry way.
I just feel that Rohit itching to go against Hartley. At some point he's going to play that big shot, and hence Ben Stokes has got a long off for him.
It does feel like the bugle's coming out any moment, doesn't it? So far, Hartley 1 for 33. This is the final ball of his 11th. Left arm around, off the back foot, is punching Rohit to Ben Stokes at short mid-off, and it completes the 31st over here on talkSPORT 2 and on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. Remember, you can get in touch with us all the normal talkSPORT ways, at cricket_TS, at talkSPORT 2, and if you are a subscriber on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel, you can also send us a message through that. I'm aware, of course, that it is school day, so you might be heading off and out on the school run or on the way to work shortly. So don't forget, of course, you can listen to us on your DAB radio. Always have us as presets 1 and 2. It's the easiest way to go between the two. And then if you've got the app downloaded on your phone or your tablet or your various devices, you can simply swipe left or right between talkSPORT and talkSPORT 2. And you can get us on your smart speaker or via the website as well. So if you are heading out in the next couple of hours, heading to work or on the school run, then no need to miss any deliveries in this game. And you'll be hearing James Anderson coming into bowl as he is going to have another go. 7 overs, 0 for 19 so far. Oh, as I look to my right, a double commentary change as David Lloyd and Phoebe Graham join me. Good afternoon for this session, Bumble. What are you looking forward to most?
Well, I like this haircut, Jimmy Anderson.
He's looking smart. He's around the wicket to the left-handed. Jadeja takes him on the pad. Might be an inside edge, certainly going down leg side either way. No run.
He's 41 years of age. Phoebe's, she'll be a fashion guru. I can sense it. Fashion guru. Has he had a little bit of a tint at the front of his hair?
He has indeed. You can see he's got some highlights.
Is that what
there,
it is?
Bumble, yeah, some blonde highlights coming through.
Back in the old days it would have been lemon juice, but probably not anymore. Probably something slightly more sophisticated.
Well, from the north it'd be lard.
He turns at the end of his mark. 2 slips are waiting behind Jadeja. Anderson around the wicket, and Jadeja has nothing to do with that. He allows it through to Ben Folkes, and there is no run.
Bowled well so far this morning as Jimmy's been on the money and been fantastic since he's been selected in the starting 11 for England, just nagging on that length, and is going to have to produce something special though to break Jadeja here, who looks super settled and comfortable.
Yeah, I mentioned earlier on, if you've not been with us from the outset, Jadeja, this is his home ground in terms of first class cricket, and he has a habit of making big hundreds. Graham Gooch used to call them daddy hundreds. He used to go to grandad hundreds. Jadeja is behind this one from Anderson, pushing back down the pitch, no runs, as he quite favours a triple. So he likes batting big, and the majority of those big scores have come on this ground. So you might think, oh, here's one of the all-rounders coming in. What's he doing at number 5? Well, the answer is he is a more than useful batter.
Yeah, and you can see that from his innings so far. His 39 from 67 deliveries, but no one's really challenged him yet, whereas Rohit's probably had 3 or 4 chances and looked a little bit more vulnerable. So it's a huge wicket, and he'll take something special here to get him
Anderson around the wickets, and now that just seemed to climb a little bit, gripping the surface, and it takes Jadeja on the hip, on the back leg. Just gripped in the surface. Anderson just getting something to misbehave again.
What's he looking for, Anderson? Around the wicket to the left-handed Jadeja. He's bowling very straight. He's hit him on the pads a couple of times. There are 2 slips in there, but I think that they're probing for LBW to hit him on the pad, coming half forward. You want to hit him round about the knee roll. That's hit him sort of in the midriff with a bit of bounce.
Did seem to nip a little bit off the seam, that one, didn't it? Anderson in his 8th over, 0 for 19 so far. In he goes. That one just threatens to move away from the left-hander. Jadeja just taps it out on the offside, no run.
I'm getting back to haircuts again. I remember Jimmy Anderson when he burst on the scene. He and Kevin Peterson,
yes.
Didn't they have these...
The skunk.
Yeah, as if they'd been decorating and caught the head on the top of the ceiling. The pair of them.
I saw a picture of that yesterday. There was a Lancs brochure from about 2001 going round the cricket at training, and Jimmy's hair, probably around 14, 15, was similar to how it is today.
You never fancied that one, Bumble?
I say it quietly, in the 70s it was a massive mistake. I had a perm. Grief.
Final ball of the Anderson over. In he goes, and Jadeja's playing from the crease. Another nice tight over from Anderson. It is a maiden once again from him. He is doing what England want him to do, and that is be absolutely impossible to get away. 8 overs have cost just 19 runs from Anderson. It is 111 for 3 after 32 overs. So Anderson's going at 2.4 an over. Mark Wood, 2 for 39 to his name, has gone at 4.3. That's fine, that's his job, he's allowed to do that. Hartley, 1 for 33 from 11, going at 3 and over, and Joe Root's 3 overs cost 15. Ray and Ahmed, that 1 over before lunch, cost 3.
I think with the Stokes and McCullum era, they're wanting to make punchy decisions, and that's why they went for the 3-4 spinners in the first and second game. But I think Wood and Anderson have complemented each other so nicely here with the pace bowling.
Hartley to start a new over. Rohit is coming forward, just plays gently out on the onside, and it's fielded by Zach Crawley.
And the pitch suits an extra pace bowler, but it also means Mark Wood can be that little bit more expressive because he knows he's got his economical partner at the other end in Jimmy.
That was something that Harmy was banging on about for the first 2 tests, that you need to work as partners. Hartley comes in again, round the wicket. Rohit pushes back down the pitch, no run. And yeah, Harmy was like, look, Mark Wood's in the side, but actually he'd benefit a lot from having Jimmy at the other end to just totally dry it up. And of course, what did Jimmy do in Vizag? Came in and completely dried it up, and Harmy's point was well and truly proven. Rohit waits. Hartley gathers and now comes in. Rohit gets down on one knee, plays the little paddle over his left shoulder down towards fine leg. They'll take a couple. Anderson can't graze away in the outfield. He's got to chase after that one. They'll take a couple. 113 for 3.
Spoken so much about with batting, like even on the screen here we can see current partnership 80 runs off 98 balls, but what's not spoken about much, and it's almost an unspoken relationship, is that partnership between bowlers. And one person tying up an end and being economical means that another bowler can be an expressive, attacking bowler. And I think that's where you create pressure, you create wickets, and that's something that's created the 3 wickets up front for England.
Hartley drives this one into the pitch. It's outside of off stump. Rohit off the back foot, punches out on the offside. There's no run. Rayan Ahmed will do the fielding. Well, this is already the best partnership between these two in Test. Previously, their best was they average 73 together as a partnership. Their best is 100 unbroken against New Zealand in Kanpur. So these two like batting together and are good at batting together. Hartley around the wicket to Rohit, uses his feet, comes down the pitch, slaps him way back over his head and into the stand for the maximum. We've been saying it felt like Rohit was itching and edging to come down the pitch. This time he does and gives it the full bifter. 119 for 3.
And it's a good delivery. It really is. He puts it where he wants. but he's down the pitch and he's looking to get after him. He doesn't want Hartley to settle. It's a super shot as he comes down 2 or 3 paces and launches it high into the stand, and there's a look from Stokes that says that could have gone wrong, that could have gone spectacularly wrong. There's nothing wrong with that delivery.
Hartley once again to Rohit, brings his man forward, pushes it out on the offside. To end the over here on talkSPORT 2, 33 gone, India 119 for 3. And to just go back to the first test in Hyderabad, you remember the first ball that Tom Hartley bowled got absolutely slapped into the stand for 6. I was talking to Brendan McCullum the following morning on the pitch just before warm-up, and I asked him about it. I said, look, they were always going after that first ball, weren't they? And he said, yeah, but we don't mind that, because if you're playing a shot like that, it's much easier to mistime that. If you're just blocking it, it's a lot harder to get someone out. So England will be happy. It goes against all logic and common sense, but England are happy when someone's running at them.
Definitely, it's about that risk and reward, and as a bowler you know that the batter is taking a higher risk to play that shot, but it also means it brings your reward in. So sometimes you just have to watch that 6 fly over the rope and think, never mind, next time it's my wicket.
That is probably what this new era is all about more than anything else. Anderson to start, a new over is an absolute ripper to Jadeja that's nipped back. It's gone past the inside edge and over the top of the stumps, and Ben Foakes takes it diving down the leg side. Wow, what a delivery that will go down in a scorebook as a dot that just does not do it justice. Wow, over the top of leg stump and carried on going, Bumble.
And he takes it, the wicketkeeper takes it down by his shins. It's a full-length delivery that somehow evades the stumps. It misses the inside edge, round the wicket, looking dead straight, Anderson.
2 slips in place, Anderson goes in again. Now that's slightly too leg side, and Jadeja can work it round the front pad down to Hartley at long leg for a single. He goes to 40, 120 for 3.
He's producing some absolutely beautiful deliveries here. He's hitting his lines, he's hitting his lengths, and this one he just nips in and over the stump, and as he gets a bit hungrier for the stumps, he's enabled Jadeja to play his hands through the next delivery.
We said earlier, these two, Mark Wood and Anderson, might just get something going. England losing the toss, therefore having to bowl first, but it doesn't matter if you bowl well. Anderson goes in. Now Rohit uses his feet a little bit there just to take half a step to meet that on a more pleasant length as far as he's concerned. Tries to push it out on the leg side, no run.
I was listening to James Anderson on his podcast The Tailenders, and when he spoke about bowling in India, he spoke about, as a seamer, you're only going to get a few overs in your spells, and it's making sure every single ball counts. And I think that's something we've seen within this spell, within the second test as well. Every single delivery is on the money, and he's making sure that every single ball is challenging the bat, challenging the stumps, and he really is putting his all into it. I think he's accelerated his run up into the crease as well, so he's made these tiny tweaks to make sure that he's really challenging the Indian batters.
He's on his way once again, is Anderson. That's wider of off stump. Rohit thought about playing it, didn't need to, so didn't bother in the end, and allows it through to Foakes, no run.
Wonder how they're getting on these days, Jimmy Anderson and Jadeja. Didn't they have a bit of pushing and shoving at Trent Bridge a few years ago?
Well, there were words. Bairstow got involved in the first Test match in Hyderabad. There were some words then, so I don't know if it's completely been put to bed, shall we say, as Ashwin was also involved in some chirping, and obviously there have been various conversations about potential man-cads and all that kind of stuff, so there is still a bit going on. Anderson in once again, Rohit coming forward, push it back to the bowler in his follow-through, no run. But that's what we want. We don't want it to be all nicey-nicey. If it was, then I'm not sure you can be a fast bowler, and we've seen Mark Wood hit Rohit in the grill earlier on today. If you're all nicey-nicey all the time, can you do that?
Well, I know he's 90-95 miles an hour, but he seems just a nice bloke, Mark Wood. I don't think he'd get... I mean, Jimmy's always been grumpy. He's known as Grumpy. He's from Burnley.
I'm not going to do anything. I'm just going to let Bumble do that one. Anderson in full. and it's clipped off the toes by Rohit. It's ricocheted off of the fielder at mid-wicket, Ollie Pope, to the aforementioned Mark Wood at mid-on, and they will take the single. 121 for 3 after 34 overs here on talkSPORT 2. Yes, David Bumble Lloyd is with us in the commentary box for this test match, along with Phoebe Graham as well. So welcome along to them for this test match. And so far, so good for England. 3 wickets down in India. They won the toss and elected to bat. England had them 33 for 3. There was also then a big shout for LBW against Rohit that he did get an inside edge on, so that was rightfully overturned. And there've been a couple of other half chances. Joe Root had a chance at slip that didn't go to hand off of Hartley. So we keep saying this, England are doing really well. They've taken 3 wickets so far, but it could have been dreamland territory if everything had gone their way this morning. But maybe that's me just being a bit greedy. Hartley to start a new over. Rohit comes forward and he pushes back to the bowler in his follow through, no run.
Well, they're the moments in cricket that you need to capitalise on so that you can get a team 6-7 down in the first session if possible. And Rohit was dropped on 27. It was a tough chance, but they're the chances that you need to take.
Hartley left arm around the wicket, bringing Rohit forward, and there is no run. Joe Root, as soon as Hartley's picked that up, has come sprinting from slip to have a word with the bowler. He spotted something, or maybe you can just see from the body language that Rohit's twitching to come down the pitch again.
Oh, he'll come again. He wants to get on top of Hartley. Hartley's bowling okay.
He pauses, waits, comes in, bowls left arm around. Rohit staying at home on this occasion, just playing out quietly, no run.
There is a fielder at deep long off and he's on the boundary. I don't think it matters to these guys where the boundary is. They'll just say, if I'm coming down the pitch, I'll clear everything.
You can see Root signalling in slip as well in terms of what flight Hartley should be bowling the next delivery. So they're working together in a partnership here to figure out how to get Rohit here.
So Hartley brings his man forward, tempting him to use his feet, doesn't, pushes out quietly on the offside.
So what you're saying is change your pace, vary your pace. He's not that sort of bowler, Hartley. He doesn't like to get the ball up in the air, say like Jack Leach. He's more drive it into the pitch. 24 years of age, learning the trade.
He waits for Rohit, and now starts in around the wickets. Rohit is taking this off hip height and will turn it through square legs. Zach Crawley will defer to James Anderson, who's the fielder coming off of the boundary, and they will take a couple. 123 for 3. Rohit goes to 64.
That's something that Hartley spoke about after getting his 7 for, and obviously he was targeted within his first spell of Test cricket when he made his debut opening the bowling, that he had to change his flight, he had to change his pace, which goes against his natural game, but it also shows how talented he is to change that.
Hartley in once again, round the wicket. Rohit just plays out on the offside.
Midway through a Test series and adapt his game. I think he's bowled really, really well here. 13 overs now, 1 for 43.
Well, it's a good set, is that? That last 6 was a really good set, just a 2 from it. Roundabout off stump of a good length. There's a little bit of spin. So it promises that as this game progresses, there's going to be a lot more spin from this pitch. Get your runs, first innings.
Yeah, go as big as you can. It is talkSPORT 2. Don't forget, of course, talkSPORT 2, you're home of the EFL, and there's 2 more commentaries this weekend. West Brom against Southampton on Friday, and Plymouth against Leeds on Saturday. And of course, the new Super League season starts tonight with the Hull Derby. Hull FC against Hull KR. It is live on talkSPORT 2 from 8 o'clock this evening, which sadly may be a little bit too late for all of us, as we'll be tucked up in bed with a cocoa and a copy of the Dandy by that point.
Well, there's a match last night, a football match last night, and I'm just stood by a pub minding my own business. Youths marauding down the street. You go home to mummy and daddy. Shouting and bawling, going to a football match. People having to move off the pavement.
James Anderson to start a new over around the wicket. Jadeja is the big inside half of the bat on that, and it just goes out on the onside. No run.
Yeah, he's advancing down his Jadeja there to make sure that he doesn't get that extra shape from James Anderson's bowling, and advancing for that big forward defensive.
Jadeja's just fiddling around with his equipment at the moment. Now he's finally ready, and Anderson can come in once again. And again, there's a bit of shape tailing in towards the batter on that occasion. He pushes out on the offside, no run.
When we finish here about midday, if I go outside down that street where these youths were and start shouting and bawling obscenities, I'd get locked up. They wouldn't have it.
It's clearly troubling Bumble.
Ridiculous.
England 1-1 in this series. Anderson around the wicket looking for another wicket. Can't find it on this occasion. Brings Jadeja forward. Pushes to Ollie Pope at short cover. And there's no run. Jadeja 40 from 75 balls.
So something else James Anderson was talking about in this Tailenders podcast was how he's changed his fitness regime since the summer. And he honestly admitted that he didn't feel he was fit enough in the summer Ashes, so he's changed his fitness regime, how he's been eating, to make sure that he's been ultra fit, ultra ready for this India series, and I think it just shows the hunger he's got.
Anderson around the wicket, bat and pad close together from Jadeja, back to Anderson, who plays keepy-uppy with the ball and then flicks it on to mid-off rather than bend it down. No run.
And at 41 years of age, he's not done yet, is he? He's still got a lot left in him, and it's those sort of tweaks and adaptations that you've got to make to your game. No one can take for granted the spot, and it just shows how brilliant he is as an athlete and as a player.
Well, we said a couple of times during the first couple of test matches, just standing next to the players on the outfield while they were doing their warm-ups or whatever, Anderson looks in phenomenal nick at the moment, and there's barely anything on him anyway, but he looks in great nick. And Stokes, wow, I mean, he is so fit at the moment. Anderson around the wicket, Jadeja covering up, plays to Bairstow at short mid-wicket, no run.
Stokes is ripped, Anderson is fit, he's got a great physique. Talking about another Lancashire bowler way back, same physique, exactly the same, Brian Statham. I mean, it's just God-given. And the other thing is that, you know, like Phoebe says, that he cares, he does his fitness, he knows what's required.
So we've got choices to make as an athlete, and he's choosing the right ones to make sure that he's in this test squad.
Anderson goes in and beats Jadeja on that occasion. It's a little grope outside of off stump. Fortunately for the batter, he doesn't get a feather on it through to Folkes. It's the end of another over. It's the end of another maiden over from James Anderson. 10 overs for 21 runs. And that barely tells the tale. The seam on that, the position was absolutely beautiful. It pitched, and then the seam held itself as it wobbled around in the air to go past the outside edge. I'm going to allow the other two to have a word as I make way for Neil Manthorp to take over the ball by Paul.
That was brilliant over set up by James Anderson there. He's been nipping them in, and then last delivery of the over, nips away, just misses the outside edge of Jadeja, and it's going to take something special to take his wicket, but it feels like Jimmy's almost there.
Well, you're looking to set up, and I think it's a good compliment with the two bowlers. Hartley's bowling fine, and the game's quiet at the minute from India's perspective.
Yeah, Hart, yes, Hart. Come here, bud. Brilliant, Hartley, brilliant, mate. Good on, Hartley, boy. Good here, mate.
Manners has just joined us, but I don't think that the mic is working at the moment. Not sure if he's picked the wrong one up.
Probably.
There we go.
Hartley in again, plays defensively, does Rohit Sharma. We've got enough to choose from, haven't we?
Yeah, there's 3 laying dormant on the desk, so we can bring more people in as they enter the office here at talkSPORT.
We can we can invite a whole host of co-commentators. We've got enough microphones. 123 for 3 as Hartley is in again. Turn and hits the outside half of the bat. So deflected away past Jarrod at slip. Mark Wood's got to chase down towards the boundary. He will slide tackle the ball and scoop it back a couple of yards short of the boundary triangles, and they have gone through for 3. Rohit moving on to 67. Jadeja has 40. Very good rebuilding job for India. They were 33 for 3.
Yeah, lovely soft hands there, did Rohit Sharma. Just found the outside edge, but trickled down off the bat. No threat there for folks behind the stumps, as it just starts to turn a little bit more here today.
It's not particularly slow turn either, as we were led to believe. Here's Hartley again. Forward comes Sharma playing defensively. Jadeja rather, out on the leg side. Slow turner is the popular perception of the pitch than the Narendra Shah Stadium. But 6 of the last 8 first-class games have been won by the team batting first. Only 2 test matches, of course, at this ground. Jadeja comes forward again, plays defensively, and there's no run. Also, the average scoring rate at this venue is interesting. It's over 4 and over, just under 4.5 and over. So there have been lots and lots of runs scored here. Two test matches, as I said, 900s in those 2 tests. Here's Hartley again. Forward comes Jadeja playing defensively again, and there's no run. 37 overs gone. India 126 for 3.
Indian pitches and wickets must be one of the hardest pitches to actually call what sort of team you should pick, how the pitch is going to play. When you were a coach, Bumble, how did you anticipate that, and what sort of intel did you use?
Well, I never got out to India, so it wasn't a problem, but again, it's something that you can look at past games at the venue. How's it gone? So at this one, there's only been 2 test matches, and so then you look at first-class cricket. What's the pattern? You can go all around the world into Australia and West Indies and have a good idea about how the pitch is going to play and how it's being prepared. You speak to the groundsman and you're gathering information all the time. The other is water content. We'll talk about that.
India known for a bit of dew first thing, isn't it?
Yeah, and in the UK you're more interested in how much moisture there is.
Jimmy Anderson continues. Rohit Sharma plays defensively up to mid-off, no run.
If you look at test match pitches in the UK, the groundsmen by and large, and I don't know the exact figures, but they're looking at something like 24% moisture in the surface. So if it's been raining before, your moisture content goes up. If it's been really dry, your moisture content comes down, so you have a good idea as to how much moisture there is in the surface in the UK for a test match.
Here's Jimmy Anderson again, running away from us up to the crease now. Bowls. Rohit Sharma plays defensively, no run. It's 126 for 3.
You know, the other thing that you talk about, and I'm intrigued that when you talk about Indian pitches, they talk freely about the team wanted this, the team wanted that. When I was involved with England, I could get nowhere near a groundsman. Nothing to do with me. And it was the same for previous coaches. You had no chance of getting anywhere near a groundsman to decide what sort of pitch do we want.
And there is a perception in India that the coach can just order them ready-made, just like, I want this, I want that, and that discounts the fact that that groundsmen have pride as well and don't enjoy. Here's Anderson again, and that's flicked away down towards fine leg, and it's gone for 4. Looking for the in-swinger, Jimmy Anderson, and it did swing in, but too much, and it was just helped on its way. Just a little flick guide from Rohit Sharma, who moves into the 70s. 130 for 3.
Yeah, first freebie there from James Anderson, just moving down leg, and Rohit was able to guide that down to fine leg. for 4. Probably the first ball we've seen in his entire spell where he's missed his line.
There's been a number of occasions in various grounds around the world where groundsmen have... Here's Anderson again, another in-swinger. Rohit pushes this one defensively up to Mark Wood at mid-on. But there have been groundsmen who've rebelled, who've been told to prepare a certain pitch, and well, they have a pride. I mean, I've often compared the relationship between groundsmen and their pitches with parents and a young child. You can dress your toddler up in its best clothes and hope that it behaves when you take it to see Granny and Grandad, but you never know when it might have a hissy tantrum and misbehave. Anderson in again, away swinger this time. Rohit Sharma plays it away defensively off the middle of the bat towards cover. And yeah, there are times when you say, well, you want my child to behave like that. That's not the way it is. It doesn't behave like that. You want a dry turner, well, you can't have it.
Well, they have spoken about this tour that Indian aren't wanting ragging pitches because it then enhances the skill of their spin bowling attack.
Anderson in again, wide of the crease. Rohit Sharma plays defensively, no run.
Whereas if you've got a raging turning pitch, it then brings into contest England's spin attack as well, which are much younger, less skillful, but have been more dominating from the stats than the India spin bowling attack. So there's loads of theories behind it with the pitches and wickets in India, but it's definitely spoken about more than any other country in terms of how the wicket's going to play. Is it going to turn? Is it going to be a batting track? And it does seem to be like a big guessing game.
Tom Hartley took a wicket in his first over. The ball just a short ball actually just stopped on Rajat Padikar, and he was caught between shots, and in the end off the back foot punched a tame catch to Ben Duckett at cover after Mark Wood took the first 2 wickets, getting rid of Yashasvi Jaiswal for 10 and Shubman Gill for a duck. Here is Hartley down the wicket using his feet. Jadeja clips it firmly, only as far as Duckett at mid-on. Bumble, we were talking about Jadeja's promotion up the order and the fact that he has moved from either 7 or 6 to number 5, ahead of 2 debutants who are due in next. And one of the factors that we didn't mention at the time was that this is his home ground. He's got a 300 and 2 double hundreds on this ground, so he's very much at home. Here is Hartley once again, and Jadeja drives it up to Duckett at mid-on, just wide of Duckett, so he is able to scamper through for a quick single, and the partnership moves up to 98. But that would have been a factor, I think. Jadeja actually has 3 triple centuries in first-class cricket. The first one on this ground against Railways. And familiarity of environment clearly would have played a factor in his promotion. Maybe, we don't know, maybe he was due to come in at 5 anyway. That's punched off the back foot out towards cover. It kept low, interestingly, and Rohit Sharma had to adjust his shot. But at 33 for 3, it seemed like Jadeja's promotion up to number 5 was a safety first measure. As I say, perhaps it was always the plan for him to come in at 5. Hartley again to Rohit Sharma. Forward he comes, playing defensively to cover again. 131 for 3.
Well, whatever the plan was, it has worked. The current partnership, the 98 off 180 deliveries, and they have stabled the ship here for India and created a much stronger platform, because it was looking very shaky at the start when they were 33 for 3.
Off the back foot now, slow bounce and turn from Hartley, punched away by Rohit.
From England's perspective, they break this partnership, 2 debutants next, they'll feel that there's a little window there, just break this partnership. These are 2 excellent players.
Partnership of 98 It's certainly stabilised things for India after they won the toss and surprised nobody by batting first. Here is Hartley again, and drives this into the pitch, and it's whipped away by Rohit through mid-wicket. Beautifully timed. Zach Crawley chases and overhauls it easily. 10-15 yards short of the mid-wicket boundary, and the 100 partnership has been posted with those two. Rohit Sharma moves on to 73. Ravi Jadeja has 41. Just a brief reminder for those of you maybe joining us for the first time, maybe you missed much of the first session, but 2 early wickets for Mark Wood and 1 for Tom Hartley. Yashasvi Jaiswal, the brilliant double century in the last test match, he was caught by Joe Root at first slip off Mark Wood for 10, and then Shubman Gill, who also scored 100 in the first test, caught by Ben Foakes for a duck, and then Rajat Paditar caught at cover by Ben Duckett off Tom Hartley for 5. India were 33 for 3. They are now 133 for 3, with Rohit Sharma, the skipper, on 73 and Ravi Jadeja on 41. There's been some encouragement for England. Didn't look that way for the first 20 minutes or so. Everything went straight on, but now the ball has started to reverse swing. There's a little bit of spin as well for Tom Hartley. We've just had the 1 over so far from Rian Ahmed, and it's time for it all change in the commentary box. Abhishek Jhunjhunwala and John Norman. Just making sure. Are you there? You've got your mic? We'll go. And Jarrod Kimber.
Thanks.
He really set you up for a conversation then, didn't he, Manas?
133 for 3. What a partnership this has been, Jarrod. Especially Jadeja, the way he batted when he came 33 for 3 under a lot of pressure. He just came and steadied the ship. Played a very matured knock, gave himself enough time to settle down. Rohit Sharma has been excellent as a leader, and he knew that he had to stay there today. If he got out at that point, there were a couple of chances which was dropped, but what an innings it has been since then.
Well, I mean, the thing with Jadeja is he's just very good at not getting out, which I know sounds like a stupid thing, but he's not always good at all the other things that batters have to do. But he's very good at not getting out, and so setting him up in that position, you probably wouldn't want him to do it in South Africa, Australia or England. But in these conditions, you know, his ability to keep the good ball out is actually really handy. And he's kind of done his job now. If he goes out for 40 odd here, you know, Safra should be coming in with a little bit of confidence and runs on the board, right?
100%. And again, going by the record, he loves batting. This is his home ground. He's played all his cricket here. In first-class cricket, and 3 triple hundreds on this ground, so he knows it better than anybody
Test cricket
else.
as well, I think.
And 100.
Yeah. Where are we with Rohit then? Rohit Sharma, 100 partnership alongside Jadeja, who you've just been talking about, but you know, he's not the first captain to be overshadowed somewhat by the brilliance of Stokes' captaincy, and for a guy that essentially, you know, I think there's only MS Dhoni that can equal him in terms of success as a captain in the IPL.
Yeah.
Long-term captain for the Mumbai Indians, long held up as being the beacon of franchise T20 teams, right, over the last 10 years, alongside Chennai, of course. But it hasn't seemed like it's really worked in this Test series. The results haven't been brilliant for India over the last 12 months. And for a guy that almost made his name for his astute captaincy, modern way of thinking, use of data, you know, the way that he got the best out of his players. You know, in T20 cricket, you've got to be on it for every single delivery. Just seems to have been caught a little flat-footed in this series. Maybe because he's been overshadowed by Stokes, maybe the pressure of the situation, maybe the fact he's got no Kohli and Rahul and some of those other players to rely on. But I think he's been surprised by the way that England have walked the walk. You know, they talked a lot and now they've walked, and maybe finds himself feeling a little fortunate that it's 1-1 coming with 3 to play.
Yeah, I think so. And Ben Stokes, we know what he has done as a captain. He's been exceptional. And it's just the way he's managed his players, the amount of confidence he has given to each individual. I think that's where the difference is between somebody who's playing for India, who's coming in new, and somebody who's playing for England. Because if you ask a Sarfaraz Khan or a Dhruv Jurel to play that brand of cricket, they'll be very worried because they know that they've only got 2 or 3 opportunities here to play for India. If they don't make a name for themselves, if they don't get a couple of runs under the name in this series, they might not ever play for India. So the pressure an Indian player has is completely different.
You only have to look at Bharat.
Yeah,
we will never see him play Test cricket
I don't
again.
think so.
I don't think so. Rishabh Pant will come back unless there's an injury to Jarrod. I think that's him done.
Yeah.
Mukesh may never play for India again. Mukesh Kumar. Wood is in bowling the start of his 10th over. After a little delay, you weren't missing any cricket. Jadeja blocks this away to short mid wicket, no run, or a straightish mid on. They've had a few problems with the sight screen today, so we've had a few hold-ups along the way. Mark Wood actually went and helped out. So we had a drinks break. We've had a sight screen malfunction, but we are now playing again here on talkSPORT 2 as India find themselves. Well, they would have taken this 33 for 3. They're now 133 for 3. Jadeja 41, Rohit Sharma 73 as this ball short wide, cut away by Jadeja. Ahmed should cut this off. We'll have a little look, and the body language of the fielder suggests, and that will go in the scorebook as 4 runs from the bat. Jadeja moves to 45, the score 137 for 3. Good bit of, or a good attempt by Rayan Ahmed at deep square leg, but too much on the ball, and there's a bit of a loosener there from, actually to deep point, not deep square leg, a bit of a loosener there from Mark Wood.
Yeah, just short and wide outside the off stump, probably not short enough. But again, they're trying to push Jadeja back and get him caught, probably LBW or bowled. Not coming forward, I think, is the idea.
Yeah, that went in front of square as well, didn't it? Didn't go behind. So Jadeja forward and pushes this into the offside. He wants a single. 4-5 steps down the track, realises Rohit Sharma's going nowhere, and so he just gently turns round and saunters back behind the crease. No run.
Just on the Rohit Sharma thing, so I think he can't really do the Ben Stokes thing of just saying to the players, be yourself, because they will be absolutely ripped apart online by the SEO aggregators who write articles from the netizens. Well, I didn't know that was a word until recently, netizens. Did you know netizens was a word?
Well, it sounds like you're describing yourself.
Yeah.
A netizen? Am I a netizen?
I'd say so. I mean, cricket with balls is, you know what, 15 years past us. As this is driven by Jadeja, speared in on the pads, it's full, and Jadeja manages to just place his ball to the right of short mid wicket, and mid on has to run round. Another couple of runs scampered, and Jadeja moves to 47.
So I think the way that they're playing at the moment, they can't really give themselves that level of freedom. And then the other side of it is, I think Rohit Sharma's captaincy, he's kind of had a little bit of a Ricky Ponting situation, where for so long it's like, who do I give the ball to? Is it Jadeja? Is it Ashwin? Is it Bumrah? Oh, it's only Akshar this time, right? And then when you have to think, things change a little bit. So, you know, I think there's a few issues for him that is a little bit tougher to overcome.
Wood round the wicket. This is short, and Jadeja sways out the way of a ball that was arrowing in on the crest on his helmet. No run. 139 for 3, 1 ball left of the 40th over.
And you know, the World Cup that they lost to Australia, those players were terrified of failure in that World Cup. And to be fair, Rohit got them not thinking about that all the way through in this last World Cup, and then they still lost the final again. And so the pressure just keeps building on them and and England have turned up at a very good time. I know Monty got made fun of for saying that they should be sledging the Indian players, but his general point was correct. The Indian players are the ones under pressure, not the English players.
Wood again, pitched up, driven. Jadeja feels like he's missed out here. Cloths this to mid-off, no run. India doing well since the lunch break. They haven't lost a wicket, and they have added 46 runs to their score, 93 for 3, and they've moved into 143 for 3. The scoreboard immediately disappears as I'm about to read it.
Yeah, I think that not winning an ICC event for so long haunts them every time, and especially if you're the captain of the Indian side, the pressure is immense because you're expected to win every game you play. And now, yesterday there was a big statement made by the Secretary of BCCI, Jay Shah, saying that I can promise you that Rohit Sharma will be lifting the trophy in Barbados. You shouldn't be making comments like that. How can you promise that?
One slip in place for Hartley as Sharma is forward. Opens the face a touch, plays this down, and it's no run. I mean, yeah, absolutely.
In T20 cricket, where you have no idea.
Yeah.
Like, when I'm working with a team, the first thing I say to them is, what we're aiming for here is 60 to 65% win percentage. We can't promise a final, but if we do that, we'll at least get ourselves into finals and we give ourselves a chance of winning. And he's like, well, we're going to win that tournament.
Yeah.
Stop talking.
Just one fielder out on the boundary for Hartley as this is tossed up wide, outside off stump. Play defensively again. No run. The player's back with a square on the leg side. Everybody else is up. And Sharma has gone big against Hartley. He's gone down the track on a couple of occasions. He's targeted mid-wicket as well, both mid-on and mid-off. Well, there is actually a player. Actually, I've just seen him almost between mid-on and mid-off, almost standing behind the umpire. Is that a fielder inside? That we'll have to have a look at again. Is that Rayan Ahmed?
Yeah, we were talking about that before. That's the New England style of having that fielder straight on. I think the fielding position is called straight hit. It's not obviously not that well known.
No, absolutely. I was surprised to see him there as Hartley is in, and this is a touch short, turning away from Sharma. That's meat and drink, really. Cut away to the deep point boundary for 4.
Yeah, again a long hop. He's bowled too many of those today, and Rohit Sharma, every time he got an opportunity, he's made full use of those. Yeah, you cannot bowl like that to Rohit when he's batting on 70 odd. He's going to milk you all day.
Yeah, by far Sharma's highest score of the series so far. He's got into double figures on all 5 occasions that he's batted. This is the first time he's got into the 40s and beyond. A half century, given out on 29, dropped on 27. Tough chance by Joe Root as Sharma's forward, covers up, defends, no run. But this is the thing with this England side, though. You know, there is turn, it's slow turn, but I would say on the captain's gone by, you'd feel that India are ahead of the game. They're looking comfortable. 2 set batters, defensively played again by Rohit Sharma, but Stokes is always on it. Every ball he is on it, and he's backing his bowlers, and he can put defensive fields, he can do split fields, he can mix it up. He's not just plays one way, but you just feel England believe 1 wicket here, and that they are properly in the game, and it could happen.
I just feel since that drop of Rohit Sharma, he's been a lot more solid. He's trusted his defence a lot more against Tom Hartley, and that's why I said it'll be good to get a silly point in, somebody in front of his eye where he's a bit shaky with his front foot defence. But at the moment, with no fielders in front of the bat, he's quite confident that even if I get an inside edge onto my pad, there's nobody to catch.
We've seen a lot in this series of having a silly point in, not for the inside edge, but literally for the one off the middle. And Stokes has been really good with that.
Here is Woods. Jadeja rides the bounce, and no run at the start of Woods' latest over. 2 quick wickets, back-to-back wickets in back-to-back overs. Seems a while ago now, though, as Jaswal and Gill both caught behind the wicket. 2 early successes for England through Mark Wood, opening up with pace at both ends. Seemed almost normal cricket for a while. Patidar the 3rd to 4, 33 for 3 at that stage. Hartley with the breakthrough. Wood is at the start of his 11th over. Partnership of 110, inside edge, that could have gone anywhere. Jadeja fortunate, thrusting his hands at the ball, thick inside edge, and he comes through for a single.
The way he played that ball, you know that in the back of his mind he's only thinking about the shot delivery, and hence he's not coming forward. He was again waiting on the back foot and suddenly realizing that the ball is full, and then the hands going away from the body, nearly chopped it on to his stumps. Very lucky.
You can see his foot wasn't fully landed as well because he wasn't convinced he was going to go forward. So I think they've worked out that if they can keep it short to him and then keep it around the top of that off stump. And, we were talking before, he's not a full batter. Like, do you know what I mean? He is limited. It's just the things he's good at, he's really good at.
He's not getting out.
Yeah, it's do you know what? It's getting inside edges to those balls to square leg and getting off strike, right? None of us are old enough to have watched a lot of Imran Khan bat, but, Dan Vettori is another one. Those all-rounders, they develop a different way because they don't develop the way that, you do as a specialist batter. Your whole job is thinking about batting.
144 for 3, listening to Jarrod, Kimber, Abhishek, Jhunjhunwala, myself, John Norman on talkSPORT 2. As over the wicket is Mark Wood, and Rohit Sharma inside edge again. Doesn't look quite comfortable. He's trying to get on the front foot though.
That's the second time that Rohit Sharma's gone to pick up a ball that's landed in his crease. And both times he's thought to better of himself and not picked it up. We of course saw in the Under-19 World Cup the young England player picked it up and gave it to the wicketkeeper. If our Ashwin is on the field, you would assume an appeal. I don't think England's going to appeal for one of those, but there are some teams that certainly would.
I'm not sure what you're talking about. Our Ashwin doesn't do anything, which is...
Hey, I'm on his side. Don't pick up the ball. It's not your ball, Abby.
Yeah.
Your job is to bat.
Wood again. 2 slips in place now for Sharma. And this is wide of the stumps. And Sharma is well across to the offside and defends 77 not out. If you're listening to us on talkSPORT 2, get in contact. If you've got a question for Abhishek or Jarrod, get in contact at cricket_TS on Twitter, or head over to YouTube, the chat facility there. The last test they were talking about Dostoevsky and Russian literature.
Isn't that the same thing?
Well, Dostoevsky is an author
of Russian literature.
Russian literature encompasses all Russian authors.
I'm just saying.
You're just being smart.
They had one
You're
conversation.
trying to be smart. Wood again, and this beats the outside edge of the bat of Rohit Sharma. Now that in itself was incredible from Mark Wood, who, as he approached the umpire, jumped to the right, then skipped to the left, and then got the ball to dart away from the outside edge of Sharma's bat.
Yeah, it was very clever. We all saw it happen, and then we could see he takes one step into the left and then a big one out to the right, and it's the angle that beats Sharma. He's very close here to being in trouble for putting off the batter because he's moved so much. I think you've got to run in a normal. I forget the exact regulation the way it's written. You do have to be a little bit careful, but it was very clever coming that wide, and he certainly set Rohit Sharma up for that one.
And also be able to execute that ball well.
Still bowl the good ball.
And still bowl a good ball after doing all of that.
Yeah,
it takes proper skill.
And not fracture a leg. Played it to Gully from Sharma. End of the over, a normal delivery. That was an incredible ball from Mark Wood. I'm not sure any bowler would be able to bowl more than, I don't know, maybe, I don't know. I don't know how long your career would be if you were bowling like that regularly.
Because he was running full pelt and then he kind of did a hop to the left side. You don't really see it. It's very unusual.
Well, he did a step to the right and then a jump to the left, which I think is also the time warp. Of course, Mac is here, has picked that up straight away. Are they talking about the time warp in the YouTube comments?
No, but Ravi Carmarker says Jarrod needs a coffee. And
I don't drink coffee.
You don't drink any caffeine at all, do you?
Well, I drink Coke.
That's true, yeah. That is true.
I mean, to be fair, it is... well, actually, it's late morning here now, but we have all been awake for quite a while.
Cricket England says India are the new chokers in finals. Making friends on the in the chat group.
They won their last final, didn't they? I'm trying to think if they even lost their
India?
last. Oh, they said India's the new... Oh, yeah. Sorry, I thought you said England. Well, they've lost to quite a few.
Yeah, so probably you can call them that.
Well, if you want to call them that, Abhishek, that sorts us out for our YouTube content for the day. Tom Hartley, we've seen one over of Rayan Ahmed today?
Just one.
Just before the lunch break. The ball is 42 overs old. He's been introduced towards the end of days, and then when the ball gets a little older, right? That kind of makes sense. We all understand that. Hartley has been bowled though, 16 overs today. Jack Leach, I mean, poor old Jack Leach, missing another big series. As down the ground is Jadeja. Hit on the pads, no run.
That's much better. That's the ball he needs to bowl to Jadeja, just until Jadeja's out, essentially. He doesn't need to worry about anything else. If Jadeja wants to flick through the 3 catches on the leg side, let him.
He's batted so sensibly so far. I don't know what he was trying to do on that occasion.
It wasn't clever from him.
Also, there's 2 fielders, actually 3 fielders,
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, on the leg side.
If he wants to go through them, that's fine. Just keep the ball there.
Hartley is in, and Jadeja again coming down the track, big stride down. There's not a huge amount of turn there.
No, but you can see straight away, Hartley had him in trouble with the one that pitches on middle and leg. And straight away, the next one's outside off stump. It's just, he just doesn't quite have the ability to repeat that ball over and over again.
Stokes is at a straightish and short mid-on. There's a short leg, which is where the ball goes, but not before it bounces. Clipped straight to the fielder. Is that Ollie Pope at short leg? We'll see. Jadeja 2 runs away from the sword celebration. Does he do that for 50s or just 100s? Yep. 50s as well.
Yep.
He got a 50 in the first test match. Didn't play in the second. Back in the side today and batting at number 5. Hartley tosses one up on leg stump. Jadeja forward, and he'll take a single to duck it. He's kind of halfway back at kind of wideish, deep mid-on. 145 for 3. But again, it's Stokes and it's England, just they're always trying something, right?
Yeah. And it's just again going back to the point Jarrod was making earlier about being consistent and to be able to bowl that length ball after ball, to have that skill set. It's such a difficult skill set to have, and especially for somebody who plays a lot of white ball cricket.
Wide of the crease this time from Hartley, and Sharma will take a single. 146 for 3.
Because since that ball where he got Ravindra Jadeja into a bit of a tangle, hit his pads, he hasn't bowled a single ball on that length again. He's bowled every single delivery in different areas, different line and different length. And if you want to create that pressure on a batsman, you have to be consistently bowling at that length, ball after ball.
Banana Brooks on the in the chat group says Harmy is missed. Where is Steve Harmison? Harmy will be back for the 4th test, don't worry about that. There's Hartley on the pads, clipped it to short leg, and it's a dot ball to end the over. Jadeja's 49, Rohit Sharma is 78. India 146 for 3. The crime reel says Harmy's fashion sense is not missed though. And if anybody else was watching the YouTube stream, he was doing a Jacob Rees-Mogg for most of the test match. You remember Jacob Rees-Mogg when he was in the House of Commons and he decided to have a little lie down, put his feet up?
Did Harmy have a sleep?
Well, he had his feet up for most of the test match when he wasn't on comms.
And that's probably because of all the fitness work he was doing in between.
He was eating a lot.
Slamming the gym.
Slurping the soup, feet up, what a life. Abhishek Jhunjhunwala and Jarrod Kimber sticking around. Andrew McKenna will be picking up.
Yeah, Jadeja on 49 and Rohit 78. It's been an outstanding partnership of 113 runs of 206 balls. It shows that they've been patient. They've kept the good balls away, and every time they've got an opportunity, Jarrod, they've scored runs.
Yeah, I think it's a really good partnership. It's also a partnership if one wicket falls, England almost become favourites straight away. It's so it will be so dramatic if one does fall here.
Mark Wood then tearing in, right arm over the wicket. Rohit from outside of off stump flicks this to deep square leg where Rayan Ahmed is stationed. He gets a single to take him to 79. 147 for 3, India here on talkSPORT 2.
But also what this partnership has done is made life a bit easy for the likes of Sarfaraz and Dhruv Jurel when they walk in, because with this partnership they will come into bat at the perfect time when the pitch isn't doing much, the ball isn't really turning. Yeah, there's a bit of reverse swing, but when you're just coming in the back of a 114, 120 run partnership, your confidence is already a bit high as a batter.
Jadeja then 49 not out from 96 balls so far. These two have put on 114 for the 4th wicket after they were 33 for 3, India. Jadeja's just backed away, settles back in, so Mark Wood can come charging in around the wicket to him. Oh, it's a very full ball. He takes us a low full toss and clips to deep backwards square where Ben Duckett will field, and he gets a 50, a single that takes him to 50, and there's the sword celebration, waving it around. We mentioned earlier it's his home ground, and he scores an awful lot of runs here. He's 50 from 97 balls. India 148 for 3.
Oh, what an innings this has been. Outstanding innings under pressure. When he walked into the middle, India with 33 for 3. He knew that he had to stick around with the skipper. He's done that perfectly, and what a knock. 50 of 97. He's been cautious whenever he's got the opportunity to play the shots. He's played it, but I think it's going to be a very, very important innings for the series.
It feels like the next hour is going to be really important to this test match. Mark Wood is in over the wicket to Rohit, and that comes off of the thigh pad, I think, as it goes down towards short fine leg. It's one more to the total either way, but it just feels like if these two are still batting in an hour's time, having had all the positivity of 33 for 3, things will start be moving back in India's direction.
Yeah, England, just of recent times, haven't been very good at just making India take little challenges. That's what England have been really good at. We obsess over how England bats under Bazball, but a lot of it is how they manufacture wickets, and Hartley hasn't been able to do it at his end. And to be fair, I don't think Wood's bowled some very good balls. He's almost gone through both of these batters. But they have to keep doing that, because you just have a look at the field now and you think, how are they trying to get out Rohit Sharma? Jadeja a little bit different. They've got some plans for Jadeja, but they just have to keep putting that pressure on, because it really isn't that far away from England being on top again. I know, 33 for 3 felt like they were on top, but because of the two players who were in, India still had a big chance. So getting through these guys is the difference.
Yeah, I think 1 wicket. They're just 1 wicket away with 2 new players, debutants. It's going to be a lot of pressure on them. And if they can get 1, I think they'll get another one quickly as well.
Mark Wood comes in around the wickets, bowls to Jadeja, quick, forces him onto the back foot, drops it into the offside and takes 4 or 5 paces down. Rohit's got no interest in that one whatsoever. So Mark Wood's in his 12th over, 11 overs and 4 balls, 2 for 48 so far. He blasted away the opening for England, getting Jaiswal caught at slip by Root for 10. That was 22 for 1 in the 4th over, and then Shubman Gill caught behind by Folkes for a 9-ball duck. That was 24 for 2, 4 balls into the 6th. Patidar, the 3rd man out and last man out so far in the first over of Tom Hartley's spell, getting in a tangle as this one stopped in the pitch and it just lobbed up into the offside to Duckett. That was 5 for him, 33 for 3, but now 116 from these two. Rohit 79, Jadeja 50. Jadeja waits as Mark Wood goes short, and it's through to the keeper, no run.
Because you look here, Abby, and they've got leg slip, short leg. They've also got a fielder at square leg, which is definitely there for the catch. The 2 guys out. They've got a clear plan for Jadeja, and we know the same for when Hartley's bowling to him. I'm not sure what their plans are for Rohit at the moment, and Rohit just seems to be on cruise control. That's not what you want Rohit to be, making rash decisions, because that's when they got him in trouble early on.
Yeah, absolutely. I think with Rohit, they just want to get the wicket of Jadeja. They have given up on Rohit, it seems like, the way they have set the field. And even with Jadeja, the field Mark Wood has is for short bowling, but he looks spent at the moment to me. He looks tired, so he can't even get the ball to go through.
Yeah, it's getting old, this ball. 44th over, Mark Wood goes in, aiming towards the thigh of Jadeja, turned around the corner to Bairstow. They will take a single. The Indian 150 is up, 150 for 3 after 44 overs here on talkSPORT 2. And the ball is reversing, so it's got to that stage. England, and you can see it just as the ball gets passed around the field, the players are being very careful as to how they handle it. And so it is reversing, and Wood therefore has bowled 12 overs already today. Interesting to see, because the plan was 4 over spells maximum for Mark Wood. So effectively, if you're doing that, he's bowled 3 spells already.
Yeah, and this is his 2nd spell, if I'm not wrong. Or is it the 3rd spell? Because he bowled 6 or 7 overs in his first spell, which was an extended spell. And in a place like Rajkot, where the humidity level is so high, it takes a lot away from a fast bowler, especially somebody like Mark Wood, who gives everything, every delivery. He's not somebody who will just come and bowl a couple of slow deliveries and bowl a couple of quick deliveries in and over. Every ball he bowls, he gives it all.
Rayan Ahmed back into the attack. Bowled 1 over before lunch that went for 3. He will be bowling around the wicket to the left-handed Jadeja, who stays in his crease. Turns on the leg side, well fielded by Ollie Pope under the helmet, who dives, stops it, and flicks it back towards the stumps in one motion, no run.
Bowling around the wicket. So I think he'll probably bowl mostly wrong ones. He likes to bowl around the wicket. Most leg spinners like to bowl over the wicket to left-handers, landed in line, spin it back in, but he likes to try the other way.
Well, he's outside of off stump. There you go. That's a ripping leg break that turned a lot and didn't bounce that much either.
Yeah, that's the sort of thing that when it was 33 for 3 you want to see. When the other team's got to 150 for 3, you don't really want to see your leg spinner come in and roll one along the ground, because Kuldeep rolls a lot of balls along the ground.
Well, interesting. Rayan goes in. This one again is another leg break that Jadeja turns through square leg. Hartley will do the fielding. We've not really seen the googly yet, and we do know that Rayan favours the googly, so was he planning to hang one out there and then try and get Jadeja? Well, he's not got him on strike anymore. It's Rohit now.
Yeah, watching that ball, I was wondering which team will be happier. Will it be England or India? Because that ball really ragged.
Well, if you haven't been with us right from the top, Abhishek Jhunjhunwala has said a few times, by day 3 this could be the thick end of unplayable. Rohit gets a full ball from Rayan that he turns through mid-wicket and Bairstow will field, single take, and Rohit goes to 80, 152 for 3.
In the last 4 or 5 overs, we haven't seen a great deal of boundaries, but they're just easily picking those singles. Every over, they've managed to take 3 or 4 singles. That's where they're hurting England. They need to find an answer to stop those singles somehow.
Rayan is in once again around the wicket. Big stride forward from Jadeja, pushes out on the offside, and there is no run. I'm sorry, I've just looked down at the screen in front of me, which has got the YouTube comments. Is Jarrod a blonde, or did he colour his hair? I think there may be a problem with your computer screen. Jarrod is watching Rayan Ahmed come in and bowl. Bat and pad very close together. Jadeja out on the offside, and there is no run. No, Jarrod has very much got dark hair, so I would suggest you may need to look at the contrast setting on. And in fact, if you are watching on the YouTube channel, he's just given you a very, very big extreme close-up, Wayne's World style of that particular Barnet. Yeah, you may need to adjust the contrast on your screen. That is Jarrod's parting gift. And if that is his parting gift, then we should all be delighted from that. Phoebe Graham and David Lloyd have moved back in alongside me in the commentary box. Looks like actually we've got a double change out on the field as well, because Rayan Ahmed's just had that over, and Joe Root is coming in to bowl the next over. So England have had a look, they've given it a go, and now they're changing things around.
Yeah, and I think it is about changing things at the moment to try and break this partnership. They've really settled here, have Jadeja and Rohit, and that spin is promising for England within this innings, but it's going to take something special to break up this partnership.
Does feel like they've adopted the old bed and breakfast mentality. They've settled in for a long time here, these two. At least that's the impression they're giving.
But they look very comfortable. England had that opportunity. It was a tough opportunity at slip off Hartley. Rohit looking to go big on the leg side. Root was unsighted, but it was an opportunity. But they've looked very comfortable, these two.
So Root then for his 4th over the wicket to Rohit, and Rohit immediately goes after him into the leg side, over the leg side, all the way for 6. First ball of the over. Rohit goes to 86. He's within 14 of another 100, and he hits his 6 and India's second 6 of the innings.
It's a beautiful strike from Rohit. Doesn't have to advance down for that, just one step. Bat comes through nice and straight. One bounce over mid-on.
Such a languid swing of the bat. There was nothing frantic. It was just a long, smooth swing. Jeez, that was a good shot.
But we saw it side on. He gets an enormous stride in, and he is a big man. field changes.
Actually, I didn't appreciate how big he is physically until I saw him during that first test, and then you go, oh, okay. You know, when you see people around other big people, you kind of don't necessarily take it all in. He is a big unit, Rohit. Big unit. Right, Root is going to be around the wicket to him now. There's a slip and a leg slip in place. Ollie Pope is under the helmet at leg slip. Here comes Root. Gives it a little bit of air. He's taken on the pad. His front foot is about a foot outside of leg stump, so there is absolutely no point appealing for that one.
It was a safe delivery to sweep there by Rohit. Root goes up to the umpire in despair.
The man just in front of square leg, then a straightish mid-wicket as well for Root, who goes into that shorter. And Rohit from the crease is able to guide this down to backwards square leg, but no run.
Leg slip is very fine with the helmet on. Who's that? Pope, I think.
Pope, yeah.
He's very fine.
And with a man playing a shot like that, right in Tin Can Alley as well. Root around the wicket once again, trying to get Rohit to clip into the leg side. He clips into the leg side. Dan Lawrence is on the field, and he is the man at mid-wicket who can't stop that one. And it will go away for a single, 159 for 3. Seven from the over so far, brings Jadeja back on strike. Root will stay around the wicket to the left-hander. This one, of course, will be hoping to turn past, well, grazing the outside edge, not necessarily turning past the outside edge. So slip and short leg under the helmet. Man deep out on the leg side. If he wants to go big off Root, in goes Root. Oh, he's pulled that one down. It's been hit hard by Jadeja, but England do have the safety option of Lawrence out there, and it's hit directly to him. That could have been a lot more than just the single. It ended up 160 for 3.
Root's really struggling to find some tempo in his bowling today. This is only his 4th over of the day, but previously as well he was dragging balls down, bowling full tosses. He just hasn't found any real rhythm yet. And again, another ball dragged down in that previous delivery.
Root around the wicket to finish the over to Rohit, who plays up to duck it at short mid-wicket. And there's no run. 46 overs gone here on talkSPORT 2, 160 for 3. And don't forget, the new Super League season starts tonight. And it's live here on talkSPORT 2, of course. Hull FC against Hull KR coming your way from 8 o'clock this evening. And there's plenty more football over the weekend. talkSPORT 2, the home of the EFL. Exclusive commentaries. There's 2 of them coming your way this weekend. West Brom Southampton on Friday night. Plymouth Leeds on Saturday. But of course, the test match is exclusively live. Every ball of the series. And it's building up to be one heck of a series. Still plenty of action coming your way. It'll all be on talkSPORT 2.
Well, 160 for 3, 46 overs. One thing we've not talked about is reverse swing. We've just caught a glimpse of the ball and it looks quite raggy. England have tried hard to get a shine on one side, and the trick obviously is to get one side with a shine on and be rough on the other side. I wonder whether there's an opportunity at 46, 50 overs to try reverse swing. I don't think it'll be too much, but it promises this pitch what we're seeing. I'm agreeing with Abhishek. I think it's going to get worse quickly.
Of course, as Rayan Ahmed starts a new over, it's pushed to mid-on by Jadeja. Duckett can't prevent the single being taken. 161 for 3. If it does start reversing, of course, then the question is who bowls. As we mentioned, Mark Wood has already bowled 12 overs in the day. So how many more times can you go to him? And then you're looking at asking James Anderson to then take on that workload, Bumble.
Well, Phoebe's the one, a quick bowler. What do you think for Mark Wood, an explosive bowler? What are you expecting ideally from him? 16?
Rayan Ahmed goes in, push drive by Rohit to Ben Stokes, add extra cover, no run.
Traditionally it's between 16 and 18 overs, isn't it, really, for a fast bowler, but he's a hard worker from the northeast, and I'm sure he'll dig deep for Stokesy to get
Rayan Ahmed goes in. Now Rohit's playing an attempted sweep at this one, gets in a bit of a tangle, I think gets an under edge on that. It ends up taking him on the pad, which is why the stifled appeal, but there's no run.
To get as many overs from him as possible, but I think the key for Wood is making sure that he's explosive, that his bowling is 90 miles an hour plus, and that they do that in short, sharp spells. So if they can get 20 overs out of him today, I think they'll do a good job. The big challenge as well with Wood is workload and injury management, so it's a fine balance when you've got a player like Mark Wood who can make such a significant difference, but it's using him at the right time. So I think they'll probably do 2 over short, sharp spells with him and Jimmy for the rest of the day.
You'd expect more from Anderson. I like the way that Rayan Ahmed is bowling. He's getting good pace, bowling accurately. We've got a problem, the hold up, that's the physio that's on.
Yeah, so that last shot for the appeal, it did brush the bat and then go up and hit Rohit on the grill once again, so that they have to go through the concussion protocol. So the physio's out just checking him out. I don't think there's any problem, but they have to go through this protocol.
And it's the second time he's been hit on the grill today. Earlier he got one flush in the grill from Mark Wood, which was a fantastic delivery and shook him up early doors.
Yeah, this one from Rayan was slightly slower, in fairness. Right, everyone's back present and correct, and we can carry on. So Rayan is bowling over the wicket, bowls leg break to Rohit, brings him forward, pushing into the offside, no run.
So it's obligatory, you have to have the concussion, and he came out. I just wanted how that conversation had gone. How are you feeling? I'm all right. Who are you? I'm Elvis Presley.
Rayan Ahmed in, bringing Rohit forward, no run.
Well, a lot of the time with fast bowlers, it's quite a positive thing for the batters because it enables them to regain composure. But when it tickles you on the grill like that, I think it can be quite frustrating to lose your tempo. But when it's Mark Wood charging in, you don't mind the extra 3 minutes.
Rayan Ahmed goes in. There was a little bit of a loopy one there that arrived almost on the half volley to Rohit. What a shot that is. He's clipped it away through wide mid-wicket, and it's away for 4. Rohit goes to 91 with that. It's 165 for 3 here on talkSPORT 2 after 47 overs. Some more thoughts from David and Phoebe, and Neil Manthorp will pick up the ball by ball.
My shot of the day, that. It's right underneath him, under his eye line. Powerful bottom hand comes in and he whips it through wide mid-on. 165 for 3 after 47 overs. Jadeja, he's on 54. Dependable. Rohit Sharma, effortless. 91 from 143.
You're picking your World 11 for all 3 formats. Is Jadeja in the team? I think he's first on my list. All 3 formats.
Yeah, well, no arguing.
Phoebe?
Yeah, I agree. I think he's made a significant impact already coming back into this Indian team and the inexperience that they've got in their batting lineup.
Jarrod in and beats Jadeja, who's now dispensed with his helmet and he's got his cap on. But that was a very fine off break, and it's turned just enough. It's actually turned quite a lot, to be fair. It's gone fizzing past the outside edge. Jadeja, the spinner, will have appreciated that ball from Jarrod. A very fine delivery. There's a slip in. It's 4 men on the offside. From backward point to mid-off. Saving 1. Here is Root again, and forward comes Jadeja, opens the face of the bat and runs it to backward point. Fielded by skipper Ben Stokes.
We didn't think he would be available for this test, but a lot of the press coverage said he was 90% fit but wasn't going to be able to play, which you'd take a 90% fit Jadeja any day.
Driven down the ground for 4. That's a beautiful shot. Johnny Bairstow at mid-on, momentarily interested in attempting to run and dive and cut that off, but it was just far too sweetly timed. It was peculiar, wasn't it, that Jadeja was, he himself said that he was 90% fit. He also said, which is interesting, when it was confirmed that he would play, he said that I won't be running and diving unless I really have to. Begged the question, how do you decide that? It's full and wide outside the off stump, and Jadeja leaves it alone, but it's the slider from Root. And you're chasing a ball to the boundary. England are 120 for 2, and you know you can probably save it, but maybe not. Is that when do you decide? Do I really have to this time? Here's another one chopped out by Jadeja to Ollie Pope at short point. And there's no run, but he is 35 now, and he said himself that you need to be a little more careful with your body. Here's Root, and that flicked away on the leg side for another single by Jadeja, 169 for 3.
I wish I were 35.
If your instinct has throughout your cricketing career, so for 20 years more, he's been chasing everything as if his life depended on it, throwing himself around, effecting run-outs, taking brilliant catches, and you reach 35 and you've had a few injuries and you go, I think I'll change approach.
Well, I mean, go back to the old time. You just get your foot on it, just stand on it, kick it. That's how it used to be.
I think you do see that in some bowlers sometimes, particular seam bowlers that are putting a shift in for the team, that they might go off and spend 10-15 minutes on the physio bed. But I think what I love about the England team at the moment is everyone's sprinting to the boundary. Every single run out there is saved, and we have seen that from the Indian side as well in the first 2 tests, because the fielding's made a difference.
Rian Ahmed begins a new over. Jadeja defends it and then fields it himself.
For both sides, they've created wickets that shouldn't have really been opportunities through being on it in the field, so it's a controversial comment.
Rian Ahmed in again, and that's a googly, and punched off the back foot by Jadeja out towards Zach Crawley, running around from cover. Oh, Jadeja's fielded it again. Throw comes in and gets that wet glove on it.
Did you notice that? He picked the ball up, and there's an under-19s game just gone on recently where there's a dismissal.
Yeah, that was outrageous, wasn't it? Batter picked the ball up in front of him to give to the wicket-keeper. They appealed for out, and it was given by the umpires after 10 minutes discussion.
There's Rian Ahmed again, and that one punched off the back foot as well by Rohit Sharma for another single. He moves on to 92. What have you spotted, Bumble?
Have we just missed an LBW? The original decision was not out. The impact is in line. It's pitched in line. It's hitting. And they think, England think that he's hit it.
And it came off his wrist. Not the glove.
Oh!
It's come off his wrist. His arm, in other words. So he hasn't hit it.
They've missed it. England have missed it.
Rian Ahmed in again, driven down the ground by Jadeja. This time it will be cut off by the captain, Ben Stokes, who palms it on to Johnny Bairstow.
I'm right there, aren't I? It's impact in line, hit him in line.
Hitting the top of leg stump.
Hitting the top of leg stump. Given not out, England appealed and didn't review.
And Rian Ahmed was the one who led the decision not to review, because he said it's hit it. That's punched off the back foot defensively, however, and Rian Ahmed does his own fielding, 173 for 3. It was Rian Ahmed who said no, he's hit it.
Oh, they've missed it.
Yes, they have. I wouldn't say it was a glaring error, though. I mean, you could understand. That's whipped away. That's a super shot from Rohit Sharma, but Zach Crawley's providing cover at deep mid-wicket, and it'll only be a single one, 74 for 3.
Who's got to lead that? It's a young bowler. He said that the wicket-keeper should have a big voice there. Hang on. Let's have a look. Let's have a look upstairs. They've missed it.
I just wonder, I mean, yeah, and he's only 19 years old, but to overrule the bowler who is saying don't review, I think it's a massive call.
And that's what this team's all about, isn't it? Having ownership, giving Ahmed the voice to speak as an experienced player, even though he is inexperienced.
Well, he's got it wrong.
And he's got it wrong. But like you say, to the naked eye, it wasn't a glaring opportunity. I wasn't thinking in my seat, you must get up and review that.
Agreed.
Joe Root to continue. Got about 3 overs to go before tea, and this one around the wicket to Rohit Sharma, pushes it away defensively on the onside.
So the Root's bowling a leg stump line here to Rohit and is trying to set him up. And they've got square, deep long on, mid wicket, mid on.
Here's Root once again, and punched off the back foot again to mid-wicket Duckett Fields. He bowled 46 overs in the first test in Hyderabad, all but 2 of them around the wicket.
Brilliant, mate, brilliant, pal.
Only 2 from over the wicket. Here is Root once again around the wicket. There's an appeal for leg before wicket, but that's the problem with bowling around the wicket. If it's not pitching outside leg, you've got to turn it pretty sharply to straighten it to hit the stumps, and so it was more of a throat clearer there for the close fielders and Ben Folkes. Joe Root didn't bother, knew that that wasn't going to be given out. Rohit Sharma 93 not out from 149 balls. Ravi Jadeja has 61. Forward comes Rohit to the next one from Root again, pushes it out on the onside. This partnership worth 141 after India were reduced to 33 for 3. Mark Wood with 2 early wickets, 1 for Tom Hartley. Here is Root again, and this one, Rohit uses his feet, and it's pitching a long way outside leg stump, so in the end he has to play it outside the line of his pads, whipping it towards deep mid-wicket for a single. Leg slip in place, and an orthodox slip. But Rohit almost got himself into a bit of a tangle there, adjusted very well in the end. But, I don't know whether Joe Root saw him coming, tried to fire it in down the leg side.
He nearly yorked himself there and had to just manoeuvre his feet to get the bat in the way. It wasn't glamorous, but managed to rotate the strike from it.
Jadeja 61 not out as Root is into him again. The left-hander comes forward, pushes it square of the wicket on the offside, and there's no run. 175 for 3, 50 overs gone. Something very charming about watching batsmen bat in caps. You don't see it in England anymore, do you? It's against the law. The bill, have you?
No, and it used to be so common back in the day. I think that rule was in force probably, will it have been about 10 years ago? Or will it not been that long? I don't know. Anyway, you don't see it particularly often, and it still looks unnatural for me because I've always been brought up wearing a helmet and never not been able to not wear a helmet in any form of cricket. So, yeah, it's always unusual to see.
Well, I was doing some clearing out at home, and I found this plastic bag. I'll have a look in here, see what it is. My old Lancashire cap, my original Lancashire cap, presented in 1968.
Rian Ahmed into Rohit Sharma, clips it wide of Johnny Bairstow for a single at mid-on.
It was so weathered, the sun had been on it, and you could just see the red rose in the middle, and inside I think the mice had been at it. It was all eaten away, but it's the original one, so I put it pride of place. I put it somewhere in the house, I can see it. Found it in a drawer.
Which leads me on to the question. Here's Rian Ahmed again to Jadeja, punches it off the back foot, just slightly too short. Again, it was the googly turning back into the left-hander. But I'm now more intrigued. I mean, it's a wonderful story about your first ever Lancashire cap. I'm more intrigued about your first ever helmet.
That was a lacrosse helmet.
Really?
Yes, it was. It was a lacrosse helmet.
Rian Ahmed in again, too short and pulled in the air out towards deep mid-wicket. It'll be Crawley doing the fielding again, and once more it'll just be a single.
Do you remember that time when helmets first came in? I think Sunil Gavaskar had something under his cap. It was like a protector under his cap. Maybe Dennis Amis as well.
He wore a sun hat over it.
Yeah.
Like a skull cap.
Yes.
Basically. Here's Rian Ahmed. Forward comes Jadeja again, playing defensively. Once more he's determined to do the fielding himself. Actually scoops the ball back with his bat and then picks it up. I would have a word if I was England. I mean, they're trying to get reverse swing going here, and you've got a sweaty glove. You put that on the dry side of the ball, you could materially affect the way it behaves. And that's the third time he's done his own fielding. Here's Shareen Ahmed again. He plays defensively.
You get short shrift in Australia.
Oh, yeah.
Leave it. It's not yours. Leave it. Or words to that effect.
Sanitised version. Shareen Ahmed in. That's a better length. It brings Jadeja forward, and playing defensively nudges it back out on the onside. 178 for 3. And so just how uncomfortable was this lacrosse helmet? Did you actually bat in it?
No, it was used for fielding. At that time, I think I'm right, batters didn't use them. This was a protection for fielders, because Roger Davies from Glamorgan was hit at short leg fielding from Neil Aberley, who was playing for Warwickshire, and he clipped it, and he was seriously injured, and he stopped breathing for a while, and that alerted everybody to start wearing some sort of protection as a fielder.
So we had Missouri come in last week, and we got our heads scanned with new technology. So we put a swimming cap on our head and got photographed and videoed from every angle 360 to make sure that the helmets fit you to perfection.
Jarrod begins the last over before tea, we assume, and it's whipped away by Rohit for a single through square leg.
Sounds just like your lacrosse helmet.
It reminds me of my mother. She, when you went to swimming from school, or primary school, she insisted I had to take a letter that I wear one of these skull caps, because she was convinced I had a hole in my head, and this skull cap would keep the water out. Madness.
Really?
Yeah, absolutely. And she used to hit me with a frying pan. She'd be in jail now.
Yeah. Family protection officer would be around in no time.
She was a firebrand. She was one of 13. Yeah, one of 13. And my granddad died when he was 42, so crikey, he was productive.
He was, it certainly was. Jarrod now to Jadeja, pushing out towards extra cover, and there's no run. So last over 4T, Bumble, just, you've got to tell us, your first time you batted in a helmet.
You were embarrassed?
Who was it? Who was it against? And did they take the mickey out of you?
I can't remember who against, but when they came in, they crept in helmets for batters, and you were embarrassed to, it's soft to wear this, why is he wearing a helmet? And now, you move on, and it's the absolute norm and common sense.
Here's Root again. Jadeja plays defensively, and there's no run. Was it Dennis Amis or David Hooks who first wore a helmet?
Mike Brealey wore one of these sort of skull things that Sonny Gavaskar did.
Dennis Amis actually wore a moped, like a helmet for a moped. Situation. That's short, long hop, pulled by Jadeja for 6 over deep mid-wicket. Couple of deliveries before tea. Joe Root's produced the drag down, and Jadeja has launched it with glee over mid-wicket.
You can see how well Jadeja's seeing the ball now. He rocked back and was able to place that through mid-wicket. Really nice clean hit of the bat. And he's in full form now, seeing the ball so well and able to capitalise on that shorter length.
Here's Root again to Jadeja. Better, Fuller outside the off stump, however, turning away and left alone by Jadeja. And India have reached 185 for 3. By my reckoning, that is the tea break, with Jadeja on 68 and Rohit Sharma on 97. So a brilliant fight back, and I wouldn't say that India are in complete control, because you add a wicket or two and a couple of debutants to come, but they are in control for the moment. A wicketless session for England. 27 overs bowled, 92 runs scored at a fraction under 3.5 and over, and there's been some very, very smart batting from India. Rohit Sharma had a bit of a wobble in the morning session, dropped on 27, given out falsely on 29, but he's grown in stature and confidence ever since then. And India, David Lloyd, I would say, would be in a situation they might have expected to be when they won the toss and chose to bat.
Well, it's an enjoyable session there for these two batters, Rohit and Jadeja. Very comfortable batting, big smiles on their faces. England had opportunities. They've had the catch, a very difficult catch in that first session to Joe Root, and then the LBW, which they chose not to review, would have been proved out. So the opportunities were there. I would just be fearful for England now. They've got to come up with a plan, break this partnership and get the two new debutants at the crease. And so that session comfortably, India.
It was indeed. India then 185 for 3 after 52 overs. And the first day of the third test match from Rajkot. Jadeja 68, Rohit Sharma on 97. Do send us your questions on Twitter if you have any, at cricket_TS. John Norman and Jarrod Kimber will be taking your questions and reviewing the test match so far. They'll be with you in just a moment.
Exclusive ball-by-ball commentary of the third test match, live from Rajkot.
Past the umpire now, he's straight. See you later.
Only on talkSPORT 2.
talkSPORT 2 is your dynamic destination for all the latest sporting action, featuring live commentary of all the biggest events, including football, PGA golf, horse racing, Premiership rugby, cricket, boxing, and all the big-hitting drama of the NFL. Touchdown! Plus, talkSPORT 2's official betting partner, William Hill, is always on hand with the insight and in-depth analysis you need. talkSPORT 2 with official betting partner, William Hill. Get epic value all season with William Hill. 18 plus, begambleaware.org.
I can be yours, radiant and waiting for you to feel me in every room you so desire. I would love to spend time with you in a steamy, hot shower. And if you take good care of me, I'll stay as hot as the day we first met.
Feel the love with a high-efficiency heat pump from My Dear. Now available with a government grant of £7,500 and 10-year warranty. Terms and property suitability apply. Visit mydearuk.co.uk.
Make yourself at home, My Dear.
Hayes Catering is a small company run by two brothers, selling food at festivals across the UK. But when COVID struck, the plug was pulled on live events. To help fill the gap, Barclays provided them with a loan so they could diversify their business. And now that live music is back, so are Hayes Catering. Grow your business. Bank on Barclays. Search Barclays Business Banking.
Did you know that when selling your car, part exchange isn't the only option? You could get a bigger discount on your next car if you sold to We Buy Any Car. This calls for a party. Hit it!
Just sold my car to We Buy Any Car. Just sold my car to We Buy Any Car.
To find out how much your car's worth in 30 seconds, enter your reg number now at WeBuyAnyCar.com. Admin fee may apply. For more information, visit WeBuyAnyCar.com/info.
The classic kitchen fitting. A noble job. Some may do a quick fix, but not you. Because you shop at Toolstation. You don't cut corners or give half measures. You've mastered the kitchen island. Conquered the cabinets. Every drawer is a win for you. Nothing gets in your way, because you have Toolstation by your side. And with click and collect in just 5 minutes from over 550 stores, you make sure you get the whole job done right. Toolstation. For a job done right.
Iconic Premier League football on talkSPORT with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. From top-flight dogfights to do-or-die derbies, talkSPORT has teamed up with Enterprise to bring you the ultimate guide to the weekend's truly unmissable action. The fiercest rivalries, the toughest clashes, the absolute missions that will shape your team's season. Get match ready for the action, the passion, and the exhilaration of the Premier League. The biggest mission of the weekend on talkSPORT with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Whatever the mission, home or away, Enterprise helps over 120,000 people every day.
This game on. Coming this summer. Hear unrivaled coverage of UEFA Euro 2024 live on talkSPORT and talkSPORT 2.
Unbelievable.
The biggest football tournament in Europe, driven by the passion and prowess of the world's biggest sports radio station.
Oh, yes!
Yes!
Broadcasting unmissable output 24 hours a day, 7 days a week throughout the entire tournament.
What a magnificent finish!
UEFA Euro 2024 Germany, coming soon to talkSPORT and talkSPORT 2.
On DAB+, online, via the talkSPORT app and on your smart speaker.
Exclusive ball-by-ball commentary of the third test match, live from Rajkot.
Fielding, oh, there's going to be a run out!
Only on talkSPORT 2.
You are listening to talkSPORT 2 or watching us on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. And it's tea on day one of the third test match from Rajkot. India 185 for 3. Rohit Sharma under all sorts of pressure. 97 not out at the break, and alongside him Ravindra Jadeja, who has got a phenomenal record at this ground. 68 not out, and I don't know when an innings becomes an ominous one. Jarrod Kimber, who's alongside me for the next 20 minutes or so. But you know, you look back at that first test match, Ollie Pope's ridiculous century. Player of the match there. Jhunjhunwala in the second test match, he didn't get player of the match, but 200 in the first innings. You know, we haven't seen a bucket load of runs. Shubman Gill with 100 in the second innings as well, but hundreds are making a big difference in the destiny of this series so far. And I'll ask you again, when does an innings become an ominous one? At what point did it become ominous? What run? Was it when he reached 52? 60s?
I think it's probably, weirdly enough, not from his end when it got ominous. I think it's when they started thinking that they couldn't get Rohit Sharma out, and so they started to strike rotate him a little bit more and get him off. So I think that was the bit.
That's when it became ominous.
Because I still think that they believe they can get Jadeja out, and they're probably right. But at this stage, they don't feel as comfortable with Rohit Sharma, and a lot of that is because Jadeja has soaked up all that pressure, and now the wicket is a little bit easier to bat on.
If you are just joining us, well, welcome to talkSPORT 2 or the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. If you're wondering how the play has gone, well, the first session going England's way, I'd say 93 for 3 at lunch. India were 33 for 3. So they did recover, and it was through those two batsmen or batters that are still there now. Wicketless session in the afternoon, so without a doubt. That goes the way of India. England will believe, though, with 4 changes to India's lineup and a couple of debutants to come in Sarfraz Khan and Jurel, that they get rid of Jadeja or Sharma. They're back in the game. India will be eyeing, I don't know, it's a tricky pitch to call. 400? 370?
Yeah, but I suppose they've got the 2 debutants, don't they? Yeah. Certainly over 350, you would have thought.
It can change so quickly. Looking back at that first session, okay, so those 3 wickets, Mark Wood, 2 wickets in 2 overs, the dismissal of Patidar going the way of Tom Hartley. But there were a couple of moments that, looking back, and even at the time, they looked big uns, right? Rohit Sharma trying to play Hartley to mid-wicket, thick outside edge, goes to Joe Root's left. He gets 2 hands to it. He's not expecting it though, right? And he puts the chance down, sees it late. It seemed to be indicating that he did not see it till it had almost gone past him. So Sharma gets the life on 27. He's given out on 29, the very next over. Jimmy Anderson trapping him in front. Abhishek Jhunjhunwala was alongside me. We weren't on comms. We're thinking that's out. It's looking like it's going on to hit the stumps. But he's just got an inside edge onto it. Okay? That happens in cricket. The one that England will be ruining, though, occurred about 20 minutes ago. Again, we didn't call it. We didn't see it at the time. On the sweep, he's hit in front. It actually hits his wrist. The ball hits Sharma's wrist. If England, and they've got 3 reviews, and they got rid of 3 of them inside, 12 overs in the first test match. England review that. Rohit Sharma's out, leg before wicket for 87. 4 down at tea, possibly more. And a totally different complexion to the match. But as things stand, Jarrod, you'd have to say India are in the kind of position that they would have wanted to be in when they won the toss and decided to bat.
They probably still lost more wickets than they would have wanted. I know that sounds ridiculous because it's only 3 at this stage, but just because of 2 debutants to come, at this stage. I think there may be more than what they would have wanted. But yeah, that was a huge session for India to pull themselves back in and get well and truly in front of the game. If I'm England, though, I'm thinking I've got one debutant, two debutant, and then Ashwin to come in after this. So there's no Akshar Patel. There's no experience to come in for a little while as well. So one wicket really would get it right back in England's favour again. But it was a monster session. You know, that LBW, a little bit of potential for an edge, the way that the sweep happened and everything. Could have hit his glove on the way through, obviously didn't. I don't think England were massively wrong with that. The Joe Root catch, it reminded me of, like, you know, when it's really early in the morning and you're having your breakfast and you knock something off the table and you're too stiff to actually move quickly and grab it. That's kind of what it looked like. I think he just came up too early, and because he went up when the ball was low, he couldn't get back down again. But he really did move like someone who was very stiff in that situation. And that edge, I think there's a lot of third umpires in the world who would have missed it. And Rod Tucker was lucky enough, and I think it was me, Bumble and Manners were on. They both didn't see the edge, and I was the only one who said, I think he's edged this. And I think if you looked at everyone in the world, I think a large percentage wouldn't have seen it. And Rod Tucker asked for another angle, and on that other angle, it was clear that he had edged it. I easily could have gone England's way. So, you know, and they were well and truly on top. And the reason that Rohit Sharma was slogging across the line to Tom Hartley, and he almost got caught at mid-on as well against Jimmy Anderson, trying to put some pressure back on to England, because England was so heavily in front at that point.
How have you rated the way that England have gone about their bowling? Jimmy Anderson, accurate, probing, ticks all those boxes that we know so well. Mark Wood, who went wicketless in the first test, well, he might have picked up one in the second innings, I'll just check. But either way, fast, furious, and bowling better because he's got Anderson with him, right? We've only seen an over or two of Ahmed, but he could have picked up the wicket, right? Joe Root's bowled a couple, but Hartley's bowled a lot, right? And Stokes has persisted with this aggressive field. Everybody up round not always round the bat, but certainly inside what would be a circle if it's a one-day game, right? And maybe one out at times, a straight hit fielder, yeah? And maybe someone just backward a square. But essentially, there's no margin for error for Hartley. Young bowler, not used to bowling that much red ball cricket. But how have you assessed how he's gone and Stokes' tactics in employing his bowlers?
I think both the seamers have bowled really well. Anderson could have got wickets and probably should have got wickets. Mark Wood has troubled Jadeja with the short ball. He hit Rohit Sharma on the grill as well. Could have had him in trouble. I think there was one over where he got an inside edge past leg stump from Jadeja and then beat the outside edge of Rohit. Only a couple of overs before tea, perhaps. So I think the seamers have bowled well. The problem with Hartley is he needs the conditions to be in his favour because he doesn't bowl enough good deliveries. So on a pitch like this, which isn't really helping him massively, they're just waiting for his bad balls now, right? So there was a little period early on where he was bowling well and India felt under pressure and Hartley looked really good. Once the pressure has gone away, they've just waited for the poor balls and he gives them. And Joe Root bowled some poor balls as well, of course. I think when it comes down to it, the seamers have been fine. The spinners have probably not backed it up as well. Although I thought when the ball was hard and Hartley first started bowling, I thought he was okay. But since then, looks like they've worked him out a little bit more.
And what about reverse? We saw a few signs of reverse at about, the 40 over stage? About that? But it hasn't seemed to play as big a part in proceedings as what we've witnessed when it's in Jasprit Bumrah's hands, right?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it reversed all that much. I think there were 2 periods where they got it to reverse. They're still working on the ball, so they're still hoping for a third bite at that. I wouldn't say it's probably reversed enough to help them at the moment, but it's done little bits, and they did beat the bat, so it wasn't terrible. But Jasprit Bumrah is, and I think Anderson's a good reverse bowler, and obviously Mark Wood can bowl it, but Bumrah's on probably another level than everyone else, including the other Indian seamers when it comes to that. So he might have used it better, but it didn't look like to me it was massively a part of the game.
Brilliant stuff. Well, look, we will have full commentary of the final session very shortly here on talkSPORT 2. We're going to have Neil Manthorp back in the commentary seat along the likes of David Bumble Lloyd. Great to have him back in the commentary box alongside Phoebe Graham and Abhishek Jhunjhunwala. But if you have missed any of the action over the past 4 or 5 hours or so, here's how it sounded on talkSPORT 2.
So there you go, that's the news from the Niranjan Shah Stadium. It's India have won the toss and decided to bat first.
And it's Jimmy Anderson running in for the first ball of the third test. And it's a gentle away. A day of very contrasting fortunes in the two sessions. England having reduced the home side to 33 for 3 after they had won the toss and chosen to bat first. Then went wicketless for the first time in the series. We've had two sessions in the first two test matches in which just one wicket fell, but no wicketless session until this one. And Rohit Sharma and Ravindra Jadeja have batted beautifully. I don't think England did too much wrong. Jimmy Anderson has been his impeccable self. Difficult to score off, asking questions all the time. There was a period where the ball started to reverse swing, when England would have hoped that Mark Wood would have been more effective. He was very effective in the morning session with conventional swing and pace, with 2 early wickets and 1 for Tom Hartley as well, but nothing in the afternoon session, and they'll be hoping to kick on. Jadeja, of course, is on home ground in very familiar territory, and he's batted for 2 days on 3 occasions. He's got 3 double hundreds, including a triple hundred, on this very ground. So work to be done for England. Just a reminder for those who are joining us for the first time here on talkSPORT 2, or perhaps you were only half awake in the morning session, particularly at 4 a.m. when play started. Well, those 3 wickets were taken by Mark Wood, the first 2. Yashasvi Jaiswal, the left-handed opener, caught it slip by Joe Root for 10. Shubman Gill caught behind by Ben Foakes for a 9-ball duck, and then Rajat Paditar made his debut in Visakhapatnam in the second test match. Got a ball from Tom Hartley in the left-arm spinner's first over, which stopped on him. It was a bit short, stopped on him. He was looking to punch it through the offside, and in the end just chipped a tame catch to cover, where Ben Duckett took a simple catch. Jarrod Kimber and David Lloyd are alongside me for the final session. Work to be done then, Jarrod, for England?
Yeah, I think that was maybe the back end of that session was one of the first times it looked like England were out of answers, is probably pushing it a little bit, but they did look like they were trying to manufacture wickets, especially with Rohit Sharma. I thought they bowled well to Jadeja right until the end. Perhaps there were some bad balls from Roots, but yeah, I don't think they kept the pressure on Rohit Sharma as much. Looking at this batting lineup though, they're still only 1 or 2 wickets away from being right back in this game, so it'd be interesting to see what kind of plans we see from them coming out of the break.
It does look like a good batting surface now, doesn't it, Bumble?
Yeah, it does, but the spin there, I don't think there's too much movement for the seamers. And you just think back at the opportunities that England had. The catch, the difficult catch to Joe Root off Hartley in that first session. But that LBW shout, which proved to be hitting, and England declined to review. And it's Rian Ahmed who led, no, he's hitting. The wicket-keeper's got to have a bigger say, a much bigger say, because it proved to be out. We didn't see that. As commentators, and we're watching, we didn't see that it hit the wrist above the glove, and he was in line.
Right, first over after tees being bowled by Rian Ahmed, and the first delivery is a short one, wide of off stump, and it's chopped away, past backward point. So they go through for 2 more runs. Rohit Sharma moves on to 99. 13 test hundreds. Rohit Sharma. Jadeja has, surprisingly, just 3. The second highest centuries maker in this Indian team is R. Ashwin. Rohit Sharma on 99. Forward he comes, playing defensively, just pushing that gently out towards cover where Ben Duckett fields. The crowd now filling up. There's I would say 7,000 or 8,000 more people in the ground now, maybe 10,000 more than there were at the start of play. Short and wide and cut by Rohit Sharma down towards the backward point boundary. It'll be intercepted by Tom Hartley, but it's okay. Rohit Sharma's got the 2 runs he needs to move to a 14th Test century. 101 not out from 157 balls. It hasn't been chanceless. He was given a life on 27. He had a wobble in the 20s, but he's grown in assurance and confidence, and that is a magnificent captain's innings.
Oh, no doubt. I mean, we talked about the lack of experience that they had in this lineup coming in. We talked about the lack of runs, the lack of everything really, Manners. And Rohit Sharma, he had a tough time early on. Jimmy Anderson worked him over. Tom Hartley was giving him some trouble. He worked his way through that, and the second session, he's been absolutely magnificent.
Rian Ahmed into him again, and he opens the face of the bat, steers it away behind square to the sweeper, Hartley, and they go through for a single.
He strolled his way to 100. It's a wonderful innings, and he's ticked a box on the whiteboard in the changing rooms. One of the openers gets 100. If you get 100 as an opening batter, you're going to be controlling the game, so they've every chance that they can move on with a wonderful partnership here. Get your runs in the first inning, captain delivers.
First innings runs so important everywhere in the world, but probably more so in India than anywhere else. Rian Ahmed into the left-hander Jadeja, who's now got his helmet back on, not because Rian Ahmed's bowling, but because he doesn't know who's going to be bowling at the other end. And it might, if it's Wood or Anderson, then he'll be preferring the helmet to the soft cap. Here is Rian Ahmed to complete the first over after tea, and it's whipped away. A lot of strong bottom hand from Jadeja straight to mid-on. He remains on 68. 53 overs gone. India 190 for 3. And Rohit Sharma, of course, I mean, it's surprising. He's, it feels like he's been around forever, and he has been around. Not forever, but for a very long time. But he's played less than 60 Test matches. It's just 57 Tests, 1400s. But he was retreaded 7 years ago, 6-7 years ago as an opener. 2015, wasn't it?
That sounds about right. Was it 2016? Something around that. Retreaded is the word.
Oh, is that what made you smile?
No, I just. just not a term. I don't. There's something very unretreadable about Rohit Sharma. I could see some play. Faf du Plessis looks to me as sort of he's a player who could be retreaded. I don't know if Rohit is. He's probably got the same pair of sneakers he started with.
Well, he was a middle order player, and the vacancy became available at the top, and they said, Rohit, do you want it? And he went out and scored about 500 runs in 3 Tests against South Africa in 2015.
Just proves to you really that
2017
specialist openers aren't that good.
Steve Smith done exactly the same, hasn't he? Do you want to open? Yes, thanks.
Not even do you want to open in Steve Smith's case. He demanded the position.
Yeah, he made himself available, which is the same thing. When Steve Smith says, I'll open if you like. It's as close as they'll get to a demand. You see how he goes. Steve Smith, he's 34, isn't he? No.
Had a year off in the middle though, didn't he?
Yeah. Whoa.
33 in cricket years?
It's normally, and you get to your mid-30s, you work your way down the batting order.
I can't believe he asked for that job.
It is amazing, isn't it? Jimmy Anderson then to bowl the second over after the tea breaks. Back of a length, chipped away by Rohit up towards short mid-wicket.
So let's have a look at this field. He's got a slip, he's got a fine leg slip. He's got one of these fielders which is stood alongside a non-striking batter. And so they're spreading out a little bit. The backward point, not all the way down to the boundary.
It's almost the Terry Alderman, Alan Border field for Graham Gooch, isn't it? The 2 catches on the leg side.
Yeah, at short mid-wicket catching. One next to the non-striker.
Here is Jimmy Anderson once again, and the big in-swinger to Rohit Sharma hits him outside the line of off stump. They ask the question. Welcome to our listeners on talkSPORT, joining us here for live ball-by-ball commentary on talkSPORT 2. Every single ball live and exclusive on talkSPORT 2, and the occasional visit from talkSPORT. It's wonderful to have you with us. They're asking about a review, and they've gone for it. Ben Stokes has been talked by somebody into taking a review. They haven't used one, England. They've still got all
TV
three.
Umpire to director.
I have
we
to
have
say,
a
it seems to be a
player
long way
review for
outside off
LBW.
stump.
Original decision is not out.
I was going to say, I thought it was outside off stump, but also all I heard in the effects mic was people saying too high.
Wicket keeper.
So if it's Ben Folks is saying it's too high, we think it's outside off stump, and they're still going for it. So, and he's hit it. It's not a lot going for it, is there?
Appears there's some bat involved, but we'll confirm that with Ultra Edge and see whether it's hit pad or bat first.
It's outside off too high, and there was bat.
I think it's impact outside the line of off stump.
Okay, so
I'm
we've
not.
got
Has that squeezed into the pad first?
Yeah, just go back to
I think it's pad first, but I still think he's outside the line.
Go to ball tracking when it's ready.
Well, it's going to be not out. The original decision was not out, and England are in desperate need of a wicket, and I suspect...
Impact outside off stump, so you'll be staying with your original decision.
I suspect that was the reason they used the
I'll let
review.
you know when you're on screen.
And it was
You're on screen
very,
now, sitting
very
now.
optimistic. One might say desperate, and it's not out. If it had been given out, India would have been 190 for 4, but they're 190 for 3. They were 33 for 3, and well, the look of disappointment on Jimmy Anderson's face is greater than anybody else's, and it's not just because he's the bowler. I suspect he was the one that persuaded Ben Stokes to go for that review.
Is it worth using a review just so Rohit had to see how much the ball was reversing over and over again?
Oh, that is sceptical. That's flicked in the air, but wide of Rian Ahmed. He's in a catching position at short mid-wicket, and it's Stokes who does the chasing out towards the mid-wicket boundary. They will come back for a couple, and India move on to 192 for 3 with Rohit Sharma, the captain, on 104 not out. With him, Ravi Jadeja on 68. What a partnership it's been. 159 in the adverse position of 33 for 3 in the morning session. But it's a conspiracy theory which impresses me, Jarrod. I don't know. That let's go with it, because it just didn't look out at all. And I think it was Ben Stokes perhaps thinking. I mean, in the first Test match, he used up all 3 reviews inside the first 14 overs on the first day. So he doesn't mind rolling the dice, and I think we've got 3. Let's burn one, in the hope that maybe we've all got it wrong. Here's Anderson again, another in-swinger. Reverse swinging in-swinger to Rohit Sharma, chops it out to cover for a single.
It's gentle reverse, nothing more than that. It's not devastating, that would be unplayable. You see the replay again of the LBW, it just didn't seem to have too much going for it. There's a long discussion with the players, and captain eventually reviews, and we can hear, and it's the wicket keeper, folks, who says it's a bit high. It's outside the line.
It's interesting you say that it was a long conversation, because it did feel like a long conversation. Now, we all know that you've only got 15 seconds, which sounds like a very short period of time to make your mind up, but it's amazing how much of a conversation you can have in 13 seconds. Because that's how long it took.
When there are 8 of you talking at once, which I think on that last one there was quite a few voices as well. Wasn't that the big one of the things that Matt Pryor brought in? Only certain people are allowed to speak.
Yeah, it was. It was Ian Bell at square leg, wasn't it? He was the big one for height. That's pushed defensively by Jadeja into towards the covers, fielded by Stokes, no run. And that team, Andrew Strauss's team, with Matt Pryor as a keeper and Ian Bell fielded more often than not at square leg, still has the most successful percentage of reviews of any Test team of any era. They something in the 80s.
You've been on Matt Pryor's LinkedIn page.
It was 83 or 84%, higher than any other team. But yeah, that may well have been one of the reasons Stokes went for the review there. Too much noise. Okay, all right, have it. Here's Anderson again. Jadeja plays defensively out towards short mid-on Pope Fields.
I do feel with Rohit Sharma, his DRS style is a little bit. Is there 1 second left on the clock? I'm just going to make a rogue decision, no matter what people have told me. There's 1 second left. How do I feel? So not everyone has the most.
Clinically scientific.
Yeah, there's not always a process, is there? MS Dhoni would not be happy with some of these reviews.
Stuart Broad was the champion of the review, wasn't he? He drew
For himself.
out. Yeah. I'll review that. Bowling, yeah, it's out definitely. It's in middle.
Yeah, there's a few bowlers you don't ask. Marnus Labuschagne is a famous fielder who should never be involved. He thinks everything's out. There are certain people who should not be involved in it.
Except when he's out, you've got to prize him off, haven't you? You've got to prize him off the field.
You need a forklift truck, don't they, sometimes. Rian Ahmed continues with his leg breaks and googlies. That's a leg break. It's defended by Rohit Sharma towards Joe Root at slip.
I think he's bowling really well, Rian Ahmed. He's bowling a good pace. It's a lovely action. He's bowled a few googlies.
Here he is once again. That's a leg break, and it's just short enough for Rohit to play it off the pitch, which he does, guiding it to backward point. Partnership of 160. India 193 for 3. And the captain Rohit Sharma leading from the front with 105. Rian Ahmed in again. Googly was that, and just slides on. Maybe a top spinner. It's Rohit on the pad outside the line.
Well, he's 19 years of age. He's got a fabulous career in front of him, I'm absolutely certain. He bats okay, he's bowling. I think he's bowling really well.
Here's Rian Ahmed again, and forces Rohit right onto the back foot, turns it away out on the onside. He claims that he still thinks of himself as a batsman who bowls, which is interesting. And here he is, frontline spinner very much for England. Sweep shot now. Oh, and Jimmy Anderson fields it at backward square leg, but Rian Ahmed threw his arms in the air there because Rohit swept and he was dead in front if he'd missed.
Wasn't that the same with Moeen Ali? Always saw himself as a batsman who bowled a bit.
And Cameron White, so it doesn't work for everyone.
Well, he's got a first-class 100 and half a dozen 50s, 80s as well. Flicked away by the left-handed Jadeja out to deep mid-wicket. Hartley fields another single.
That's a blast from the past. Cameron White, he didn't he play for Somerset?
Yep.
Overseas player, he did.
I think he was a star in the early blast days, I think, for Somerset.
He was. And Graham Smith, he was captain down there. Absolutely fantastic. Batters are just in the middle. Do you remember when you could mic a player up? I don't think they do it now. We had, when I was working for Sky, we had Graham Smith mic'd up as captain of Somerset. The ball's flying everywhere around Taunton. How's it going, Graham? It's carnage out here. Nothing else. That's all he says.
There was a famous one-day game, wasn't there, that Somerset played against the touring Australians, was it? When Smith and opened the batting and they were with another overseas player. Was it Verinder Sehwag and Graham Smith? And they both scored massive hundreds, and Somerset beat, I'm sure it was Australia. Anyway, we'll look that up. 195 for 3. Jimmy Anderson is he's come up with a cunning plan which involves 2 close leg side catches, no slips. There's a gully. There's mid-on. Oh, that's right. Short mid-on, mid-wicket and square leg. 2 short mid-wickets rather. That's pushed away defensively out on the onside. 3 close stationary leg side catches, Bumble.
Yeah, this is Stokes. You see this many times. They're in a jam, they need something to happen. Let's change up, let's do something a little bit different. And so there's the fielder next to the non-striker. There's a short mid-wicket and a shortish square leg. No slips.
Stokes is at mid-on. He's come up with this this plan. Oh, that one keeps very low. Bounces in front of Ben Folkes. And I think this will be signalled as a bye. It is by umpire Joel Wilson. Well, Folkes will have to take that one on the chin. He almost did literally, but metaphorically he'll have to concede that he should have got a glove to that. It kept very low, bounced awkwardly a second time just in front of him. But now then, did he take the pace off that, Jimmy Anderson?
Yeah, he did, and it's an
he?
awkward bounce for the wicket-keeper. That's something that's gone out of the game, wicket-keeper stopping it with the pads.
Yeah, in the 1950s.
Except for Dhoni.
That's
Dhoni
right.
kept it alive. He's probably the last guy, though, wasn't he? Some
Wicket-keepers
don't wear pads anymore, Bumble.
Yeah, they're not big enough to use as a barrier these days.
Back in the day, for all our younger listeners, the wicket-keepers had pads up to the waist.
Who was the first wicket-keeper that cut the top off their pads? Because the old wicket-keepers didn't, did they?
And didn't they, advent of one-day cricket, maybe T20 cricket, put the pads inside the trousers?
Yeah.
When I played, the wicketkeeper wore pads that were the same as hockey goalkeepers' pads. They were the same. Here's Anderson once again, and it's pushed defensively. Big in-swinger to Rohit Sharma, nudged up towards mid-off. They were enormous. I mean, it was like standing behind a fence.
Our wicket-keeper, when I started at Lancashire, a lad called Keith Goodwin, he had the biggest pads you've ever seen, up to his waist, and if you dropped it down the leg side, he'd leave it. Just leave it. Ball at the other side, ball the other side.
Glorious image. You didn't quite start in the days when batters wore cravats, but yeah, the giant wicket-keeping pads are just glorious, and you see the team photos. That one is played defensively, another in-swinger from Anderson up towards mid-off. Those old team pics and the wicketkeeper in the front. When he was sitting down, the tops of the pads were almost at chest height.
Memory can play tricks. I may have played against Ozzie Wheatley at Glamorgan, who bowled in a cravat.
Really? What, early season, keep warm, or for style?
No, style.
That's punched out through the onside. It's just angled in towards the pads, and a beautiful pick up and dismiss from Rohit Sharma for 4. He moves to 110. 200 up for India, 200 for 3.
Yeah, it just got a little bit too straight there. They don't have the deep backward square, and so again we see Rohit Sharma just using the field against him. He's got all the leg side fielders up ready for the catch there, and helps it on his way.
Anderson, another leg side deliveries. He's trying to bring that field into play. He's bowling to his field, so therefore he has to bowl very straight, and he's trying to get Rohit out, whipping it onto the leg side. 56 overs gone, and I have to make way for Andrew McKenna, but please go back to. I'm listening. You can't stop now. We need more of the bowler bowling in the cravat.
It was Ozzie Wheatley. He was a wonderful man. He was secretary, who we talked about earlier in the day, of Glamorgan, a university bowler, a wonderful man. He was an administrator eventually.
What did he bowl?
Medium-ish.
Right arm cravat.
Yeah, very tall. Lovely chap, lovely fella. Our Glamorgan listeners will come in and maybe correct me. Did I just have it? It's just in my memory that he would be seen in a cravat.
Who do you think of the modern cricketers would be cravat wearers?
Oh,
there's got to be a few of them, sure. Rayan Ahmed to start the new over, brings Jadeja forward, pushing out on the offside. No run. There's a topic of conversation. Didn't think you were going to get on talkSPORT 2 this morning. Which cricketers would wear cravats?
Well, one recently retired is Strauss.
Oh yeah, fair point, well made. Rayan Ahmed in once again. Jadeja forward. No run.
I thought Nick Compton would be a cravat wearer. I would have thought.
Yeah, Compo. Rayan Ahmed in, right arm around the wicket, bowling wrist spin to Jadeja, turning it into him. He clips to Ben Stokes at mid-on, and there is no run. Fair say, I don't think Ben Stokes would be a cravat man. It doesn't really sort of fit.
It's not a professional thing, is it, a cravat?
No. Rayan Ahmed in. Jadeja again playing a long way in front of the front pad, plays it out on the leg side, no run.
Much more of an amateur cricket fashion.
You know, a lad who played for England in the 90s, Matthew Fleming.
Oh, Jazza. Yes. Rayan Ahmed. Bounces a little bit, that one, actually. as Jadeja is able to ride it waist high, turn it around the corner through square leg. One more to the total, 201 for 3. Jadeja goes to 70.
Isn't it a beautiful action? It's a lovely action for a 19-year-old lad to be bowling leg spin. I think he's good pace as well. He's not loopy.
He comes in to complete the over. Off the back foot is Rohit, punching out to the deep cover sweeper, and they will take a single. So Rohit goes to 111. India 202 for 3 at the end of 57 overs here on talkSPORT 2. Interesting, actually, talking to Rayan after the second test, just before we all went on our various breaks. And I did an interview with him, and I said, look, lots of people are talking that you could turn up being a batter that bowls. Where do you what do you want to do? Where do you see it? And he said, well, I want to be a batter. So it's interesting that...
It's a lot easier, isn't it, mate?
Well, it's a lot easier on the ankles than the knees, let's be fair.
I'll tell you what, going forward, if he develops over the next 5 or 6 years into a number 5 or 6 bowling leg spin, fabulous.
Steve Smith, anyone? I mean, it seemed to work for him, didn't it?
I think Rayan Ahmed debuted batting about number 5 in county cricket.
Anderson to start his 14th over, and it's a little inducker as the reverse seems to be kicking in. Rohit turns on the leg side, no run.
So he's batted up the order before professionally. So it's certainly within him. I think the way he batted in the last test suggested that perhaps he's still batting a little bit like someone who comes down the order. But you'd see the way he shapes up and everything. He could certainly pick up the ball quite early. He's so young, he could develop in any direction.
James Anderson, 0 for 32 so far, comes in to bowl to Rohit. Rohit just plays the line gently out onto the offside, no run.
I'm pretty sure, if I've got my ages right, Rajat Patidar was a professional bowler, a fast bowler at 19, right? So, over the course of your professional career, you get these players like Callum McLeod, who, started as a fast bowler at Warwickshire and ends up as a batter for Scotland, and Yardi, who becomes, a lot of professionals when they're in the system, they pick up other skills, they develop, that they change the way they play, and when you're a young all-rounder, you give yourself almost every opportunity, don't you?
India 202 for 3, having won the toss and elected to bat this morning. James Anderson goes in. It's another inducker towards Rohit Sharma that's turned down to fine leg. They will take a single, 203 for 3.
Someone you would have played against, is it Knocker White? Bob Knocker White?
Yes.
Yeah, so he was a batter at Middlesex.
Yes.
Went to Nottingham and became an off-spinner.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I don't think he'd ever bowled for Middlesex. And he turned up at Nottingham and said, I'm an off-spinner, give me a go, and ended up having another 10-year career on the back end.
Lovely fella, an umpire as well.
Jadeja's just remarking his guard. You can hear the scratching sound through the stump mic. England gathering around the left-hander, having changed over from the right-handed Rohit. Anderson is on his way, bowling around the wicket, and now again that nips back into the leg side. They'll take a fairly quick single. Duckett wasn't able to gather and throw that quickly, so it was fairly safe in the end. Jadeja goes to 71 from 139 balls, and another one to the total. And Rohit was slightly slow getting out of the blocks there, but no real danger in the end.
The problem was, when he didn't leave, Jadeja stopped mid-pitch, didn't he? So there was a chance of a mix-up just for a moment, but it was a run and a half there.
It was a very long one, wasn't it? Let's be fair, but anyway, when you're 112 not out and the captain, you get a bit of leeway. He's waiting for Anderson, who's bowled it behind him. He's lost control of the ball in his delivery stride, and it's gone backwards. Anderson's got a smile on his face. You can see the funny side of it. Umpire David Lloyd away to my right-hand side.
Best thing, just call dead ball immediately. Don't let it develop. Just do not let it. I've got enough on my plate saying out and not out, and the batter might be thinking, I'll go and have a go at that.
I don't think you can anymore.
I don't think you can.
Yeah, I think they changed the law. You used to be able to just go down and whack it. Proper cricket.
Proper cricket, absolutely. Anderson to have another go then. This one is slightly leg side. Played to Zach Crawley at mid-wicket and denies the run being taken. Rohit remains 112 not out. 204 for 3. We've had a couple of people through the talkSPORT cricket at cricket_TS account. Stephen's been in touch, who said Peter Traeger would surely be a cravat man. He's a flamboyant kind of character.
I can see that.
Yeah. And Tim Crow asks, was AC a cravat man? As Anderson goes in now, that threatens to go in and then straightens on Rohit, plays it very well in the end, back down the pitch to end the 58th over. 204 for 3, India here on talkSPORT 2.
To answer your question, and I know Tim Crow, absolutely right. How could I forget AC Smith, Alan Smith, captain Warwickshire, wicket-keeper for England, secretary of the Test and County Cricket Board, definitely would wear and did wear a cravat.
There we go. We're ticking them off.
And he would wicket keep and take the pads off and have a bowl.
Good lad.
Talking about Smith, Ed Smith.
Yes.
I would have thought Graham Swan, potential cravat worthy. No?
No.
Only for comedy value.
Yeah,
but I
would
could see him doing it.
I don't know. Saw himself as a bit of a rock star. Cravat, no?
Rayan Ahmed. Oh, there's some air on that one. Jadeja coming forward. Outside of off stump, pushes to Johnny Bairstow at mid-off. And they will take a single. Jadeja to 72.
Different kind of cravat there. I'm not talking about your traditional cravat. More, fashionable cravat.
Keith Richards.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, you just used the words fashionable and cravat in the same sentence, Jarrod. That surely is an oxymoron. That's half a German street just switched off. Rayan Ahmed in once again. Rohit's getting a ball on the half volley that he pings back to Rayan in his follow through. He gets a hand on it, takes the pace off, and there's no run. You can hear Ben Stokes there just saying, come on fellas, let's go. Rayan Ahmed goes in. That's a good delivery. Just threatening to take the outside edge of Rohit's bat. Takes the outside half, goes down into the gully region, no run.
It's so interesting when there's a leg spinner in. It's a lovely delivery. It takes the outside edge. He's played it very softly.
Rayan in, bowls over the wicket, gives it to Mayer. Rohit's played it into the leg side. He's got underneath it and he'll land safe. Zach Crawley running in from the leg side boundary, and he takes it on the bounce, landing about 5 metres in front of him, and that for the first time in about 3 hours was an uncontrolled shot.
Well, it's super bowling. We've talked about this spell, and it's a googly top edge, and Rohit gets very fortunate. He's very anxious. It's high in the air and drops perfectly between fielders.
Ran in once again. Jadeja coming forward, pushing out on the offside, and there's no run. Yeah, for a player as good as Rohit, he didn't pick the Google, or if he did, he didn't get on top of it. Straight up in the air, and it came down vertically.
I think
Rayan goes in. That's a big googly. Threatened to pitch outside leg stump and then turned. Defended by Jadeja, no run, 206 for 3.
I think it hit the foot mark as well, so he was sweeping maybe, and the bounce wasn't quite as consistent as he thought he was going to be. On top of that, if you have a look, Rayan Ahmed, most of his wrong-uns today have been more top spinners than wrong-uns, so he's getting more rotation on top of the ball.
Well, England for a moment thought that they were going to get a breakthrough. They've not had a breakthrough since the 9th over. India 33 for 3, 8 overs and 5 balls when Hartley got rid of Patidar, caught by Duckett in the gully as he got himself in a tangle. That after Mark Wood had removed Jaiswal and Gill inside of 6 overs. So it's been a while between drinks, as it were, in terms of taking wickets. And Mark Wood is about to start another spell. His 13th over. He's got 2 for 49 so far. And well, this is going to be the 60th over. So we're not breaking any land speed records for over rates today. despite the amount of spin that's been bowled. Mark Wood is going to get wound up by the captain for one more go. It's Abhishek Jhunjhunwala and Phoebe Graham moved in alongside.
Yeah, he looked a bit tired the last time he was bowling. I hope he's come back a bit fresh. There's a clear plan to go short ball again against Rohit Sharma. You see a deep square leg and a deep fine leg. The three fielders actually on the leg side in the boundary.
There's also a very fine third on the boundary. Mark Wood goes in. Oh, well, I'll be generous and say it gets belly button high. Rohit seems to have all the time in the world to just pull that around the corner. Takes a single, 207 for 3. I mean, in fairness, it was 134 kilometres an hour, and that's your warm-up ball as you start your third or fourth spell. So it's quicker than most people, but in Mark Wood terms, it was relatively slow.
Absolutely. Tough ball to start your spell with, particularly after bowling 12 overs. And it doesn't quite get up there at Rohit or challenge him in any way. But that's the plan, to try and get Rohit. He's always going to be tempted by that short ball, but he's seeing it well now. And also the ball losing a lot of pace after it pitches on the surface. It might be at 134 when it leaves the hand, but after pitching, it's more like 115.
Absolutely, and by the time it gets to the batter, about 103. I mean, that's a real heartbreaker. By the way, I've just seen a side-on replay of that. Mark Wood's own toes were in more danger from that delivery. It was so short than Rohit probably was. That's how short he had to bang that one in.
And still he couldn't get it over the belly button.
Yeah. A ball that's in its 60th over. Here goes Mark Wood once again. And again it's shot now. Jadeja's paddled this around the corner. Oh my God, what a shot that is. That was no kind of control whatsoever. He's paddled it into the leg side. There are two fielders back at fine leg and deep backward square. It bisects the pair of them and goes all the way for 6. 213 for 3, and Jadeja goes to 78. And I'm not being disrespectful to him by saying he was in no control of that shot whatsoever.
Astonishing shot, but he had no idea where the ball was going. But he timed it so very well, and the fielder was quite inside the boundary. He was 20 yards in. Oh, a little bit of laugh between those two.
I think it shows how inconsistent this surface is, and a similar pitch delivery just came on that little bit quicker.
Wood in once again to Jadeja. Now he's gone short again, and that one was very loopy, and it's going to get called wide for height. Now this might be a very short spell from Mark Wood at this rate, because you wouldn't want to be doing 4 overs of this.
But a very short spell of short bowling.
Yeah.
He might have to go conventional.
It's quite tennis ball surface at the moment, so it's just popping off a length. It's not really skidding on and challenging like it was earlier when Wood bowled that shorter delivery that hit Rohit in the grill. It's just sitting up, and that's where Jadeja got caught in between worlds there, but managed to pierce it through fine leg and square leg.
There are 6 fielders on the leg side for Jadeja as he faces Mark Wood. He gets this one on the thigh, turns it to square leg. So there's 3 inside what would be the one-day circle. Then there's fine leg, deep square leg, and a deep mid-wicket. I mean, I don't wish to be rude, but anyone can see what the plan is from that field. You know where this is coming. So then you're into the realms of bluff and double bluff.
And also, if Jadeja keeps playing those shots, you'll always keep the bowler interested to go with the same plan, and the captain. If Jadeja leaves a couple inches, blocks a couple, very soon you will see Wood changing his plans, because he would just realize there's no point bumping them.
Here goes Mark Wood then. Right arm over. That's a decent ball. Gets up chest high, sort of sponsor logo height on Jadeja. Drops it into the offside. Walks 3 or 4 paces again down the pitch as if to say, well, look, do you want it, Rohit? Do you want to take the single? And Rohit says, no, thank you very much. There's 2 balls left of this over and you can face him.
Well, we've seen this England team go to this plan a lot, but at the moment in this attack, there's only Wood and Anderson that can fulfil this short ball game, and Jimmy Anderson isn't one that would normally run in and dig it in short, so they are missing Stokes, his bowling here. Ollie Robinson, who's obviously not playing. It's challenging for Wood to do this role and fulfil this plan that could be effective.
Jadeja waits as Mark Wood turns, runs in past the umpire and delivers it. Jadeja drops his hands and allows it through to the keeper, and again that one chest high. Now of course the thing is, we've just said it's hot, hard work in these conditions. You can't keep going. we are late in the day, we're after tea, and therefore Rohit and Jadeja, who've both been in a very long time themselves, have just got to say to themselves, if you don't have to play it, get out the way. He's going to burn himself out quickly enough, and the spinners will have to come back on because they can't keep doing this.
It's not possible. Under those conditions, it's very difficult for a fast bowler to keep coming and dinging a shot. And rightly, Jadeja just leaving it at the moment.
Mark Wood tears in again. That's looking at the right armpit of Jadeja. This time holds the bat high and allows it to go through to folks down the leg side. And there's no run. 60 overs have been bowled by England. 214 for 3. India here on talkSPORT 2 and on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. Hello to everyone on the YouTube channel. Hope you're doing all right. Hope you're enjoying it. Keep sending those messages. If you are a subscriber, you can do that through the YouTube channel, or you can get in touch all the normal talkSPORT Cricket ways at cricket_TS or at talkSPORT2. And you can stay in touch with us and send those messages in, and we'll try and get through a few of them as the day goes on and keep you in touch with what has been a fascinating first day. 33 for 3, 214 for 3. Rayan Ahmed, lovely floated leg break, brings Rohit forward, pushing back down the pitch, no run. Rohit's 182nd delivery, he's got 114. Jadeja's faced 147 balls for his 78. Another, again, loopy one from Rayan, prepared to give it a little bit there, bringing Rohit forward, clips to mid on, no run.
Yeah, it's been a tale of two games really, with the first session England winning and dominating. Finished the first session 93 for 3.
Short one from Rayan, and Rohit has pulled this into the leg side. Oh, he's cleared the leg side by about 10 metres. He got all of that and then some. It's another 6. In fairness, it was a poor ball from Rayan, and it gave Rohit the time to go back and hit it anywhere he wanted, and he went wide long on. 220 for 6.
Yeah, you can bowl a lot of balls to Rohit, but not that. Every time you're going to bowl a long up, he's going to punish you, and that's exactly what he has done against Tom Hartley earlier, and now against Rehan. He's just taking his time. He's batted beautifully today, Rohit.
Yep. Rayan in, brings his man forward again, goes back to that leg break outside of off stump. Rohit plays defensively, no run. Yeah, got an edge off of Hartley, trying to flick it leg side, and it went to the left of Joe Root at slip, which is probably what confused you, because of all the shots being played, you didn't expect it to go that side. Root got a hand on it, but wasn't able to take it. Rohit comes forward to Rayan Ahmed, pushes back to the bowler, and his follow through, no run. Now if that had been taken, boy, it's a very different day.
Absolutely, and it was a moment in the game. Rohit was on 27 and India would have been 4 down.
It's a little bit short again, is Rayan. Rohit rocks onto the back foot, pulls him through wide long on for 4. So the over goes for 10 in 2 shots. 124 not out is Rohit at the end of 61 overs here on talkSPORT 2. It's 224 for 3. Some more thoughts from Abby and Phoebe. I'll move out as John Norman's coming in.
Yeah, there's a bit of desperation now from the England side. You can sense that they need a wicket, and they need it very quickly, Phoebe, because if it keeps going the way it is at the moment for the next 10 overs, this game could run away from them very, very quickly.
Definitely, and what we saw in the second session was both England and India in contention. There was a very calm second session. India moved from 93 to 3 to 185 for 3, and it felt very much in the mix who was going to break through. Was it a case of Jadeja and Rohit going through the gears, or were England going to break through the partnership? I think there was a LBW review from James Anderson that was turned over that got Rohit. It was the drop catch on 27, so there were opportunities, but England weren't able to capitalise on them. But they're really starting to make the way through the gears now.
Well, they are, absolutely, and especially Rohit, the way he has played this innings, the way he has waited for the bad balls and then latched onto anything when there was an opportunity.
Yep, looking dangerous for England now as Jadeja swivels, pulls, and Crawley fields at fine leg. Jadeja moves to 79. The score 225 for 3. Yeah, this is dangerous, right? This is okay, it's not ominous anymore.
I still feel that England is still in the game. With one wicket, with two new batters coming in, both debutants, you still have a chance to roll India over under 300 if you can get a wicket, but you have to get it now.
And I think the debutants as well will have a lot more confidence in them coming into this platform of 225 for 3.
As Wood is in again, right arm over the wicket, no slips in play, short delivery, and Rohit Sharma pulls this down to Tom Hartley, who's fielding at backwards square leg for another single.
Wood wants them to play at it, so he's pleased to see Rohit play at that, but very, very well played along the floor, completely in control of that shot.
I think because of the lack of pace and lack of bounce, he can get on top of the bounce and control it really well, and that's what he has done all innings. And also a lot of times he looks to go up, but in this innings particularly, every time he has pulled the ball, he wants to go down into the surface.
Wood again, and this is misdirected down the leg side. Would have been called a wide in one-day cricket or 2020, but Wood will be able to go back to the top of his mark. How have you assessed how Wood's gone, Abhishek and Phoebe, alongside myself, John Norman? You're listening to talkSPORT 2, by the way.
I thought Wood was absolutely phenomenal up front with the new ball. He was threatening, he was moving the ball away and late, and really ripping down the back of the seam to get that extra bit of movement. And him and Jimmy, partners up front, were brilliant. I think having James Anderson at the other end and being economical and tying them down was what really created those wicket opportunities for him.
Yeah, it was a great start. Short again and wide. Jadeja kind of helps this ball that's on a 7th stump line, but there's a fielder stationed at shortish mid-wicket, so no run.
I think it's really hard to judge him now, tuning in. If you tuned in this morning, he's on his 13th over. It's a slow pitch when it's bounced in short, and it's almost coming up like a tennis ball. So he's putting in an absolute shift for the team here, where he's got a deep square leg, deep fine leg, and trying to get Jadeja and Rohit to play at the short ball. But I don't think this really epitomises how he was bowling at the start of the session.
I much prefer Wood when he targets the stumps. I know the short stuff is a reason for it, as Jadeja plays defensively again. The field really spread. There's no fielders around the bat, as you'd expect. 226 for 3, and the question is, Phoebe, Abhishek, now what kind of score are India going to be thinking of here? 33 for 3, they're not thinking of 400, they're thinking of getting through to lunch. But now, especially on a track which you think is going to turn, it's going to start turning as of day 3.
Yep.
It could be a huge toss for India. They've seen off those early wickets. Yep, they've got a couple of debutants to come, but they've also got 2 set batters. A guy in Jadeja averages 112, I think, at this ground, Jarrod was saying. And of course, Rohit Sharma's just rolled off his 11th Test century. Short again, Jadeja has pulled this. It hasn't gone square of the wicket. It's gone straight up and over mid-on and away for a boundary 4.
Yeah, I think they need to change the plan. On this surface, with Wood already bowled 13 overs, he doesn't have a lot in his tank to keep bowling these short deliveries. Yes, there's a set plan. Ben Stokes wants him to do it, but it's not easy on a very, very slow pitch. Yeah, with the new ball, it was a different story altogether. You see the amount of time Jadeja had on that occasion to pull it in front of mid-on. Yeah, that just shows that there's no pace on the surface.
Yeah, very, very dismissive shot there. Rock bat and flat batted it down, straight down the ground along the floor. It just shows how well he's seeing it, but also, like you say, how the plan isn't actually working and threatening the batters.
Yeah, for a minute I thought I'm in Wimbledon watching somebody do a forehand smash.
Well, it was a tennis shot, wasn't it? He's very deep in his crease as well, isn't he? Could only have been so Rohit Sharma. First ball to Rain Ahmed's 11th over. This is pushed to backward point by Rohit Sharma. 125. Of the 2 batters though, Rohit and Jadeja, you'd have to say Rohit's given the chances. He's looked the better of the 2, but Jadeja's got a stickability about him as Rohit cuts this ball, and Anderson, fielding at backward point, turns and slowly runs to the boundary. He'll ask a ball boy to throw the ball back in. And that was a hit-me ball from Rayan Ahmed. And that's what Rohit's done.
You know what you got to do in Test cricket, even if you don't get wicket, is not give away too many runs. But what England is doing at the moment, there's too many boundary balls. We've seen 4 boundaries in the last 2.5 overs. And that's where it hurts the most.
Tossed up again, and Rohit plays back defensively with a straight bat. Kind of reacts like the ball has bounced a touch more than he was expecting, but it didn't turn, went on. And no real danger there. 129 from 191. I mean, I've lost count of the amount of times I've heard Goffey, as this is again given plenty of air, ripped by Rayan Ahmed, but Rohit's forward. Any turn there is kind of sluggish. It's played back to the bowler. I mean, Goffey, who was great at, blasting out the tail, right? Bowls 90 miles an hour, reverse Yorkers. As this time Rohit plays to short mid-wicket, no run. But of course, there's one thing having a 90 mile an hour bowler in Mark Wood and a leg spinner in Rayan Ahmed, but of course we're 60 overs in. India have only lost 3 wickets. Wood's not hitting the pace that he was with the new ball. And it's a day one track as Rohit plays back, and there's a big expanse there through the covers, fielded by Hartley on the boundary for another single.
I think the way the game has progressed, at times we have seen a bit of spin, we have seen the reverse swing as well. You asked me earlier what sort of a score India must be eyeing. I think they'd be very disappointed if they get anything under 400 from here, even though there are 2 new batters coming in, but both of them got a lot of experience playing domestic cricket, had a good series against the England Lions as well, scored some runs against them. So they will be full of confidence when they walk in. And now with that score on board, there's nothing to lose. There won't be any pressure on them when they walk out.
Well, we don't know whether Jadeja was actually always down to bat at 5, right? We had him down at 6.
Yeah.
We had Sarfraz Khan down at 5. And when Jadeja walked out to bat, there's the left-hand, right-hand combination. But we're essentially saying, what message does that give to Sarfraz Khan? If they've suddenly changed tack and gone, hang on, mate, we're going to get Jadeja out there, you just hang back. But now, 2-3 hours on, round the wickets, short, and through with the shot is Rohit. He's on the ball, he takes his eye off it, but it's all along the ground in the end to Zach Crawley at fine leg.
As if you asked me if I was Sarfaraz Khan and India were 33 for 3 and they sent Jadeja, I'd be very happy.
Would you, on debut? You would?
On debut, yeah. You want somebody
to take
to go
the ego out of it?
Take the ego out of it, get some experienced player, go out there, calm the ship down, and you want to walk out there with less pressure. And now when Sarfaraz Khan walks out there in the middle, he can play the way he wants to play.
Well, now, of course, it's the right decision.
I also think Jadeja averages 100 on this ground. So to be able to...
Should have been opening.
Yeah, getting in at early doors. Absolutely.
There'd be 300 without loss. That's what they should have done. Short again on the body of Jadeja, but it's just a little bit leg side. And Jadeja is comfortable here. He did look a little flat-footed. There was a couple of occasions earlier on in the piece where, expecting the short delivery, he wasn't committing forward. There was an inside edge that went past the leg stump. There was a couple of kind of nervy moments. Of all the bowlers, Wood has troubled Jadeja more than any other, I would suggest. Now, though, Jadeja looks pretty set.
Yeah, he does. He's batting really well and he's full of confidence as well. Also, the pace is reduced quite a bit. The pitch has slowed down a lot, which has helped him. With the new ball, it was a bit quicker, and Mark Wood was bowling really, really well.
Rohit, wow, what a shot. He goes, but he's caught. He cloths this short delivery from Wood straight to Ben Stokes. At short mid-wicket, he was eyeing the boundary. He didn't get hold of it. And one skipper has got the other. A third wicket for Wood. Rohit's got to go for 131. And India suddenly 237 for 4.
The plan finally works. The invariable bounce gets Rohit. It creeps upon him quicker than he anticipates. And a really simple catch for Ben Stokes in at mid-wicket. Wood's shift comes into fruition. And a huge, huge wicket for England.
He should be very disappointed. That's a terrible shot to play. Knowing that probably the last over Mark would have bowled if he didn't get a wicket. And batting on 131, you've got to be a bit smarter. Yes, he's played a wonderful knock, but I still feel that he is, again, provided an opportunity to England and opened the batting.
But once again, England have patience in their own plan. They trust their gut, they trust their instinct, and they know that Rohit is going to play at those balls and is not going to leave them at this stage of the game. It could have easily gone for 6-4 throughout this over, and it had been Wood's last over of short bowling.
And also Phoebe, the first time he wanted to go aerial. Until now, every time there was a short delivery, he was looking to play it along the ground, looking to hit it down. This is the first time he wanted to hit it over mid-wicket, and the ball coming a bit quicker than he anticipated and hitting him up on the bat, on the sticker, but an easy catch.
Brilliant innings though from Rohit Sharma. He's steadied the ship, he's created a fantastic platform for India, but I do think his left runs out there for the team.
Wow. Well done, England. Well done, Ben Stokes. Well done, Mark Wood. But yeah, Rohit Sharma, 131, but he's going to be sitting there right now and he's thinking, just left the door open. The door's open again, and it's those 3 early wickets that mean England are in the game. And we've got a debutant, Sarfraz Khan, about to face his first delivery in Test cricket. He's got a short leg for company. There's a third and a fine leg. Mark Wood has picked up 3 wickets today. He might get another over, you know. We shall see. But what we know is 3 deliveries left in the over. What must be going through Sarfraz Khan's mind right now as it's dug in and ducked by the new batter.
Yes, a good plan against Sarfraz. With you walking in, playing your first test ever. You'll have a lot of nerve out there in the middle, even though India is sitting pretty on a good score of 237. But every time you walk out there, especially when you're on a debut, there's a lot of pressure.
If he was English, of course, he would have reverse paddle scooped that over his over the keeper for 6, right?
I think so.
Pressure on. Kevin Peterson was on duty for us last test, and he was saying you do not understand the pressure that is on the Indian team. Suffocating. Wood again. This is played deep in his crease. He's hopping and he's playing into the turf. Sarfraz, he'll feel a little bit better about that. First time he's got bat on ball in Test cricket.
He just needs to get a single. That will calm him down. That will calm the nerves down as well. His dad,
and it will get him off strike, right?
Yeah, he'll get him off strike as well. Yeah, I think he will be nervous, and the person who will be more nervous who's on screen at the moment is his dad.
Yes, his dad. Naushad Khan?
Yeah.
I'm not sure if that's the correct pronunciation, but I know he's played a huge part in getting Sarfraz to this moment right now. I mean, he will be the more nervous of the two, you'd imagine. There's a leg slip in place now, short again, left alone by Sarfraz Khan, who says, thank you very much. I'll be quite happy to just sit out a couple of deliveries. Well, big over for England, big over for the match, the series maybe. Rohit Sharma gone. Caught by Ben Stokes for 131. Fine innings from Sharma. Loads of we talk about pressure. Well, the pressure on Rohit Sharma today, the captain, the best bat, the opening bat, winning the toss, batting, seeing 3 wickets going at the other end. Well, he's just walked off the field, but not before he's registered his 11th Test century, his 3rd against England, his 8th as opener, and his 9th on home soil. 131. But England now, just as they were getting to the point where they were starting to fret a little, will feel that they've got a little opening. Sarfraz on debut, Jarrod to come, he's on debut as well. And it's Rayan Ahmed who will bowl to Jadeja, and we'll see how he goes. This bounces a little more than Jadeja thinks, possibly. 2-3-7 for 4 India.
Yeah, England definitely needed that wicket, and we were starting to see body language drop a little bit in the field for England, which we don't really see within this team.
Leg slip and a regulation slip in place as Jadeja is forward, plays defensively, no run.
And there was a massive sort of sigh of relief from Stokes as he took that catch, running in towards Mark Wood.
Yeah, he's his man, isn't he? This is down the leg side, left alone by Jadeja, who just for a second thought, hang on, I can help that on its way, but it was just way too wide.
Yeah, just replaying that wicket. He played it so early. And that tennis ball bounce got him.
Struck on the pads at Jadeja, but clearly going down the leg side, no run.
We're starting to see a bit more bounce when the spinners are bowling. A bit more turn as well, and as we discussed earlier, as the game progresses, this pitch is going to deteriorate and it will help the spinners a lot more.
Tossed up and forward is Jadeja, pushes this ball into the huge expanse on the offside, comes through for a single.
Yeah, Sarfaraz on strike now against the spinner. He's a very talented cricketer and he can play all kind of shots. And Jono, you remember the kind of shots he played in the RCB when he was playing for RCB. A lot of scoop shots, a lot of unconventional shots.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So he's got all that in his kitty, but can he play those shots in his first test?
Let's see one now. 220 runs against the Lions. He does go for the big shot. This is tossed up, outside off stump. And Sarfaraz is attempting a agricultural sweep shot. Misses the ball, overbalances. The camera should now pan to his father's face, shouldn't he?
Exactly. That's what I was waiting for, to see his father's reaction after that shot.
It reminds me, I was in the crowd when Rishabh Pant made his debut for India against England at Trent Bridge. And I remember to this day the gasps from the fans when, I can't remember who was bowling, but he deposited whoever it was into the stands for 6. I think it was his first scoring shot in Test cricket.
Yeah, it was.
Unbelievable. I mean, it was an incredible moment. And Sarfaraz Khan just tried to do that essentially. He was going more mid-wicket than long on, but it was there was shades of it. But I tell you what, England will be. They won't be displeased to see that kind of shot.
I'm just thinking, if he got out playing that shot, his dad would have jumped from the balcony down to the ground and had a chat with him. Not just chat.
Mark Wood is going to get another over. Right arm over the wicket, short again to Jadeja. It's a clean strike, but fielded at mid-wicket, so doesn't get off strike. I think that Wood wants a little bowl at Sarfaraz. Let's see if those feet are moving.
Absolutely, and again, Jadeja played that really well, even though it went straight to mid-wicket. He's got up and down over the top of the ball, drilled it along the floor, and making the short ball look really, really straightforward.
But he'll be thinking though, you know, when he's got Rohit Sharma at the other end and he's 130, you play one way, but he's got a debutant who's yet to get off the mark now. So he'd be forgiven if he was in two minds about how to proceed. Short again. Not quite the timing of the shot before, but it goes squarer, root fields, and Jadeja gets off strike. Sarfaraz about to face Mark Wood. 4 balls left in the over, and it just feels like something's about to happen here. 239 for 4, India, and you're listening to talkSPORT 2.
Hook it for a 6, Sarfaraz. Come on, go for it.
You've been drinking the Kool-Aid. We're all Bazball now, aren't we?
I know, we love it.
It was funny after that second Test defeat. Paul Newman was on, and he was saying, "Well, look, we're not going to be critical. We're all in now." We're all into the Bazball way, as Wood is in short and ducked by Sarfaraz.
Ball didn't get up at all, ducked it, and it nearly ended up clipping him on the back there.
He's pretty good at scooping the ball. I've seen him do a lot of times in T20 cricket. Try that in Test cricket. Get your first run in Test cricket, scooping a ball over fine leg.
It's going to happen one day. Why not today? He's got a younger brother as well, hasn't he? Sarfaraz Khan.
He just played in the Under-19 World Cup, didn't he? Yeah.
So his dad's doing something right. He's an older one as well, I think. I'm not sure he's made it. I don't know if he plays first-class cricket, but either way, yet to get off the mark. Wood, this is full, and Sarfaraz Khan will get off the mark. It was a full bunger. Bairstow dived to his left at wideish mid-on. It must have got a hand to it. And Khan not only gets off the mark, he gets off strike with 3. And the score moves on. 2-4 for 4 India.
Yeah, that'll calm him down now. He wouldn't be sweeping anytime soon. We'll have to wait and see.
Wood was going for the Yorker there.
He just missed it, didn't he? Missed his length, and Bairstow a touch slow to get off there, maybe. Maybe if Stokes had been there, he would have managed to field that to his left and just retain the pressure on the new bat. But as it is, it's Jadeja, 86 not out.
I think it was the right thing to do. I would have liked to see Wood just target the stumps and really challenge him in a different way there. I think it was almost easy to get your eye in through that shorter delivery that's slow off the pitch.
Here is Wood again, short and top edge, but actually that's just dropped short of the field. It must have only bounced the once. Two fielders at mid-wicket, and Jadeja's nearly picked out one of them.
He just said in Hindi that this one came a lot quicker than I anticipated. See, again, a bit similar to Rohit Sharma, hitting him high on the bat. When there's a fielder for that shot, stop playing that shot.
Really testing the ego now, isn't it, this plan?
It's another little moment that's gone the way of India. I'm not saying that all the little moments have gone the way of India, they haven't. But that so close to being caught by Ollie Pope. Short again, he's aborts the shot halfway through, but so close to the glove. And Jadeja's keeping us all interested as we move towards the last hour on day one of what has been an incredible test series so far. We've got change at the crease with Sarfraz Khan replacing Rohit Sharma, and we're going to have a change in the commentary box as well, as Phoebe Graham and Abhishek Jhunjhunwala are replaced by Lloyd, Jarrod, Kimber, and I think Neil Manthorp. Bumble, welcome back. And I will make way for Manners.
Yeah, this last session, who's going to win the last session? England hunting with a plan. Short ball from Mark Wood. He's bowled 16 overs now, 3 for 69. What's he got left in the tank? 66 overs have been bowled by England, 242 for 4 India. On debut, Sarfraz.
Jarrod will be able to confirm this, but at the moment Sarfraz Khan has the second highest first-class batting average behind Sir Donald Bradman, with players who've played a minimum of 20 matches, averaging just a fraction under 70, 69.85. Anyway, he's just starting in Test cricket.
They'll be celebrating in Hull.
Will they?
They will indeed. That's who we played for.
Did he? That escaped my research, I must confess. Is Rian Ahmed in once again outside the off stump and whipped away on the leg side by Sarfraz for a single.
Dr. Samir Patak, who's a surgeon up at Leeds, had a charity, Cricket Beyond Boundaries, and he brought young Indian cricketers across to Yorkshire to give them cricket opportunities, and he was one of them. And Privy Shaw was the other.
Wow. Some talent there.
Certainly is. Rian Ahmed in once again to Jadeja, who takes a quick single, steals a quick single to the England captain Ben Stokes, who's deepish at mid-on. They scurry through for one. Jadeja moves to 87.
He's got the fourth highest batting average of first-class cricket. Don Bradman 95.14, it's handy. Vijay Merchant 71.64 and George Headley 69.86. So he's marginally behind George Headley, although he scored runs here, so he might have just gone back ahead of George Headley. Back to third, but he was second for a very long time.
Jadeja 87, Sarfraz Khan on 4. Here's Rian Ahmed to the right-hander, pushes it away behind square on the offside. Can you give us some idea of his performances for Hull?
No, I can't, but I shall try. I'll try and find out during this game.
Can you tell us how cold he was in April?
He'd be bracing in Hull.
Forward comes Sarfraz again and pushes it out towards Duckett in the covers, and there's no run. Jarrod Kimber has a wealth of databases.
I was just looking.
And he's
I was just wondering if it would come up. It'd be great if Cricket Info just had, Test, First Class, IPL, and then Hull.
We will get to the bottom of it, I'm quite sure of that. Here is Rian Ahmed again, and this one scuttles along the ground. Well, not scuttles along the ground, keeps very low, but he just got a low release point as Rian Ahmed, and when he bowls the top spinner, it does keep low, and Sarfaraz, they're having to really hurry down on that one to keep it out. Ahmed in once again, and this time it's pushed out to Zach Crawley behind square on the offside. 244 for 4.
I've got he made 52 against North Ferribury, is that right?
Yeah, absolutely.
So there's one of his scores for Hull.
What database are you looking on?
That's
there?
the Play Cricket database, the ECB one. Come on, you should know about all this.
Well, at least we know he's got 150 for Hull.
He would be very young. I should think 16, 17. Very young.
He's still very young by our standards.
How old is he? How old is Sarfaraz?
23. Jadeja 87. It's not age.
He's not 87, is he? He's wearing well.
He's doing well, isn't he? He's 35, Ravindra Jadeja, but he's 87 not out from 163 balls. India 244 for 4 from 67 overs. Actually, Sarfaraz is 26 now. Yeah, that's right. He's played.
He started very young.
He's played almost. This is his 10th year, I think, since his first class debut. Now Joe Root's going to be reintroduced into the attack. 7 overs for 36.
I just love the idea of Sarfaraz coming in and having to face 90-mile-an-hour bouncers. Not exactly what you get in Ranji Trophy. And then first change is Joe Root, and he's like, thank you. This is more what I'm used to. Slightly quick off spin.
Yeah, you know which one he'd prefer, which one he'd be more accustomed to.
What were his choices? Could he have gone back to Anderson? Anderson would have fancied a go at Sarfaraz.
Even just for 2 overs, I thought it would have been worth it. I suppose it's the 67th over, so it might just be that point you don't want Anderson to bowl again.
Well, England have unfortunately managed to maintain a very slow over rate all day as Joe Root is in, outside the off stump, turns away from the left-handed Jadeja into the gloves of Ben Foakes, who are offering no shot to Jadeja. Yeah, we're definitely in for a full half an hour overtime, and we're probably going to lose some overs as well. We won't get the full allocation of 90 in the day as Root is in again. Jadeja stretches forward and pushes it defensively out on the onside. Oohs and ahs from Zach Crawley and Ben Foakes. Crawley's at slip.
Struggled early on Root, but these first 2 balls back have looked a lot better.
He damaged a little finger on his bowling hand, on his right hand, in the beginning of the second test match. Outside the off stump here, it's left alone. That shouldn't play too much of a role, should it, as an off spinner? With a little finger, just discomforting. It's not his spinning finger. It's not an anchor finger, but still it would be uncomfortable. Forward comes Jadeja again, playing it defensively back to Root, and there's no run.
I think he was just struggling after that first sort of good bowling performance of just he might have opened to Callis or something as well.
He bowled 46 overs in the first test. Yeah, England's best spinner in that game. Here is Root once again, and just short enough to allow Jadeja onto the back foot. Whips it off his pads out towards Rian Ahmed on the leg side, and actually that's very good running. They've come back for 2. Pushed hard there. Jadeja testing his dodgy hamstring that kept him out of the second test. Declared himself to be 90% fit before this test, which led some Indian media to speculate that because it wasn't 100% he wouldn't play. But 90% of Jadeja is good enough, I think. Outside the off stump this time, left alone by Jadeja, and there's no run. Phenomenal record on this ground. Jadeja, the newly named Niranjan Shah Stadium. 3 triple hundreds in his domestic first class career, one of which was at this ground. 2 double hundreds as well on this ground. India 246 for 4, with Jadeja looking well set to add to his 3 Test hundreds.
So I think his first class average on this ground, and I looked it up before, but I don't have it in front of me, is either 128 or 138 on this ground. You got any grounds that you averaged 120 odd on, Bumble?
No.
I'll check later just to make sure.
Short and wide and cut. Oh, and misfielded by Tom Hartley at backward point. Seemed to go straight to him, and may just have taken an unusual spin or bobble. It went over his hands. He had it covered, and he's looking down at his hands to see whether there's holes in them. It's literally gone straight to him, but Sarfaraz benefits a couple of unexpected runs. India move up to 247 for 4. In fact, they just took 1 there. So it's Jadeja on strike on 89. As Rian Ahmed is into him and solidly forward playing defensively. He's got the cap back on. Ravindra Jadeja. Mark Wood out of the attack now. Gets the cap on as at every available opportunity. As Rian Ahmed is in once again, and it's turned out through the onside past Ollie Pope. And they go through for another single. Just a reminder that if you're watching the game in England or listening to us, or both, I know that there are people who do both, then you don't see batters in caps in England because they're not allowed to bat in caps anymore. Has been that way for a few years, and that one is driven by Sarfaraz Khan out towards short mid-wicket. But in India, I'm not sure what the law is in Australia, whether you can bat in a cap in first-class cricket or international cricket, but England, you have to wear the helmet. Oh, that's a bit of a different one from Rian Ahmed. Not sure what he was trying there. Bumble will assess, but it's a short, wide, long hop as a result. There was a change in action. I don't know what he was trying, but it's short and very wide, almost actually a wide, but it's cut away for 4 by Sarfaraz.
It's a googly that comes out wrong.
Almost, it looked like a change of action. I mean, his googly's quite well disguised normally, but that one
was not disguised.
Wasn't, was it?
No. Yeah, I think something went wrong.
Rian Ahmed in once again, slightly short, clipped off his pads again by the right-handed Sarfaraz for a single to Zach Crawley, to Dan Lawrence out on the deep backward square leg boundary. Over comes to an end, 69 bowled, 253 for 4.
To answer your question, I think England's the only team in the world where you can't wear a cap when you bat. I think every other team in the world still allows it.
Australia?
Yeah, because Maxwell was batting with one in the World Cup, wasn't he? So I think it's partly insurance thing, isn't it? And also encouraging cricketers to wear them, plus the way that the new shots are played, reverse sweeps and everything.
I thought you were going to say encouraging helmet manufacturers.
So yeah, I think there's a few different factors, but I think eventually every international player will wear a helmet, will be my guess.
But can England players wear a cap abroad?
No.
They can't.
I don't think if you're representing England you can wear a cap when you're batting. The way they play reverse sweeps, they may not want to anyway, but I know there's been a lot of research into how many people get injured playing sweep shots, and that was a big movement towards the helmets for even when you're facing spin.
Well, I know plenty of batsmen who were not sweepers but became sweepers when they had the insurance of a grill, because a quick spinner, brisk spinner, a sweep shot does become a little danger, top edge into your face.
Well, I used to sweep and get hit in the face.
That explains that
and
nose.
It just used to happen.
And that was part of the game?
Yeah, a couple of teeth, and Brian Close was another. You get down sweeping at a top edge and you wear it. It's a hard ball, that's how it is.
It's not so hard now, it's 69 overs old. It'll be a very hard one in 11 overs time if England do take the second new ball when it's available. Jadeja is 90 not out. Sarfaraz Khan on debut is 10 not out from 15 balls. India 253 for 4, and it's the afternoon drinks break.
It's part of the game. Injury is part of it. You just get on with it. You get it's a hard ball, and I think that's part of the thrill, and certainly from when I played, that as an opening batter, the thrill is to bat against Hartley and to bat against Marshall and Roberts. It's the thrill of it. It's us two against each other. You win, I win.
It used to be a thrill going through a car windscreen when you crashed, and then they invented the seatbelt.
I give in.
I just think if in order to play a sweep shot at the edge, you have to replace your teeth.
Yeah, that's right.
I think it's okay to wear a helmet in that one.
I think it would still be fairly thrilling facing Hadley and Marshall with a helmet on.
Yeah,
you may not die.
Yeah. I mean, eventually we did. But I've watched a fielder here at leg slip. I fielded there for 20 years and never got hit.
Is it also possible though the shots are different now?
Used to sweep. People used to sweep.
I think wearing protective
slip, you're never gonna. He's never ever gonna get hit.
Wearing protective kit at leg slip is a step too far.
I would assume that was just a fielder who was fielding somewhere else and moved to leg slip. Yeah, we've seen it. We've seen that short slip position, haven't we? Occasionally, where we've seen fielders with helmets on.
Just having a look during the drinks break at the wickets that have fallen, and 3 of them very early on. Mark Wood making a double breakthrough early on, and then Tom Hartley with the wicket in his first over. Before that magnificent partnership, 234 between Rohit Sharma and Ravindra Jadeja. Jadeja is still there on 90. Rohit has gone now for an 11th Test century, also falling victim to Mark Wood's pace, mistiming a hook shot to Ben Stokes at mid-wicket. The afternoon drinks have been taken, and it's not an especially hot and sultry day in Rajkot. Just coming towards the end of springtime. It does get very hot in the western state during the height of summer. It's regularly in the 40s, but quite moderate temperature today in the mid-20s as Joe Root begins another over, and that's pushed away by Sarfaraz Khan. No run.
Is that the sort of thing you say when you're in a studio in London? And if you're out there having done a couple of laps of the ground, you might be feeling different.
It's Root in once again, pushed out on the onside. Yeah, well, doing the staircase, I think, because it's 3 flights of stairs to the new press box in Rajkot, which is an imitation of the Lord's UFO style press box, and it's pushed away again defensively on the onside. No run.
The umpire's not going to have that. Sarfaraz just threatens to run and runs straight down the middle of the pitch. The umpire straight away, get off the pitch.
Jadeja and Sarfaraz now coming together with the score on 237 for 4. Now 253 for 4. Slip in place for Joe Root, sliding it across the right-hander, and the slog sweep from Sarfaraz Khan. Well, they used to call that the cross-batted drive, let's say. It's played right across the line. Not a slog sweep. He wasn't down on one knee, but it's a hoik.
Free hit with the spin. There's no danger out there. No fielder. Pick your spot. Has a good stride towards the pitch of the ball. Hits it very pleasantly. Is it 4? He just drops for 4.
Just inside the right, wasn't it? Root in once again. This time forces Sarfaraz onto the back foot. Turns it away for another single on the leg side. It's the kind of shot that is great when it goes for 4. Is that one that hits the middle of the bat? But it is what it is. Call it what it is. It is a slog really across the line. But as you say, with the spin, so that mitigates some of the danger. It's not against the spin. So Rohit Sharma, a magnificent captain's innings today, and I have to say that so far it's in India's day. But another wicket, debutant wicketkeeper to come, Dhruv Jurel, and England can fight their way back into this. I mean, does it feel like a 400 par score to you, Bumble?
Yeah, it does to me. I think you get your runs in the first innings, 4 down, 258. I think from a bowling point of view, on day one, if you get 7 wickets, you feel we're in control here. If the opposition are 4 or 5 down, it's the batting team that will think, yeah, we're going okay, we can kick on tomorrow. I think they're doing fine at 258 for 4, but England are probing. They bowled 70 overs.
The other thing is, with no Akshar Patel in this Indian lineup, the debutant keeper to come. I mean, he's a fine cricketer, obviously, and he's been identified as the next keeper for India, and that's why he's been given a debut today. And he averages 46.5 in first-class cricket. But with no Akshar Patel, you've got Ashwin with 5 Test hundreds, and then 9, 10, 11 who are worthy of those places in the batting lineup. Tom Hartley's into the attack, nudged away by Sarfaraz, no run on the onside. Jasprit Bumrah, Kuldeep Yadav and Mohammad Siraj, 9, 10, 11.
Let's run down the pitch again then, Sarfaraz. I think that was Joe Root complaining to the umpire at that stage.
Here is Hartley once again, pushed away defensively, out on the onside, no run.
And he's done it again. Just threatens to run and comes straight down the middle of the pitch. The umpire again has had a word. I had one of these when I was umpiring.
Here's Tom Hartley once more. Forward comes Sarfaraz, pushes it out on the onside. And it makes no difference to the umpire if he's doing it on purpose or not, does it? I mean, the batsman can say, I'm not doing it deliberately, and the umpire will say,
well, it's the same as the bowler. The bowler can't run on the danger area, and neither can the batter.
Here's Hartley again, nudged away for another single, nicely placed wide of Ollie Pope at mid-wicket.
I mentioned I had an occasion whilst I was umpiring. Can you run off the pitch, please? Can you run off the pitch, please? Last time, will you run off the pitch, please? To which the batter said, and what happens next then? I said, you've got to take your shoes off. He said, when did that come in? I said, this year. Have you not read the laws? It's come in this year, take your shoes off.
Geez, you could get away with a lot saying to players, have you not read the laws?
2 balls to go in the 71st over. Down the leg side from Hartley, a little push and a miss from Jadeja. Just as before Andrew McKenna takes over from me, what seriously is the option for the umpire if a batsman persistently runs on the pitch?
I'd have to read up, and it's 5, isn't it? Penalty runs, 5 penalty runs.
Here's Hartley once again, and it's pushed away by Jadeja behind square on the leg side, fielded by Ollie Pope. Chases after it and loses his footing and slips, and there's no run. 259 for 4. Andrew McKenna's taking over from me, and if he keeps running on the pitch, you can't send him off. You just keep saying that's another 5, that's another 5 until extras racks up.
I've never known whether it's 5 that's taken off your score or 5 that's added to the other team's score. But they're persistently doing it, and we would all do it. Everybody would do it. When you're batting first and you've got a good score and you've got good spinners, just explore the pitch.
It does feel that it's slightly imbalanced though, doesn't it? If it's 5-run penalty for the batting team and the bowler can't bowl again in the innings,
that's it, you're off.
It does feel that's slightly imbalanced. But anyway, 71 overs gone, which means there's still 19 overs in the day. We're due to be half an hour away from close. We're going to be doing a lot of overtime this evening. Just to get there, the new ball is available in 9 overs time. Surely England aren't even thinking of taking that, even if they were to get through these, because the work that Anderson and Wood have done today, come back fresh and let's have it in the morning.
I suppose it depends on how long they get before as well. Like if it's only 4 overs, maybe it is worth getting them to come on for a couple. But if it's 7 or 8, maybe not.
No, I agree. If you can have a 2 or 3 overs, and put your mind as a batsman, you'd be apprehensive. You're thinking, right, new ball, got to get through this.
Well, it's Joe Root to bowl his 10th over of the day, if we're brutally honest. I don't think even he will feel he's bowled particularly well today, Jarrod. He's gone 0 for 43 so far. He is around the wicket to Sarfraz, who takes a big stride forward and pushes him out on the leg side. No run.
Not for me to be critical, but it's all round the wicket. Try over. Have a go over.
Absolutely. You won't know till you've tried it. Root. In he goes around the wicket. Sarfraz again is playing off sort of middle and leg out towards the short mid-wicket fielder. No run. 259 for 4, India. 33 for 3 in the early stages of the morning, having won the toss and batted. And then an enormous fourth wicket partnership. Sarfraz plays this just gently, dead hands out at his feet, and there is no run. So yeah, 33 for 3 after 8 overs and 5 balls. 237 for 4 after 63 and a half overs. As Rohit made 131. Sarfraz deep in his crease, turns Joe Root into the leg side, will be able to take a single to square leg on this occasion. 260 for 4, Jarrod Kimber.
Crickfiz looked this up before, actually. In Test cricket, Root averages 112 when bowling over the wicket to right-handers and 44 when coming around. But I think it's more to do with he gets his hips through a little bit more when he comes around the wicket. I think it's more a technical thing with him rather than a mental thing. And now he's convinced himself he can't bowl over the wicket anymore.
Well, he's around the wicket to Jadeja, batting in a cap. Jadeja back in his crease, hits hard out to Hartley, who's the deep cover sweeper, and a single will be taken.
So he feels more comfortable just bowling more naturally round the wicket.
Yeah. A lot of part-time spinners, off spinners are like that because they like to be able to get their hips through and they feel they can do it from around the wicket, whereas over the wicket they feel like they struggle. I mean, he is part-timer, is he?
Well, whereas the great off-spinners to a right-handed batsman would bowl just outside off-stump to bring slip into play. The ball that goes straight on.
Yeah, well, Ashwin goes between the two and he feels comfortable, but he also probably feels more natural in his action.
Yeah. Root to finish the over. Sarfraz has taken this big into the leg side. He's got a huge top edge and it'll run away through deep backward square for 4. England have hands on heads again because Sarfraz has played that with no control whatsoever. He took it hook, line, sinker, rod and copy of Angling Times, but gets away with it as he gets a big top edge. He goes to 21. It's 265 for 4.
No deep backward square. The square leg is inside, saving 1, and it's up in the air for a long time. Bounces a couple of times and trickles over the boundary. You can think years back the first position will be deep backward square. Not nowadays.
Well, we saw, I can't remember if it was in the New Zealand series and it was again in the Ashes, quite often England don't have that fielder out there, and after that edge went up they all high-fived each other, England. So I think they're trying to encourage him to sweep, and to be fair, we've seen him play 3 of them and 2 of them have been pretty poor, so it might be they just don't think it's a shot he plays, but he certainly hasn't looked in control of the ones he's tried.
Yeah, it's been interesting to see the amount of sweeps that India have played in that first test. Everything was the vertical bat, not the horizontal. Hartley to start a new over. This one's pitching outside the leg stump and then running in onto leg. Jadeja just turns it round the corner. Mark Wood at deep backward square wall field. Single taken. Jadeja goes to 92 here on talkSPORT 2. It's another single to the total. And we just get to see that Sarfraz shot once again, and very little of it was right, except in the scorebook it says 4.
So I think to a player like you, when you weren't knocking out your own teeth, you probably felt a lot more comfortable with the sweep.
Sarfraz gets one that actually is short of a length and turns quite sharply from Hartley. He pushes it to point and will take a single.
Well, again, it's a confidence shot. If you're confident playing it, you just keep playing it and try and keep it down. All sorts of different sweeps. A little fine sweep, a powerful sweep, high sweep.
So I think England look at it more like the pull shot or the hook shot, where the players who are comfortable with it, you have all the fielders out. The players who aren't comfortable, you have them up. And they're almost trying to encourage that risk.
Hartley around the wicket. Again, it's the sort of short arm jab from Jadeja down to deep fine leg. Mark Wood will field. Jadeja gets a single to take him to 93, 268 for 4.
And I would say in modern cricket, putting the fielder out automatically didn't make sense because there's a lot of players who just weren't playing the shot. So it makes sense to think about it a little bit more. But you're going to give runs away. So you have to be prepared. And this modern team is prepared to give runs away.
All right, Sarfraz back on strike. 22 not out. Hartley bowls left arm around. He's taken that from about middle and off and just sort of put the bat there and guides it to Anderson at short fine leg and will take a single. He goes to 23, 269 for 4.
His length is short. He's not just found that fullish length. Batters are very easy to go back into the crease and just knock it. It needs to be about a metre fuller.
It's been a big day for Sarfraz so far. Got his cap from Anil Kumble earlier today. Emotional hugs with his dad. Once he got that cap, his dad actually kissed the badge on the cap once they'd had that hug. Hartley goes in, and this time he's about 1.2 meters full, because it's actually on the full toss. Jadeja can only find the fielder at mid-on though, and there's no run. And I don't know if you spotted it, after Sarfraz got off the mark with 3 to long on, he got a standing ovation from his parents.
I did see that.
They were properly invested in the innings so far. Final ball of the over. Well, there's a big appeal from England. Kumar Dharmasena's having nothing to do with that, because I think there might have been an inside edge on it, and he got an enormous stride forward as well. Not that that automatically saves you anymore. The DRS timer is counting down 6.54, but England aren't even contemplating that as an option. So it's end of the over. 21 overs in this session so far. 84 runs have been scored for 1 wicket taken. 269 for 4. It's talkSPORT 2. It's the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. And lots of sport coming your way. Super League starts tonight here on talkSPORT 2 with the whole derby. Mark Wilson and Paul Cook on commentary duties for that. Paul Cook, of course, played for both. His autobiography is called Judas, because you can guess why, because he played for both and they let him know and don't ever let him forget it. So I'm sure he'll get a warm welcome this evening as he goes back in to commentate for talkSPORT 2. Joe Root to start his 11th over. Sarfraz deep in the crease, pushes out on the offside, no run. Jarrod and Bumble have moved out. Abhishek, Jhunjhunwala and Phoebe Graham have moved in. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. McKenna and Sarfraz looking good.
Root gives that one some air. Now Sarfraz has hit that hard into the leg side, and there's no deep square leg fielder there. Once it had beaten the infield, that was going away for 4. He reached a long way forward to get that and got all of it. 27 from 33 he has now. I'm
loving the intent from him. Doesn't look like somebody who's making his debut against England and playing his first test. Brilliant and very well controlled sweep. Was all along the ground throughout.
I think the platform that he's come into enables him to play his natural game.
Root is around the wicket, clips into the leg side by Sarfraz. He will take a single to take him to 28 from 34. Yeah, he comes in with a weight of runs behind him. We mentioned this earlier. 45 first-class games, almost 4,000 runs, averaging basically 70 1400s and a best of 301 not out. So he can obviously play.
He's had a good series against the England Lions as well. Got a 100, got a 80. So he's coming in good form.
Root around the wicket, also lowish full toss to Jadeja. Jadeja finds Bairstow at mid-on and they will scamper a single. Jadeja goes to 94, 275 for 4.
And also we had the discussion earlier that if he came in when India were 33 for 3, it could have been a completely different picture. But because he came in when India were in a very, very good position, around 230 odd for 4, it's a completely different ball game for him.
Now that's a very interesting replay we've just seen, and I'll describe that to you in a moment. Joe Root is in. It's again another loopy ball from around the wicket that Sarfraz has clips into the leg side. We've just seen that half a shout for LBW. If England had reviewed that one against Jadeja, it was hitting halfway up middle stump. Root goes in off the back foot is Sarfraz, and it'll go to deep cover for a single. 276 for 4. Now it looked first replay about was there an inside edge. The TV have just ruled that out. Now they put the tracking on it, and it was crashing in halfway up middle stump.
Well, I think again the human eye deceived us there, because it looked like there was a really thick inside edge onto the pad, but the way that the bat was positioned, it was slightly behind the pad, so it was actually pad bat versus bat pad, which everyone round the bat and in the decision, they didn't even contest having a discuss whether to go upstairs for DRS. So that's the second review on Jadeja that they've got wrong.
Yeah, when I saw it first, I thought he's got a massive inside edge onto it, but later on it showed a completely different picture where the ball hit the pad first. So another review lost, but it was a very difficult review to take.
That's two that have been so difficult to see with the human eye that technology has almost overridden what we've believed in the comms box, which every player on the pitch has believed, and I think it'll really astonish England when they go back in that they've lost two reviews now for Jadeja.
Hartley to start a new over, and Sarfraz comes down the pitch and wallops him back over his head for a couple of bounces and away for 4. And as talkSPORT listeners join us here on talkSPORT 2, that takes India to 280 for 4. Jadeja is closing in on 100 for himself. He's 94 not out. Sarfraz with that boundary goes to 33. England have managed to take a wicket in this session, getting rid of Rohit Sharma for 131 from 196 balls. That partnership took India from 33 for 3 to 237 for 4. They're now 280 for 4. And Sarfraz clips this one from Tom Hartley to mid-wicket, and there's no run. But yeah, it's India winning the toss this morning and electing to bat. You don't therefore expect to run through the opposition. England have worked hard for 4 wickets, but it could have been 6 or 7 had things gone their way.
100%. But Sarfraz
turns this one on the onside, no run.
Looks like there was a bit of baseball in the last few months, the way he's been going on about his innings here. He played some wonderful shots playing his first test, and he's not scared of going aerial. He's done that a few times already.
Abhishek Jhunjhunwala, the former Indian A batsman, alongside myself in the commentary box, and Phoebe Graham, the Lancashire and Manchester Originals player, talking you through the action. There is still plenty of play left today, as this is only the 75th over. Hartley is in, taking the outside half, shall we say, of Sarfraz's bat out on the offside. And there is no run. Yeah, supposed to be 90 overs in a day, and we're supposed to be 20 minutes away from close. So, as they say in America, you do the math. There's no way that's happening in this time. So we'll be going on for, I would imagine, a good portion of the full half an hour that we're allowed at the end. Hartley, oh, that's a little bit short. Sarfraz climbs all over that, wallops it into the leg side, 1 bounce for 4. Sarfraz goes to 37. It's 284 for 4.
I think what we've seen at the moment from the England spinners is they're giving away at least 1 or 2 bad balls and over. Hartley's dragged that short and he's been able to capitalise on that, rot back onto the back foot, plenty of time, and punish it for 4.
He's done quite a few times in today's match so far. Tom Hartley and Rehan Ahmed both have bowled a lot of short deliveries, a lot of long hops, and we often talk about boundary balls.
Hartley is leg side on this occasion. Sarfraz gets a glance on it to Anderson to find leg. They will take a single. 38 for Sarfraz, 285 for 4 is India after 75 overs.
Okay, even if you're not getting wickets, we discussed it earlier, the importance in Test cricket is to not give too many runs. That's the only way you can build pressure, by not giving boundaries. But what England has done all day is this always provided those boundary balls to all the batters. And whenever there was an opportunity, the Indian batters have taken full use of that as well. But they just got to find a bit more consistent line and length where they're not giving boundaries here.
They're not just boundary balls though, are they? They're dragging really short, where myself as a number 9 would be happy to face that sort of delivery and punish it for 4. So I think it's the discipline in what is classified as a bad ball as a spinner, because at the moment the full tosses from Joe Root, the dragging down really short from Tommy Hartley, and even though they're not the experience of the Indian attack, we know how good they can be, and it's about holding the skill for longer, because I think up front they weren't bowling as many bad balls.
Root goes in around the wicket. Sarfraz takes him on into the leg side. Now there is a man at sort of cow corner region. Sarfraz goes wider of that towards deep mid-wicket, backwards square kind of region, and gets 4 more. The 50 partnership is up for India, 289 for 4.
Yeah, we know Valentine's Day was yesterday, but he's definitely got plans tonight. It seems like Sarfraz Khan, the way he's going.
Wow. Okay. He's getting stuck into that. Yeah, it's an interesting point about the bad balls. In fact, you don't ever want to set a field for bad bowling, but if there is, as Root goes in, Sarfraz deep in his crease, turns it around to short fine leg, and they will take a single, 290 for 4. But if the bad balls were at least all of the same type, you could then protect for it. But as you're saying, at the moment, Root's bad ball is a full toss, whereas Rayan Ahmed and Tom Hartley are pulling them down short. I suppose you can just about set a field for that, but as I say, you don't want to be setting fields for bad bowling.
But also it's been either side of the pitch. If you're bowling short ball and only on the offside, you can set a field for that.
Root around the wicket to Jadeja, who's been in the 90s, it feels like, for a while, and he's going to stay on 94 as he guides this to point. No run, 94 not out from 181 deliveries. He's looking for his 4th Test match 100. It'll be his 3rd at home and his 2nd against England. Root gives that one some air, brings Jadeja forward, pushes back down the pitch to the bowler, no run.
Well, like with that delivery there, more fly, enticing Jadeja to come down the track and play him over his head. That's what Root wants. That's what he wants to create versus a full blunger or dragging it short. So it's just what and how you're being hit.
Oh, that is short, and then Jadeja has pulled, but England have got Rayan Ahmed stationed at deep, straight mid-wicket, and it's straight to him. That's one, so let's be honest, that saved Joe Root 3, because that should have been a boundary. Jadeja goes to 95, it's 291 for 4 here on talkSPORT and talkSPORT 2.
On that occasion, Ben Stokes plays the fielder perfectly for a long hop, cow corner. But Jadeja will be a bit disappointed. He could have hit that ball anywhere.
Yep, he's been out there a long time. You're bound to get a bit tired with the heat and the hard work. 183 deliveries Jadeja's been out there for. Batting at number 5, so came in the 9th over. Joe Root is in. Sarfraz is almost playing French cricket there. Gets a little bit side on, pushes back down the pitch, and there's no run to end the over. 291 for 4 after 76 overs here on talkSPORT 2. Some more thoughts from Phoebe and Abby, and John Norman will take the ball by ball over.
Yeah, so India are really starting to crack on with the tempo, with their intent. Sarfraz has come in and he's scored 43 off 45 deliveries on his debut. And I think what's been nice is his intent to score. He's playing his natural game. And after scoring at such a rate in first-class cricket, he's deserved this opportunity in the Indian batting lineup.
I think if anybody deserved an opportunity to play for India, it was Sarfraz Khan. The amount of runs he has scored, Phoebe, in the last couple of years in domestic cricket is unbelievable. And he's churning out runs for fun. And he's averaging over 80 in first-class cricket, which is no joke. And you can see the confidence now. The way he's come out there, the way after getting that first run, his intent has been brilliant, positive, and every time he's got an opportunity to hit a boundary, he's done so.
He's not been given the opportunity, has he? He's absolutely earned it.
I think he's broken the door. If the door wasn't opening for a long time, he has to break it.
Whatever happened to, was it Vihari? And there was Karun Nair as well. There was 2 batters that we were kind of expected to come through at some stage.
Karun was only bought in to score a 300 and never play again, John.
He batted in 2016, didn't he, against England, hit a triple century, is that right?
Yeah, and then never played again.
And then Vihari, was it Vihari that Sunil Gavaskar was very critical of the India team for not bringing in a couple of years back?
Hanuma Vihari.
Yeah, and then, I mean, where's he gone?
I think he's playing IPL cricket, he's playing first-class cricket, but he hasn't really churned out the runs the way Sarfraz Khan and others have done.
What price? Jadeja reaching a century with a 6 down the track. It's Hartley bowling. Round the wicket to the left-handed Jadeja. 95 not out. Sarfraz Khan on debut. 45 not out. But England have missed a trick. Hartley is in again with a leg slip and a regulation slip. This ball has kept low. Jadeja swings the bat down and clips it away for a single, moves to 96.
We've seen invariable bounce, Phoebe, in the last couple of overs. Every time the spinners have bowled, some bowl have really kicked on and some has kept low. So as the game is progressing, this pitch we can already see deteriorating.
I think also the spin, we're seeing it spin more now. Invariable bounce, like you say, it's just going to turn more and more, and it is to India's advantage that they won that toss.
But saying that, and it's a different pitch, but you know, in the modern game, the pitches don't seem to break away quite as much as they used to. In some cases, they seem to bat better. I'm not saying that's going to happen in India, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
England bat so quickly. Teams rarely batting on day 5 anymore. Hartley is in again. This is quicker from Hartley. No run from the bat of Sarfraz. 43 for 46, going well.
Yeah, but this pitch is a bit different, John. I've played a bit of cricket there. I've spent enough time, but this pitch can go the opposite way very quickly. Yeah.
Well, traditionally, that's what they used to say about cricket in the subcontinent. Not a lot happens for a while as Sarfraz Khan has met a full ball from Hartley with a beautiful swing of the bat, has cleared the ropes straight down the wicket, and he reaches 49 on debut. Wow, what a shot that was.
That is unbelievable. Some of the shots we have seen so far from Sarfaraz, playing his first ever test on debut, to have the audacity to play the shots he is playing, it shows the confidence he's got in his ability.
It's a beautiful straight drive. Bullet straight over the bowler's head. Couldn't be straighter.
Flatter from Hartley, head in hands from the bowler, but Sarfraz has played this to square leg, comes through for the single, raises his bat up to the pavilion and to where his dad is sat. And wow, what a beaming smile that is, by the way. That's a goosebump time as his dad looks on, all the work he's put in over the years, the dreams he must have had, thinking that one day he was going to see his son play for India and score runs. And on debut, Sarfraz Khan, who could have been walking to the crease at 33 for 3, instead strode out 237 for 4, has reached 50 on debut.
Oh, what an innings this has been. And of just 48 deliveries, unbelievable.
Flatter again, Jadeja forward, sent back by Sarfraz Khan, who must be having a little moment.
I think he's just batted outstandingly as Sarfraz Khan, and credit to him is he's gone out there and batted in his own style, and I think that's where he'll be the most proud of himself, and his dad will be as well, looking down on him thinking, you're playing how I've watched you play for the past 2, 3, 4 seasons, averaging over 80 in first class cricket, and he has earned that opportunity and he's taken it and ran with it. I love it.
Phoebe, it takes a lot of courage and character to do it in Indian cricket, because you don't get a lot of chances, and if he failed or if he got out to one of those shots where he was trying to go big, there will be a lot of critics saying a lot of things. So it takes a lot of courage to play an innings like that in your debut test against England, where at one point India was really struggling, and you can see the smile and you can see everyone in Indian dressing room, his dad, his mum, so happy, because he's been knocking on that door for the last couple of years and it's taken him a long time to be able to break that door, and now honestly it's a great moment for him, his family and everyone in India who love cricket.
And I love the fact his dad's wearing a tracksuit top. If he doesn't have a gold chain and a quite a heavy bracelet,
and on the back it says cricket is a gentleman's game, and the gentleman is crossed and says cricket is everyone's game.
Oh, I like that. It reminds me of Ben Stokes' mantra, because I think Stokes would be watching on, he'd be impressed. Can you stick to the process without being attached to the outcome? And that's exactly what Sarfraz Khan has done over the last hour or so. So, wonderful moment. But from an English perspective, we could do with him getting out now, right?
We could absolutely do with the breakthrough wicket right now, with Jimmy Anderson steaming in.
Absolutely. Anderson replacing Joe Root. This is cut away, it's short, wide. There's a bit of a drag down actually by Anderson, but Sarfraz Khan doesn't time it well. So instead of reaching the boundary, Khan will come back for his second run. 52 not out, and for all of the chat about the youngster at the other end, Jadeja, who would have felt he missed out on a century in the first test. Abby, what have you seen?
I'm just saying that he's walked
Down the
towards
track again.
Anderson, down the track. First ball, he's facing Jimmy Anderson and trying to take him on. Brilliant. Absolutely love it.
And he's
8 inches outside of his crease as well, isn't he?
He's a straightish mid-on as Sarfraz Khan plays wristily, but with bat away from body. No real danger there, though. But he stays on 52. Anderson's speeds have been dropping a little as the day has been progressing. 126 kilometres an hour, that delivery. Yet to pick up a wicket. Thought he had Rohit Sharma when on 29, given out a leg before. That would have seen India in all sorts of trouble if that had stuck. 50 for 3 when Sharma was given out, would have been 50 for 4, but an inside edge onto the pads saved the Indian skipper, and he's top scored to this point, 131. Anderson in again, and that's an incredible shot from Sarfraz Khan. Absolutely no foot movement at all, but the slow pace of the pitch has allowed him, with a wide delivery, to essentially just stand there and guide the ball through vacant third for a 4.
His late cut, Jimmy Anderson, as you would do against a spinner.
I would expect a little bit more foot movement even against a spinner than that. That is a ridiculous shot. A ridiculous shot. Abhishek, I doubt you've ever played that shot. On the pads this time, clipped to mid-wicket, no run.
So good to watch. I'm loving his style of play and how he's sticking to his guns. He's got folks coming up to the stumps now, helmet on, really, really close and tight there to keep him in his crease, but yet he's still playing flare shots.
Let's go for a scoop now. We've seen enough.
Look, in all walks of life,
keep us entertained.
In all walks of life, guys, if you can stamp your own personality on whatever it is that you're doing, then you're doing something right. And he's certainly doing that. Off the hip for certainly a single, as Khan gets off strike, brings Jadeja onto it. One thing I will say though, am I imagining things, or he's only been at the crease for what, best part of an hour, and he already looks absolutely drenched, and he looks like he's struggling a little bit.
It's 35 degrees out there. You think that he'd be used to these sort of conditions.
I mean, Jadeja has been there for, the best part of 4 or 5 hours. Yep. Khan's only been there for an hour. Anyway, that might just be me. I may be reading that wrong.
I think he's storing enough energy.
But they're going to be walking off the field in 35 minutes. Hopefully earlier, if you're right, from an English perspective. Jadeja 96, Sarfraz 57. Partnership of 69 and 86 deliveries. It's absolutely flown by this last hour or so. England on the hunt for wickets late in the day as Jadeja is squared up a touch, just a fraction, playing deep in his crease and playing straight. 78 overs into the innings. Well, there's a question for you then, guys. New ball. Do they take it straight away, or do they wait till the morning?
Yeah, I think it's a tough one because both the bowlers are a bit tired. Both of them have bowled a lot of overs.
And Anderson's bowling now.
Yeah. So I doubt they're going to take the new ball. And if they take the new ball, it's an opportunity for India to get another 50, 60 very quick runs here.
We just had a little moment there. The umpires come over to speak to Jadeja. I think Sarfraz Khan is struggling a little bit. Now, when you reach 50, there was, of course, the celebration, but he called on for refreshment. He's just had a change of gloves. I wonder whether he is just possibly the nerves of the situation, a bit of cramp, maybe. He's not been out there for a long time, but
yeah.
Either way, he'd take this 57 from 53 as he deals with some turns, some slow turn from Hartley, moving away from the right-handed Sarfraz, just drops this into the offside no run.
It's just the nerves and the humidity can sometimes play in your head, and yeah, he's got a massive relief after getting that 50 as well.
Hartley in again. This is fired through, a touch quicker, no loop, no drift, almost spearing the ball in. Jadeja, when Andrew McKenna was on commentary, is saying that Jadeja seems to have been in the 90s for about 2 hours. Well, he's still in the 90s. And he's going to stay in the 90s because he's not facing. It's Sarfraz, who's beaten with an absolute beaut of a delivery. Tom Hartley gets his length absolutely perfect. He has Sarfraz coming forward, trying to defend the line, and then it zips past the outside edge and bounces as well.
Yeah, that's an unplayable delivery. What do you do with that?
And it takes something out of the track there as well, doesn't it, folks? Actually drops that. Back this time is Sarfraz.
Yeah, when Hartley gets it right, it's almost unplayable. Coming in from 6'4", he gets that extra bit of turn, that extra bit of bounce, and so unlucky to not find the top of off or an outside edge there.
And is that where the height helps him?
It does, yes.
Floated up, and Sarfraz says, I'm going for that. And whilst it bounces just short, it's another boundary to the score. A little duel at the end of day one, and a duel of an innings from Sarfraz, who moves to 61. The score here on talkSPORT 2 India now, 310 for 4.
Yeah, for me, this has been the most entertaining period of this test match so far. Sarfaraz Khan walking in and smashing it everywhere. I think he has a very clear plan here, John. Anything which is full, he's going to go aerial. And he has done that every time. So the clarity of thought is there.
And the fielders are up, of course. Plays back, keeps a little low from Hartley. No run.
Yeah, so it's minimal risk because those shots over the tops, they haven't cleared the ropes. There was one bounce for, there was one that shot just over the boundary rope. So he knows he just needs to beat the infield for that to be a secure boundary. And anything that just is slightly fuller, he's picking length so early that he's able to track down and just belt that straight back over Hartley's head.
I mean, the margin for error for Hartley is so small, isn't it? You know, we've seen him, he's bowled well, but he's been second innings. That's where his wickets have been, second innings. Of course, that's how it works. First day of the test match, and deep in the day, and he's coming up against an aggressive batter in the mould of Sarfraz Khan, and this has been really intriguing cricket. Anderson with Jadeja 4 away from a century, and he's forward, and there's no run first from the first ball of Anderson's over.
But flip that onto England batting lineup. They're probably looking at Sarfraz and thinking, well, if he can go at over 100 strike rate here, how can we bat? Like, this is a completely different tone of attack that any other Indian batter has taken so far today. Jadeja very successful, 96 off 188 deliveries. So I'm sure England will somehow spin a positive onto this.
I'm sure they will, but it also shows that there is more than one way to skin a cat. Touch fuller from Anderson, and Jadeja forward driving Stokes Fields at mid-off.
He's been on 96 for the last 45 minutes.
Mate, I love the 90s.
Get a move on.
I love the 90s. That's when I was growing up. So I'm all for the 90s, but I mean, Sarfraz Khan's going to beat Jadeja to 100 at this rate.
I think there must be some odds on that. Can Sarfraz score 100 before Jadeja? I wouldn't be surprised the way he's going.
There's odds for everything. I mean, surely not, but 96 from 189. Jadeja did very well to take the pressure off Rohit Sharma at the start of his innings, didn't he? He actually scored quite quickly. Anderson again, inside edge onto the pads of Jadeja, who may just be tensing up a little bit because he wants that 3 figures.
Oh, he would, desperately. And I think this could be one of his best knock in Test cricket, coming at 33 for 3. I don't think he has ever done that before, where he's walked in with India in such a difficult position. But what an innings it has been. He's just calmed the ship down and then just scored whenever he's got an opportunity.
Jadeja trying to get him forward, but there's a fielder. It's Bairstow prowling around close to the bat on the leg side. No run. Good connection. As we move into the later stages of day one, we're not going to get all 90. We had 93 overs one day. It's incredible. We're not going to get 93 overs today. More like 85 maybe. We can play until 11:30 in the UK. And England, they're not desperate, are they? They're always positive. But boy, would they celebrate a wicket right now. Full again from Anderson. No run again as once again Jadeja comes forward. He's trying to disrupt Anderson's line. Both of these two are actually. Rather the length, not the line. There's no swing out there. And they're playing with a straight bat.
I think Jadeja's really happy for Anderson to just bowl at the stumps, and he's just comfortably patting that back to him. Very patient in his play. I think he's been on 96 for around 9 deliveries now.
2 days?
2 days, maybe more.
It was an early start. Last ball of Anderson's 16th over, and there's a little yelp for leg before, but that's clearly going to be going down leg. And so a dot ball to end the over. Jadeja remains resolutely on 96. Sarfraz will face the first ball of the next over. He's 61. And to talk you through the latter stages of what has been an enthralling day's play. And this day one of the third test will be David Bumble Lloyd, Jarrod Kimber. But first, Neil Manthorp.
Thank you very much indeed, John Norman. Yeah, there's no question that Jadeja is a better player and probably would have scored more hundreds than just the 3 that he has if he'd paid more care and attention in the 70s and 80s and 90s, and he's reached on a whole number of occasions, and he certainly really clearly wants to reach 3 figures. He's in danger though of becoming becalmed. Need to remember that how you got to the 90s, you're not going to get too many free runs. Teams do tighten up with the ball. Anyway, as John Norman says, we're not going to get the full 90 overs in. We did on the first day in Hyderabad at 93. Here's Mark Wood bowls with the first delivery of the 81st over, and they have still got the old ball, haven't they?
Yeah, it's still the old ball. England are kicking off about the batters running on the pitch. Ollie Pope has had a word with the umpires. Joe Root has.
So do you think it's deliberate? Do you think that
I really hope so. I'd have done it. Everybody did it. You just wait till the... I'm sorry, mate. Yeah, can you run off the pitch? But the penalty is 5 runs.
I don't think I've ever seen that imposed against the batting team for running on the pitch. Here's Wood around the wicket to Sarfaraz Khan, and up onto his toes he gets, as tall as he can. He's not a tall man, but he gets on top of the bounce there, plays it defensively. It's
one of the lax laws of the game. The umpires are right into the bowlers, anywhere near. First warning, second warning, you're out of the attack. They're right on your case. They're not with batters. And batters, ever since I can remember and having played the game, that's what they do. You're in a great position. We've got 310 for 4. We're going to scuff this pitch up until we're told we can't.
Didn't Keaton Jennings get told off for trying to face from the danger zone?
Yes, in fact you can't. You can't go outside deliberately. You can't take your guard in a position that would disturb the pitch.
Bouncer from Wood harmlessly down the leg side and left alone by Sarfraz Khan. You mean Keaton Jennings was warned for standing too far?
Yeah. So the umpire said you are standing in the danger. I think that what the umpire actually said was, if you play a normal forward defence from that spot, you'll go straight into the danger zone. It's a bit different if you're running down the wicket, but he was saying every time you're going to play a shot, you're going to be in that danger zone. So I don't know if you just saw, they just showed Sarfraz manipulating the spin there. There was one where he realised he was about to run down the middle of the wicket and he veered off sideways, a bit like Mark Wood did earlier.
On the basis that if you can't take your guard too far up the pitch, too far out of your crease, so you're standing in the danger area, what's to stop you running down the wicket every delivery against a spinner? Here's Mark Wood once again around the wicket. Sarfraz knocks it away defensively.
That's fine in the action of playing the shot. You're absolutely fine. You can run down the pitch to get to the pitch, or you take a step down, you're a couple of steps down to play a lovely on drive or over the top, and you're playing your shot, and that's absolutely fine. But in the act of running, you have to run away from the danger area.
I'll tell you a story from a few years ago involving Dermot Reeve, who was always an out-of-the-box thinker. Here is Mark Wood again, another bouncer from around the wicket. Sarfaraz ducks underneath it. It's the sound of Simon Finch, the Barmy Army trumpeter you can hear, getting the crowd going, trying to G England up in the last few overs. But so this is this had been late 80s. Dermot Reeve became captain of Warwickshire, and in those days umpires, if all you had to do was stretch a decent way forward against a spinner and you could never be out LBW. And it was four-day cricket just in its infancy in the championship. Here's Wood once again, another bouncer, and again Sarfaraz just ducks underneath it and lets it go harmlessly away. And so for a couple of overs Dermot Reeve ran down the wicket, I mean well into the danger zone, and played no shots at all, just kicked the ball away against the spinners. And the umpires, as I said, they're that far down. I mean, he was 3 yards out of his crease every time, just and allowed the ball to. So he wasn't playing shots. Eventually, I think the umpires invoked spirit of code of conduct, whatever, spirit of cricket. They said you can't keep doing that, so stopped him from doing it. But it had nothing to do with the pitch, and he was running down the pitch in order to scuff it up. But it hadn't been done before. I'm sure everything's been done before. I was going to somewhere in cricket.
Do you remember Dermot when fielders were around the bat and a spinner was on, and he threw the bat? He kept throwing the bat away.
Yeah,
he was. So innovative, and he was a really good captain at Warwickshire. And he could get under your skin, and he got under mine.
He got under lots of people's skins.
But what a cricketer! What a player!
So literally, he would pad up to the spinner bowling around the wicket, and then in order to ensure that the ball didn't spin off his pad and hit his glove or bat, he threw the bat away, literally,
because your hand had to be on the bat.
Jadeja to Jimmy Anderson. Comes forward, and Anderson is steered into the offside. No run. Jadeja is 96.
They need a big finish, England.
They need another wicket.
Yeah, don't let it meander now. They need just a little bit of a fillip for tomorrow.
Next one, Jadeja comes forward again and plays defensively, and there's no run. Sarfaraz Khan has made quite an impression as a batsman, and as somebody with something to say. He's certainly not intimidated on his Test debut. Jimmy Anderson into Jadeja again, and he drives sweetly through the offside, but only for a couple. It won't be enough to bring him that much coveted, craved fourth Test century. He does move from 96 to 98, and India onto 312 for 4.
I think there's some issue between the batters at the moment, because one guy's looking for his 100. And I think if you have a look at Sarfaraz, he doesn't have the biggest backing up. I think he was behind the crease physically when that last ball was bowled.
I think it's fair to say that Sarfaraz Khan is pretty much about Sarfaraz Khan at the moment, rather than Ravindra Jadeja. Do you know what I mean? Without being too unkind. But he's obviously a very, very confident young man, and he's got reason to be. His record backs it up. Here's Jimmy Anderson again to Jadeja, who's forward and pushes it into the offside, sets off for a single. Sarfaraz Khan not only does not have a great backing up technique, he's not especially quick between the wickets, and I think it was Jadeja's call there, and he put Sarfaraz under pressure a bit. He had to dive in the end to make his ground as Zach Crawley fielded it cover.
That was after the last one. I hit it to the exact same place earlier in this over, and Sarfaraz didn't go for it. Sarfaraz is now coming down to say, I can't make that run. That's not for me.
Well, he is chunky.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, let's not beat about the bush. He is stoutly proportioned, and he's not especially quick. I don't think he has a small turning circle, and it takes him a while to accelerate. But Jadeja called him, and he had to go. And he did, and he had to dive, and he did. He made it. Jimmy Anderson into Sarfaraz, and he whips it right off middle stump here. Maybe heading towards middle and leg, but he's whipped it away nicely off his pads down towards fine leg. You can see extremely clearly a very well grooved technique. He knows his game. You can see why he's scored so many runs, and he averages 70 in first-class cricket.
His ability to kind of close his wrists on any ball and take it from even wide outside off stump to backward square leg is quite remarkable. I've seen that even when the ball's been spinning away. He plays that under his eyes quite a bit as well when he's playing that shot.
You really can see that he's spent many hours at the crease, can't you? Jimmy Anderson in again, bowls to Jadeja, pushes forward and sets off for a run. He's run out. Ben Stokes, brilliant. Sarfaraz Khan has run out at the non-striker's end. Jadeja wanted to single to reach his 100, and that's caused India to lose a wicket to the brilliance of Ben Stokes in the field. What a piece of captaincy and fielding from Stokes. Direct hit, Sarfaraz Khan gone. Miles out of his ground.
Oh, he sold him down the river. The young lad's going for the single and he sends him back. He sets off Jadeja, sends him back. Dead-eye, bullseye, Ben Stokes again, something magic. They need that in this last half hour, the last throws of day one. England have got the 5th wicket and he doesn't like it.
It was Mark Wood, it wasn't Ben Stokes, but it could have been Ben Stokes. He was brilliant.
Mark Wood?
Incredible.
Brilliant, absolutely brilliant.
That all comes from the first ball of this over, when Sarfaraz wasn't ready for that single, and he's got it in, and Jadeja got it in his mind. He made him run that other one. They had the conversation. He said, look, we need to actually manipulate the strike here, and poor Sarfaraz finally listens to him, goes out, and then Jadeja is the one who makes the mistake.
But I want to see it again on the screen. If it is Mark Wood, it's wonderful fielding. Is he side on? How many stumps has he got to aim at? 1, 2. Sarfaraz has gone and he's played pretty well there. He's looking for that single to get Jadeja his century. And England have just got that 1 wicket in this last session, this last half hour.
Do you take the new ball now, Bumble?
Yeah, I'd be really tempted. You've just got an opening, haven't you? You've got a new batter in. And if you can just nip another out, mentioned earlier, get 6 or 7 on day one, you're doing all right. But India, I think they're in a wonderful position at 3-1-4 for 5.
Yeah, just interesting with the night watcher coming out, whether you use the new ball against him or try the old one for a couple.
It's interesting to me, as Andrew McKenna takes over commentary, that Kuldeep Yadav is being used as a night watchman to protect R. Ashwin. Fascinating. So Kuldeep, 100 for Ravindra Jadeja, whips it away off his pads, down to fine leg. Jadeja reaches 3 figures from 198 balls. It was hard work in the 90s, but he's got there, a 4th Test century. Fabulous from the Indian spinning all-rounder. A much deserved century. He did sacrifice Sarfaraz Khan in getting there. I think he should take responsibility for that run out, but he's got the 3 figures.
He'll be a little bit conflicted after what has just happened. And we saw him and Sarfaraz Khan have a moment, but he's certainly put India back on top. Coming in at 33 for 3, don't think he ever come in the first 10 overs once before. Brilliant innings by him, grinding through as he often does.
A new over, and Jadeja 100 not out. James Anderson, just as he walked past Jadeja at the end of the over, I don't know what the conversation was, but he made the signal about the bat twiddle. Now maybe that was a comment of, did you think you should celebrate when you just stuffed your mate? I don't know.
Yeah, it'd be something like that. I think they've got previous, the pair of them. But it's such a good strike for England to get that wicket. That last half hour it can meander along and you can think only 4 down and things haven't gone well. They've just got a lift here. Kuldeep has come in. They need to bowl at him.
Well, it's going to be Hartley, which means presumably the plan of taking the new ball this evening has gone. So Hartley will bowl left arm over. Jadeja allows this to go through outside of the off stump through to Ben Foakes. There's no run. 3:15 for 5. 82 overs and 1 ball. England have sent down. Jadeja 100 not out. His next delivery will be the 200th ball that he's faced. Hartley gives it a rip. Doesn't really do a great deal. Jadeja pushes out on the offside.
He's playing for tomorrow.
He wanders away, gathers his thoughts, and England, because he's playing for tomorrow, we're going to stick another man under the helmet. Good thinking. So Ollie Pope will be at short leg. Root is still at slip. In goes Hartley. Oh, he uses his feet, does Jadeja. Has no interest in then using the bat, just kicks it away with the pad, which is why there's a half appeal, but nothing more than that. But been there an awful long time and still feels light enough on his feet to get down the pitch. Hartley, 1, 2, 3 steps past the umpire, and it is played from the crease by Jadeja, and there's no run. Interestingly, Kuldeep's been sent out as the night watcher. He hasn't had a look at it so far, which kind of defeats the object, really.
Hartley in this over has been 82 kilometres an hour and 94, just really mixing up his pace, trying to give Jadeja different looks here.
He comes in once again, left arm over, bringing Jadeja forward, pushing to mid-on, no run. And that one, 88.5 kilometres an hour.
So the one that he padded up Jadeja, it's because it beat him in flight, because it was properly tossed up. Whereas, you know, the other one's been just a little bit quicker, more direct, as Garreth Batty would say.
Yes. England looking for a sixth, a bonus one in many respects. Jadeja is deep in his crease, punching to mid-on. And the 83rd over of the innings is complete here on talkSPORT 2. India 3:15 for 5, so the new ball's been available for 3 overs, and I think the signal has come out that they're going to take it because the 4th umpire has now brought the ball out. So maybe they've had a sign.
Big push now. Just that you want your leaders, you need your captain, you need Anderson. We've just got an opening, bit of magic from Wood. Take the new ball. He's only going to be, 4 overs maybe. We're not going to get all the overs in. Big push, nip another out. Let's have a good start to tomorrow.
Absolutely. So there's 10 minutes left on the day's play, 7 overs. So we will lose some overs today. There's no way they're going to get 7 overs in 10 minutes.
The 10 minutes will be 3,
4 an absolute push.
Well, if Mark Wood's bowling one of them, it won't be 4.
And they're going to have Kuldeep on strike. So they're going to try and get him out. So, of course, if they do get him out, that will take further time out, but at least you've got the wicket. So Anderson about to start his 18th. 0 for 46 so far. Can he get Kuldeep out to open things up a little bit more? It's been a story of, really, 2.5 innings, this Indian batting effort so far. Rohit, 131. He was 4th out. Jadeja is 100 not out. Sarfraz 62 from 66 before he was barbecued by his mates. Anderson starts with the new ball to Kuldeep, and that nips off the seam and into the thigh pad of Kuldeep. Well, that's a good sign from an England point of view that the first ball did something.
3 slips.
I love Kuldeep's look down as if to go, oh, that didn't do what I expected. Well, it's because you're a number 9 and it's Jimmy Anderson, it's the new ball. Just try and watch it and hope not to make a fool of yourself.
And just basically wear a few for your mate. That is your job. For the next 10 minutes, you've got to wear a few. Anderson comes in, bowls right arm over, and again it's on the thigh pad as it bounces a bit on Kuldeep. He's looking to play that sort of through mid-wicket for a single, but he doesn't get anything on it.
I'm going to set the field now, get a short leg in.
Yeah, it feels like it needs one. So it started as a great day for England, 33 for 3. Then India fought back. England have got one late in the day. Can they get another late one? Anderson is in, wider of off stump on this occasion. Kuldeep is confident enough to leave that on line, and it will go through to Ben Foakes. And there's no run. 3:15 for 5. Now Jadeja's going to come down and give Kuldeep some advice.
Don't go out.
Yes.
Don't take a single.
Don't do anything stupid.
If you are going to take a single, let's do it the last ball.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see at what point they start thinking about that. Anderson has a conversation with Stokes, who's stationed at mid-off on passing, and will turn. 3 slips, short leg, backward point waiting. Anderson goes in, just a little bit too wide to get Kuldeep to commit to that one. He left that on line and it's through to the keeper, no run. 4 balls of the over goal.
Well, Kuldeep would be wanting just to leave the ball. Give me anything that I can leave. We've just seen a rerun of the run out, and it's Mark Wood, and he can aim at 2 stumps, and he knocks one out of the ground.
Was that Rohit on the balcony?
It was.
That I just saw. So they carried on the replay, and it cuts to the balcony, and Rohit throws his cap down. Well, that's a better delivery from Anderson. Kuldeep is brought forward, doesn't play at it, but it is not a million miles away from the outside of the off stump. So, yeah, Kuldeep. Sorry. So when Sarfraz is run out, Rohit is on the balcony. They're all ready to celebrate Jadeja's 100, and he takes his cap off and throws it onto the ground in disgust.
I can add something to this. I don't know many Hindi words, but I know some of the swear words.
And
Pretty
went,
sure that's
he went
what he
through a
meant.
few. Okay. Final ball of the over. Anderson. Oh, that's an absolute jaffer to Kuldeep. Pitching middle and leg, going away. Kuldeep didn't get close to that one. That's an absolute beauty. It's a maiden. It means Jadeja will be on strike for the first ball of the 85th over, and we will get that one in. 6 minutes to go here on talkSPORT 2. England will try and get 1-2 if they can.
Who's going to bowl this over? He could carry on with Hartley. You'd expect Wood, with a new ball, just to have a real burst for 6 deliveries.
2 left-handers as well. He might not go Hartley again.
Yeah.
But then again, he went Hartley the other over, and we didn't expect that. So they have given Hartley the new ball quite a bit, and
you're both wrong. You're both wrong. It's Joe Root.
Well, I said 2 left-handers.
There you go.
I think I would have given it to Wood unless he's he should be absolutely exhausted, but unless he can't bowl it.
But you can see if it's 2 left-handed batsmen, get the off-spinner on and get another 6 deliveries from Anderson, I suppose.
That might be the thinking, that Root will absolutely tear through this over if possible, and therefore you do get the extra over from Jimmy. Root has bowled 12 overs, 0 for 62. He'll be bowling to Jadeja. Around the wicket he goes. Oh, that's a big loopy. What turns into a low full toss, and it's clipped wide of mid-on, who gets a hand on it but can't get enough on, and it goes away for 4. Jadeja to 104. India 319 for 5.
He's not found any rhythm at all, Joe Root, today. You can see from his run-up, and this has finished up as a low full toss, punched away through mid-on past, is that a diving
Bairstow?
Johnny Bairstow, but it is a full toss.
I mean, he's almost pulled the pin on it, Root, on that delivery, if we're honest. Root around the wicket. Now it's gone a little bit shorter, driven it into the pitch. Jadeja pulls it around through deep backward square. Hartley's chasing after it, and will pull it in 2 metres inside the boundary. 6 from 2 deliveries. Jadeja to 106, India 321 for 5.
So a full toss and a rank long hop, 2 deliveries. No rhythm.
No. And not really what England were wanting in terms of a quick over either. So Root better, floated up outside the off stump, doesn't turn at all. Jadeja has nothing to do with it. 3 balls of the over gone. Jadeja is 1 run short of 3,000 in test matches. Root around the wicket to him. Jadeja defends from the crease, pushing back to the bowler. No run. 3,000 test match runs to go with his 280 wickets so far. Root around the wicket, bowls well. That might be the best ball of the over so far. Brings Jadeja forward, pushes out defensively on the offside, no run.
It's not had much to beat.
Well, yes. That's what I love about working with Bumble. It's very much to the point. Right, final one then, and then everyone get round sharpish. Root bowls it pretty quickly in. Jadeja whips it through mid-wicket. It'll be a single out to Mark Wood, who picks it up and sprints back in with it, doesn't throw it in.
Did they take the single?
No, they didn't. So it will be Kuldeep on strike, therefore. So they don't take the single off the final ball, and which tells you that Jadeja's thinking about coming back tomorrow.
And the night watchman to do his job. You've come in to sort of blunt the attack. Just make sure that the Premier batter is there for tomorrow. And we've just caught a glimpse of Sarfaraz. He looks distraught, sat on his own on the balcony. These things happen.
That's the problem with picking someone who's got a 69 first-class average. They're not used to failure.
Right then, James Anderson for the final over of the day. It'll be his 19th, and it means England will have sent down 86 over the course of the day. Kuldeep is on strike. 3 slips and a short leg waiting. Anderson goes in. It's a good leave, to be fair to Kuldeep. It's a good delivery from Anderson going across the left-hander, just inviting him to come forward. Just wasn't quite straight enough. No harm done.
I think he has a look at George Clooney. Don't you see it?
Kuldeep.
Not Kuldeep, Jimmy Anderson.
What? It's a stretch.
They're both mammals.
Oh, come on.
I tell you what, Jimmy will love you.
Don't know if he'd be happy with a grey hair reference.
Anderson on his way once again. Second, now that is an absolute ripper. That's where Jimmy needs to be. Booking bed and breakfast there, Jim. Absolutely on the line, pitching middle and off, bringing Kuldeep forward through to the keeper, no run.
Well, give him time, he'll go grey. Jimmy Anderson.
Oh, many more pitches like this, he'll go pretty quick. That's a seamer. Anderson 0 for 46 so far.
And George Clooney's he's just bought his wife. And what dog is he? A St Bernard puppy. A St Bernard.
I'm glad you finished that sentence. It sounded like he bought his wife to start with. Anderson goes in around the wicket to Kuldeep. Kuldeep raises his arms high through to folks, no run.
A St Bernard puppy. Put that in your handbag.
Take some feeding. It's a good job he's earning well, isn't it? The food bill for those will take up more than that coffee advert at least. He'll have to do a couple of films.
You watch Jimmy Anderson, he'll go grey.
Anderson on his way around the wicket, full, inviting Kuldeep on the drive, and he does drive it out square. Now Ben Duckett is charging in off of the boundary to try and prevent the 2 being taken, and it was quite a venturous shot in the final over of the day from Kuldeep, and there was a yes-no moment, and they have ended up taking 1. So why did Jadeja even think about leaving his ground? They've taken 1.
Well, now they're having an inquest, the 2 batters, just get on with it. There are 2 deliveries. Jadeja is on 106 and he's on strike now. He just see it out.
I don't know why he hasn't taken his helmet off and gloves off at the non-striker's end and said, I'm not going anywhere. So here he is, he's getting 1 full in strike. Well, I'll tell you what, he won't mind being at the striker's end if he gets a delivery like that. Half volley, he's punched it away through mid-wicket. Jadeja goes to 110, India 326 for 5.
That was just overpitched, wasn't it? He's bowling a better length to Kuldeep. This went a little bit too full. Decent shot in the last over of the day.
Oh, it's a lovely shot. Beautiful timing.
He could have easily just knocked that on its head, let it go to mid-wicket, but went through with it. Nice timing there as well.
So here we go then. The last ball of the day. Day 1, 3rd test match. 1-1. And here we go then. Anderson to Jadeja. 3 slips in place, and Jadeja is just covering up, pushing to Mark Wood at mid-on. The non-striker Kuldeep again is offering to come down for a run. These 2 really need to have dinner together this evening and have a conversation about how they're going to approach it tomorrow, because they will resume the not-out batters. India 326 for 5. Jadeja 110 not out from 212 deliveries, Kuldeep is 1 not out. That after India won the toss this morning and decided to bat. Jaiswal, first man out for 10 at a runner ball when he was caught at slip off the bowling of Mark Wood. That was 22 for 1 in the 4th over. Shubman Gill was also caught off the bowling of Mark Wood. He was caught by Ben Foakes for a 9-ball duck, 24 for 2. That was in the 6th over. And then Rajat Patidar was caught by Ben Duckett in the covers off the bowling of Hartley, the 5th ball that Hartley had bowled in the match. That for 5, 33 for 3. But then a big partnership between Rohit Sharma and Jadeja took the score to 237 before Rohit was caught by Stokes off the bowling of Mark Wood for 131. Halfway through the 64th, Rohit went for a big shot, got a top edge, Stokes did the rest, and then Sarfraz on debut run out. Direct hit by Mark Wood, 62 was the score then, 314 for 5. Jadeja was getting close to 100 and they were getting a bit nervous between the pair of them. Sarfraz hadn't come for a single earlier in the over, came out of his ground on this occasion, responding to Jadeja's call. Jadeja changed his mind and Mark Wood from mid-on smashed them down, 1 out of the ground. That was 314 for 5. So India will close day 1 of this test 326 for 5 after 86 overs bowled. The former England batter and coach David Lloyd is with us in the talkSPORT 2 commentary box for the test match. Bumble, your thoughts on day 1?
Well, very much India's day, from 33 for 3 to finish on 326 for 5. And you look at the card, opening batsman Rohit gets 131, Jadeja in at number 5, he's a wonderful cricketer, gets 110 not out. So you've got the top 6, 2 of them to get big hundreds, you're controlling the game. And so I think they'll be well pleased, winning the toss, batting first. There's evidence of spin with the pitch. I don't think there's too much in it for the quicker bowlers, for Anderson and for Wood. Wood good with a new ball for England, but at 326 for 5, I think that is very much India's day.
It could have been so much better as well, because it was 2 or 3 opportunities. There was one early when Rohit was quite early in his innings. There was a chance to slip that didn't go to hand. There were a couple of others as well, chances that might on another day have been taken. But there you go. That is day 1 done and dusted, and we will round up all of it in the following on podcast, and that is coming your way next as Neil Manthorp takes you through all of the day 1 action.
On DAB+, online, via the talkSPORT app and on your smart speaker.
Exclusive ball-by-ball commentary of the 3rd Test match, live from Rajkot.
Fielded, oh, there's going to be a run out!
Only on talkSPORT 2.
You're listening to the Following On Daily podcast. I'm Neil Manthorp alongside England legend David Bumble Lloyd, former India A batter Abhishek Jhunjhunwala and Lancashire Thunder fast bowler Phoebe Graham to look back at day 1 of the 3rd test between India and England in Rajkot. After winning the toss and batting first, India closed on 326 for 5 after centuries from both captain Rohit Sharma and Ravindra Jadeja put them in a dominant position from being 33 for 3. We'll also look back at a maiden test half-century for middle-order batsman Sarfraz Khan and reflect on an admirable performance from England fast bowler Mark Wood, who finished today with 3 for 69. We'll also get reaction from both camps. So plenty to come over the next 30 minutes or so. You're listening to Following On. It was a perfect start for England after losing the toss. That wasn't the perfect start, but Mark Wood's 2 early wickets and 1 for Tom Hartley, the left-arm spinner, in his first over put the home side in a perilous situation at 33 for 3. But Jadeja was promoted up to number 5, and together with captain Rohit Sharma, the damage was more than repaired as they took the score from 33 for 3 to 237 for 4 before Rohit Sharma was Mark Wood's 3rd wicket of the day, mistiming a hook shot to Ben Stokes at mid-wicket. Sarfraz Khan then run out for 62, was the last joy for England. Bumble, it was another absolutely intriguing, absorbing day. It could have been a lot better for England, given the 3 early wickets. But then again, I suppose it could have been worse.
Yeah, I think India played really well, and to put Jadeja in at number 5, he's such a wonderful cricketer, and he joined Rohit Sharma at 33 for 3. So England were hunting, they were looking for wickets. Mark Wood bowling quickly and splendidly and threateningly, but they steadied the ship. England had opportunities, and particularly when Hartley bowled outside leg stump. Rohit Sharma's gone for a big hit into the leg side. He's got an outside edge. It's gone to slip. Joe Root's at slip. He's unsighted. He can't see the ball pitched because it's outside leg stump. He's slightly raised in his fielding position. Then he's had to go down way to his left. He gets a hand on it and it's grassed. It goes down. It's a difficult chance, but a chance.
And as far as Mark Wood is concerned, a day of hard labour for him. 17 overs. He didn't bowl that many in the whole of the last test.
No, that's about right, isn't it? We were talking about 15, 16 overs for an impact bowler, and that's what he is. He's a quick bowler, impact. So 17 overs, I should think that's just about right for him. Jimmy Anderson would bowl a little bit more. But also England with opportunities, they've missed 2 reviews. And we didn't see them from commentary position. We thought, well, yeah, no, it's not, is it? But when you see it, I'm going to say in VAR, in DRS, it's the same thing. DRS tells us that England have missed 2 reviews. And you've got to pick up on these things when you look at a team like India, such a good team, an excellent team, 326 for 5, it's been their day.
And the last time India played a test match on this ground, it was a while ago against the West Indies. They made 650, so England supporters need to keep things in perspective perhaps, and 5 wickets on the first day after India chose to bat first is reason for some comfort.
Yeah, it is. And you'd think that if you're bowling first on day one, if you get 7 wickets, you're almost in control. But if a team's get 326 for 5, the batting side will say, well, we'll kick on and we'll get 450, and then that batting side's controlling the game. And we must remember that Ashwin and Jadeja are better bowlers than England's young spinners. They're better bowlers. We've seen this pitch will spin. Abhishek tells us that this is going to spin more and more as the game goes on. And so, from India's perspective, we're in a great position. From England's perspective, they've got the new ball, big burst in the morning. They can go bang bang tomorrow and suddenly 7 down. If they can think about getting India out for less than 400, England have then got to bat well in the first innings. We've said it, everybody's said it in cricket as far as I can remember. Get your big runs in the first innings.
Abhishek, as far as India are concerned, they've been in situations like this in the first 2 test matches twice, and they haven't cashed in and they haven't put the game to bed. They should have won in Hyderabad. They should have put the game so far beyond England's reach. They're not playing Akshar Patel, so their tail is a little longer than it has been for the first 2 test matches, and so there might just be a concern. I mean, 200s already, Jadeja still there. They should be thinking 500 here, but England have denied them already twice.
They still have batting. Dhruv Jurel, he's a proper player, he's a good player, and R. Ashwin loves scoring runs against England. So if these 2 can get a few runs, India can get close to that 500. But as Bumble said, if England can get early wickets tomorrow and stop India from getting to 400, then this test match is alive and England will have a good opportunity given they bat well in the first innings.
Thank you very much indeed to Bumble, who's got to go off and update our talkSPORT listeners. We'll be joined by Phoebe in just a second. Abhishek, the England team doesn't look at what if, and they don't set targets, and they won't be thinking if we can keep them, they just sort of take it moment by moment and just keep going. And it doesn't matter if they're chasing a target, if India are batting first as they are now, they're not thinking like, oh, they're getting close to 400, they're getting close to 450. The conventional focus on records and what's possible in history just doesn't seem to occur to them.
Yeah, it seems like that, and it's just the mindset, isn't it, that they think they can win from any situation, and it's a great mindset to have. But on a pitch like this, a deteriorating pitch, and they have to bat 4th, they have to come close to the target, whatever India puts. So they can't expect India to get a lead of 150 and come and chase 500 in the fourth innings. It's not going to happen on this pitch. It can happen on some other pitches. So they have to come close to the India target, whatever India gets in the first innings.
Phoebe, I wanted to leave the first word, and you can have the last word as well if you like, on Mark Wood and Jimmy Anderson today. I thought they were outstanding, weren't they? And Mark Wood was as quick at the end of the day as he was at the beginning.
Hi Manners, we're back on. Yeah, I thought Mark Wood and Jimmy Anderson were absolutely phenomenal up front. I thought the partnership was so good. The fact that James Anderson was just being so economical, precise in where he was putting the ball, moving the ball in, moving the ball away, and then it enabled Mark Wood to express himself at the other end. He was bowling quick and he was getting movement away from the bat, and he got some absolute jaffers up front to get Shubnam Gill and Jaswal as well.
There was a moment where it seemed to be reverse swinging, and it was definitely reverse swinging, but then it stopped. And I don't know whether you take us into the dark science and art of ball maintenance, Phoebe, but why would that have been? Why do you think it stopped reversing?
Well, it's about keeping the ball in good shape. So one side of the ball has to be rough and keeping the other ball really shiny. What we saw when the ball stopped reversing was Mark Wood going to the short ball strategy, and England were patient with that. He was getting hit for a couple of sixes, a couple of boundaries, but he managed to get Rohit Sharma in the end with that short ball strategy. But that's where England will be disappointed that the ball didn't reverse for as long as they'd have wanted to, because that was part of the tact of having two seamers in the attack, which worked very well up front. They were able to get India 3 down in the first session. But yeah, in the second session, third session, they'd have wanted the ball to reverse for that little bit longer.
For those of you who didn't see or hear the dismissals, Yashasvi Jaiswal caught by Joe Root at first slip off Mark Wood for 10. Shubman Gill caught behind by Ben Foakes off Wood for a duck, and Rajat Paditar completely miscuing a short ball in Tom Hartley's first over to cover, where Ben Duckett took the catch. Abhishek, what about Sarfaraz Khan? Finally gets a debut, first class average of 70, and made a very big impact, reaching 50 on his debut from just 48 balls, made 62. But it was clear that Jadeja was stuck in the 90s for 28 balls, and he appeared quite obviously actually to be frustrated with Sarfaraz Khan perhaps not paying attention to running singles and helping him stuck in the 90s, and eventually Jadeja called for a single to try and get to his 100, and Sarfaraz Khan, who hadn't responded a couple of times, did respond and was run out.
To be fair, he did throw him under the bus. Let's be honest. Playing his first test, he batted beautifully. I don't think many expected him to play the sort of innings he did, to show that sort of a confidence against a very matured England side. Yes, their bowlers Tom Hartley and Rehan didn't really particularly bowl as well as they should have, but still the sort of intent he showed. Sarfaraz Khan going aerial, he was not shy of going over the top of the fielders. They were kept inside, and Ben Stokes was asking a lot of questions, but he had an answer for pretty much everything, Sarfaraz Khan. So he'll be disappointed. He probably wanted to get 100 in his debut, which would have been the icing on the cake, because he had to wait for so many years. He had to really rough it out there in Ranji Trophy and score millions of runs before he got this opportunity. And also that opportunity came because of some injury, because Virat Kohli opted not to play this series, and he wanted to make the most of it. So he would be a bit annoyed with Jadeja, but as you also said, yeah, he was not helping out Jadeja either, because there were a lot of opportunities where he could have gone for those singles and helped out Jadeja, because he was stuck there for 2 hours, I think, in the 90s. Ravindra Jadeja felt like it. Yeah, but at the end, a bit disappointing, but Jadeja getting 100, again, very well played to him as well.
More from both of you in a moment, but for now, let's hear from England assistant coach Paul Collingwood speaking to Graham Swan.
I'm joined here by assistant coach Paul Collingwood after a fairly tough day in the field for England, but not to be unexpected on a pitch like that.
I think you would have come off pretty grumpy bowling on a pitch that was pretty slow. But I think it's been a good day of Test cricket. Simple as that. You know, we've got a few early wickets. But then India fought back. They've got some highly skilled batsmen themselves in these conditions, and they fought back really well. But the lads stuck at it all day. Obviously, Woody's run out at the end there. Jimmy, 41, still running in hard with the new ball at the end. They stuck at it all day, and we'll find out tomorrow if we can get some early wickets, how good of a day it's been.
And you mentioned Woody's run out as well, along with the 3 wickets he got with the ball. It's been a brilliant day for him.
Yeah, and he deserves it. Sometimes he doesn't get the rewards. The skipper goes to bouncer plans with him, and sometimes doesn't get rewards. He got the rewards today. I thought his opening spell was fantastic. He got movement, and obviously Jaiswal is a big wicket, and the form that he's been in. So delighted for him. He's come off with a big smile on his face. He's chuffed to bits with the run out as much as what he is with the wickets. But I thought he, to break that partnership, getting Rowett at the time it did was really important.
And talk me through Ben Stokes, his 100th Test match. You've known him since he was knee-high to a grasshopper up in Durham, and I believe you gave him his 100th cap as well in the change room. It must be a very special moment for both of you.
Yeah, it was. Look, it's been incredible to know that man and over these years, and to present him with the cap today was pretty emotional actually, and a real honour from my point of view to be asked to do it. And it's just great to for the team to acknowledge the efforts that he's put in for club and country over the years, and to have 100 Test matches. We're all thankful that his dad came over to Cumbria and Workington Rugby League club and coached over there, and thankfully he's been tremendous for England over the years, and what a special man, and puts in special performances.
And back to this game in the morning, obviously quick wickets and try and get batting before lunch.
Yeah, look, so the morning session was a little bit cooler, and it looked like there was a bit of moisture around in the air on the ground. So, it nipped around a little bit this morning. So we'll see tomorrow with that new ball. We've still got that new ball pretty fresh at the moment. So it's we'll be looking to take early wickets with it.
Well, thanks for joining me, Paul. How are the lads?
No.
I suspect the presentation of the 100th cap was more emotional for Paul Collingwood than it was for Ben Stokes, who yesterday described it as just one more than 99. But a very, very special performance. And we should, I feel I should also go back to Mark Wood's run out, because Sarfaraz Khan Wood, right at the end of what had been a hard day of toil for the fast bowler, moved so quickly and threw so powerfully and accurately, aiming at 1 1/4 stumps, that I assumed it was Ben Stokes. Just a brilliant piece of fielding.
Yeah, it was an excellent piece of work from Mark Wood in the field, and I think it just shows how much energy the England team maintained throughout the day. And we did see the shoulders drop at points, but the fact that they were able to take and capitalise on that opportunity, because I was really impressed by Sarfaraz, and I felt like he could have gone on and scored 100, even more. It looked like he was there to take his opportunity. He'd waited years for it. But then again, on the other hand, England capitalised on it. So brilliant from Mark Wood. And like Collingwood said, he was buzzing about that run out more than he was his 3 wickets.
Abhishek, a word about Rohit Sharma. The Indian captain is 37 now, and I suppose every time, unless you're in very, very elite company, you get into your late 30s and people always begin to ask questions, and is his time up? His team was under pressure. The confirmation that Virat Kohli's not available for the entire series. Mohammad Shami, big names missing. It was really important. I mean, there was talk of confusion, even disarray in the Indian camp, and meanwhile England were on playing golf and on water slides in Abu Dhabi, having a great time, and it was India who were under pressure. So to be able to come out on the first day of this Test match and lead from the front in the way that he did,
I think it was very crucial for him, not just as a captain, as a batter as well, because if you see his record since 2022, he hasn't really scored a lot of runs in Test cricket. His average has dipped massively. In India, usually he averages 61. In the last couple of years, he's averaging 32. So there's a massive dip in his performance. And I think by getting this 100, his captaincy will improve as well, because everything plays a part. His decision making will be better because he'll have more confidence that he's got runs behind him. So all these things are interconnected as a cricketer. So I think it's a wonderful thing that he scored runs. And also, I think announcing that he's the captain for the T20 World Cup already has helped him a little bit. A lot of pressure has gone off him because he must be thinking that Hardik Pandya might get that opportunity to lead India. He knows that this might be his last opportunity to lead India and win an ICC event, which they haven't for a very long time. And he's somebody who's won so many IPL trophies that he would want India to win one World Cup under his leadership.
Interesting that the Mumbai Indians don't need him as captain, but India still want him as captain.
I think Mumbai Indians, it was completely different. If you see his performance in the last couple of years, because he's captaining India in all three formats, so it was a bit, I think it was getting a bit too much for him in the IPL, and he hasn't really performed well in the IPL in the last couple of seasons, so they just wanted him as a batter rather than as a leader.
Throw it forward then to the second morning, Phoebe. Jimmy Anderson and Mark Wood, do you start off with both of them? The new ball is only 3 overs old, so do you start with both of them?
100%. And what we saw from this morning, nearly said yesterday, what we saw from this morning was after the first 2 overs, India were 13 for none, and we got them 33 for 3. So taking the shine off the new ball in the first couple of overs was the reason why Ben Stokes took the new ball this evening with 3 overs left to play, was so that they could take the new ball with the shine off it first thing tomorrow morning, and so that Anderson and Wood can start their overs as they started them from that over number 4 and got India 33 for 3.
Very quickly, Abhishek, what's minimum for India?
450. I think 450 they will be happy. If you ask them at the toss, when they won the toss, what will you take? They would take 450.
Well, as I said, the last Test match they played here, they got 650 against the West Indies and won by an innings and 272. Thank you very much indeed to Phoebe Graham and Abhishek Jhunjhunwala. We'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning with a coffee. Reminder that India finished day 1 of the third Test match on 326 for 5, with Ravindra Jadeja to resume on the second morning on 110 in the company of Kuldeep Yadav. Hope you've enjoyed our coverage. Ball by ball commentary exclusively on talkSPORT 2. We'll be back on day 2 from just before 4 a.m.
So there you go, that's the news from the Niranjan Shah Stadium. It's India have won the toss and decided to bat first.
And it's Jimmy Anderson running in for the first ball of the third Test. And it's a gentle away swinger, which Jaiswal pushes down the ground equally gently, I must say, trying not to take too much shine off the ball. And that's 4 runs through mid-off. Here is Mark Wood again. Edge gone, taken by root and slip.
Oh, is that